Hey folks, it's Cody Stoffer with Playmakers Corner, here to tell you about Code Red Coaching. Competing in athletics means you've lifted the weights, you've watched film, and you've got the passion. Problem is, that's what everyone else in the state has done. Perfect your game by honing in on your mental performance with Code Red Coaching. Whether you are a team or an individual, Code Red Coaching has the tools to create mentally solid habits and set up you or your team for success. Find Code Red Coaching at coderedcoaching.com or call 720-979-1914 to learn more today. That's coderedcoaching.com or 720-979-1914 today. Now back to the show. Hey, welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. I'm your showrunner for this episode, Cody Stoffer, and today, obviously, we're going to have some words from our sponsors such as Code Red Coaching, Junkyard Training, and Madskillz, but obviously, we're here to talk about Colorado high school football and everything that has happened in week 2 here, and we will climb up the classifications here. I will start off with a 1A recap and then talk about a 2A versus 3A game that I saw, and that will, go before Gino talks about 2A for us, and then Gideon will take us through 3A, and then we had a few 4A matchups here between Mesa Ridge, Palmer Ridge, Skyline, Standley Lake, Cheyenne Mountain, Greeley Central, and then we'll get a full 4A recap from Coach V. Before discussing in depth, I will take us through the Denver East versus Denver South game, the Arapahoe versus Heritage game. Gino will return for the Pine Creek versus Valor game, and then we will be back to the 5A recap, power rankings, and playmaker of the week. But before all that, we do have the 1A recap, so let's go ahead and talk about what happened in 1A starting on Thursday. Only 2 1A teams were involved on Thursday. Banning Lewis Academy had a 50 burger on Jefferson. Sam Bell, almost perfect, going 10 of 12 for 113 yards, 4 passing touchdowns, and Joseph Bejagovic had 3 rushing scores. Sheridan got rocked by Inglewood, 49-14. Now Ray, in a Playmaker of the Week level performance, Sam Meisner runs for an absurd 315 yards and 6 touchdowns, while also posting 5 tackles and 2 for loss. Senior Ben Harms led the team in tackles and tackles for loss with 8 and 4 respectively, as Ray remains unbeaten. Platte Canyon beat Flatirons Academy 38-13. Buena Vista finally lost to Basalt. They just couldn't really get anything going offensively, averaging only 2.6 yards per carry, and Hudson Wingo was not ready to shoulder the load, throwing 3 interceptions. More on Basalt's performance later from Gino. Colorado Springs Christian beats Monte Vista on the heels of Will Moore's 30 carries for 266 yards and 3 scores. And what's wild is that Monte Vista actually won the turnover differential, but just couldn't establish a consistent run game despite Jacob Pacheco's 85 yards and Kevin Cisneros' 45. But the Lions defense deserves credit here, with 4 players posting double-digit tackles, including juniors Eddie Harmon and Joe Sammons, who both had 2 tackles for loss. Colorado Springs Christian definitely looking like a playoff team and looking to make, a run maybe similar to what they had last season. Denver Christian beats Pinnacle 62-0. Ben Pereira has 102 yards and 3 scores, and senior QB Nathan Burr throws 3 scores himself. Shout out to Pinnacle's freshman tailback, Taronis Yara, who, had 7.3 yards per carry and probably will have more of a workload heading forward. No pass game, no problem. Yuma whoops Burns High School from Wyoming 38-8. Silas Baki, Damian Kisninski? I'm so sorry, Damian. But Damian and Jonathan Thompson all rush for over 100 yards, as Yuma has 56 carries for 494 yards as a team, and Thompson also notches 2 interceptions in that dub. Gunnison remains undefeated, beating Alamosa 23-14 and will remain in our top 10. Burlington falls to Elizabeth 12-33. Ultimately, the offense just doesn't really get going here, and their lack of experience shows, just like I said it would in my preview for them. Strasburg outlasts Wiggins 27-22 with 4 rushing touchdowns, and DJ Cannon plays huge for the defense of Strasburg here on a night where the Tigers ran the ball 51 times. He makes an absurd 20 total tackles and has 1 for loss. in a definite Playmaker of the Week caliber performance. Highland lost to 2A Wellington this week, and Centauri beats former league opponent Florence in a quality 2A dub for Centauri, that is, over as a 1A program. Dylan Hearn puts the Thunder in Thunderbolts with 34 carries for 231 yards and 3 scores, with Rye overcoming Manitou Springs. They also show that they can pass the ball, with Nolan Shower quietly notching 70% completion and a passing touchdown and over 180 yards. But Hearn, leading the team with 7 tackles, a tackle for loss, a sack, and a hurry, also puts his name in the Playmaker of the Week conversation. Holyoke defeats 3A Lincoln 36-0. Ellicott rallies down 2 in the second half to a 30-22 victory, but with the only stats available being Clear Creek, I do want to highlight sophomore quarterback Jacob Young for Clear Creek, who popped off the page with an 18 of 32 for 252-yard performance with a 2-to-1 TD to INT ratio. Logan Ginter being the main benefactor there at receiver with 155 receiving yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. Estes Park loses to Middle Park, and honestly stick a fork in Estes Park with an offense that has only averaged 11 points per game with a complete lack of a run game. But on the flip side, Middle Park, they're 2-0 here, and Marquez Pasillas goes nuts with 3 interceptions for Granby while taking 1 to the house and catching 1 in Middle Park's W. Del Norte crushes the Melineers 48-12. Daniel Owens and Lane Allen rush for 216 yards and 4 scores as North Fork breezes by center. Cody Bagone led the team with 3 tackles for loss and a sack, and Hunter Moreno cannot be left out of this segment without mentioning the fact that he had a 61-yard pick 6. Ignacio lost to a Grand County team from Moab, Utah. Cedar Ridge defeated 2A Grand Valley. Logan Tullis had 9 carries for 117 yards and 2 touchdowns while also having a receiving touchdown. Corbin Popoff scores Trinidad's lone touchdown in their loss to Rayton. Manuel loses a close one on Saturday morning to Denver West despite 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns from seniors Maynard and Deshaun Fox, but Ahmad Hussein was too much for the defense. Lyman pulls away in the fourth quarter to beat Meeker 28-7. The Badgers hold the Cowboys to a measly 1.5 yards per carry, and Trayton Marks' 4 tackles for loss and 10 total tackles definitely have something to do with that. And the Meeker defense actually does force 2 turnovers, and they win the turnover differential, but the offense cannot capitalize. And Logan Bottier's 80-yard touchdown put Lyman up 2 scores, and the Badger never looked back. Logan with 189 yards and a score on the day. Lyman will retain their number 1 spot here. And then for some reason, Platte Canyon puts in work on Labor Day and beats Center 40-0. I think this is a week 2 game. Maybe it's a week 3. They both played, but I don't know. Kind of weird. And that will do it for my 1A segment. But this is not the end of 1A football. If you are looking for more 1A football stuff, be sure to check the timestamps and jump ahead to our power rankings and our Playmakers of the Week, talking about who was the best in 1A and who moved up and down in our rankings here and the reasons behind it. Thanks so much for listening to the 1A recap. I've been the host for this segment, Cody Stauffer, and stay tuned for my next segment where I recap the Arvada versus Littleton High School game. I would like to say that for the Thursday game that I attended for 2A Arvada versus 3A Littleton at LPS District Stadium, it is very adequately sized for a 3A versus 2A game on a Thursday night. And boy, was an exciting one, but it gets off to a little bit of a slow start here in the first quarter. With Arvada receiving the opening kickoff, they would not be able to really accomplish anything as penalties just absolutely bludgeoned both of these teams out the gate here. Arvada turned over on downs after being set back on a penalty. Littleton's drive would not start off too much smoother as they do get a false start penalty to start the game. They have a handoff that is going the wrong way and then a screen that is blown up before eventually getting intercepted on 3rd and 15, and Arvada would set up on their own 38-yard line. They have a really nasty stiff arm from number 5 to start this drive, Gabriel Munguia, I want to say. Obviously, if I pronounce any names wrong, just go ahead and reach out to us and let us know through the DMs because it's really awesome covering this game. But I digress a little bit. He eventually gets pushed out of bounds. Then there's a pass to number 9, who's going to be Christian Lake, who picks up a first down. It gets to the opposing 35. And then on the next play, Trevor Lucero just sails this ball a little too far and is going to be intercepted by number 6 for Littleton. That is the sophomore Omani Johnson here. And he doesn't get brought down until about midfield. Now, heading forward for Littleton on this drive, they do try and come out and, get established on the run game, but shoot themselves in the foot again with a false start, and that pushes them back. They get a short run after that before they do get swallowed up in the backfield by the Bulldogs defensive line, getting sacked, and then after a dump off for nothing, on 4th down, they will punt. Now, penalties and bad plays set up 3rd and 13 from the Bulldogs. And, they're on their own 26-yard line. Lucero keeps it and sprints out of bounds, picking up a first down on 3rd and 13. And it's starting to feel like they might get some momentum on this drive. The pass blocking is really good and honestly so good that it kind of turns into run blocking, because when Trevor doesn't like what he sees, he dashes ahead for another first. And, he eventually finds one near the boundary for the first to the 36-yard line. Now, they are moving the ball really well. They're obviously into the Lions' territory, but number 50 for Littleton stops the bleeding after swallowing a run up at the line of scrimmage. And then after that, Lucero throws into double coverage, where is tipped and intercepted by number 1, Chase Pruitt, who returns it all the way to the 30-yard line. Now, with the Lions on offense, Pruitt does get the handoff, and he pistons his legs ahead for another 5 yards. And following another handoff, they pick up a first down. I want to say that was the Lions' first down of the game. Now, on the next handoff, it looks like a little miscommunication, but the QB improvises for a small gain. That quarterback being Sam Byers, also a sophomore. But, he improvises for a small gain. And then, number 22 for Littleton does string it out all the way towards the boundary and then cuts inside and picks up a first down. Now, this is the end of the first quarter, and it is still 0-0. Now, Gabriel Munguia for Arvada, he does meet the run at the line of scrimmage on the next one before number 14, a freshman, Derek Hamblin, gets a handoff, and he dashes left for a first down. But just one play later, he coughs up the ball after number 20 for Arvada makes an incredible play on it. Hard to say exactly who it is because the roster from the game is different than what is listed online here, but it was number 20 who forces the fumble, at least upon my phone review of the play, and then number 19 for the Bulldogs recovers and ends the Lions' drive here, just kind of sucking the wind out of them, and Littleton will actually take a timeout after this, and then the band actually played a very fire version of Word Up. If you don't know, go look it up, but the Dogs come out and eventually end up in a 3rd and 6 position before Lucero throws a dart right down the middle to number 9, who goes all the way to the 23-yard line. An unsportsmanlike penalty makes it the 37 instead, and on the next play, it is a toss play to number 5, who cuts back left across the field and would have picked up a first if it weren't for a holding call that now takes them from the 23 on back-to-back plays all the way back to the 47. Now, after a run for none and a delay of game and a run for 5, it is now 3rd and 18, and Lucero keeps the play alive. Once again, Littleton not bringing the blitz here and giving Lucero a lot of time to look downfield. They're covering everything before he eventually takes off and sets up 4th and 2. I think that Littleton at this point, they either have to rush him with more than 4, or they have to have a spy because he is terrorizing this team with his legs and just tucking when there's 7 defenders dropping back to defend the pass. And the Lions must have listened to my inside thoughts here because they send 6 on this 4th and 2 and give Lucero no time to think except for how hard he's going to get smacked to the turf on this turnover on downs. Now Littleton, they're on their own 32-yard line, and once again, Gabriel Munguia just dominating for this Bulldog squad with another tackle for loss before Sam Byers puts it on the top shelf for number 8, currently listed as Nishawn Harrison, very tall senior tight end here. he comes down with it and rumbles all the way to the Bulldog 34 as they claw, push, and tear at him before he eventually falls down. They then call a quarterback power that goes for nothing, and they will take a timeout with 5 minutes and 43 seconds left in the half. Now, a penalty and a handoff left goes ahead all the way to the 9-yard line. Chase just pistoning his legs, but he is slow to get up. Now, there's another handoff, but, after he gets to the line of scrimmage, it's really funny because Littleton's very own lineman kind of swings him forward for another 3 yards and, sets up 2nd and 2. And from the 2, 22 punches it in 2, which is too many 2s, and they set up for a 2-point attempt, but it would be too good to be true for 2. But they are still up 6-0 after that rushing touchdown from number 22 with 4 minutes and 51 seconds left in the first half. Now, Arvada, on their own 19, they have a few short runs before they are eventually at 3rd and 9, where they stick it to number 1 to the left for a first down. Now, there is a lot of players cramping up. The heat is definitely playing somewhat of a factor here, but it does appear to be affecting the Lions a little bit more than the Dogs here. So the Dogs, they're going to try and grind this drive out a little bit here, but that does not mean that they're not set up for big plays as Lucero drops back and off his back foot throws a prayer, and Jariah Ariano mosses the defender to get them into the red zone. And then just a couple plays later, Trevor Lucero rolls out right, plants his feet, and just throws an absolute dart to PJ Sierra here for a touchdown. The PAT is good, and it is 7-6 Arvada with 1:13 left. The Lions here, they'd come out, they'd have an ineligible player catch the ball with the penalty. They would then lose 5 and a down. They'd have a false start, and they would just, run this ball into halftime and call it good and try and come out with a more clear mind here. But out of the half, one of the worst possible case scenarios happens because the Lions are set to receive the kick, and the kick goes downfield, and no one picks it up until a Bulldog arrives, and they jump on the ball, giving Arvada the ball on the 24-yard line going in. They run the ball twice in a row, get a first down, and then Trevor Lucero rolls right, plants his feet, sets back, and throws to the back left corner where Ariano catches it in stride in the back left corner for the score. The PAT is good, and it's just 14-6, just like a minute or two in to this second half. Littleton, their own worst enemy with all of the penalties that they have this game, and then this silly turnover, it just seems like a lot of it should be avoidable. But let's see what the Lions have in them and if they could go ahead and claw it back. Because on this kickoff return, they do benefit from a few penalties like a late hit and an unsportsmanlike that result in a 30-yard penalty, putting the Lions in a great spot here. They hand off to Pruitt, who runs for a first. Then the next 2 runs are swallowed up, and it's 3rd and 8 on the 17-yard line. Now, on this, I'm in the back of the end zone. They are running a read option, and number 10, Sam Byers, the quarterback, keeps it and sprints ahead for the score. The 2-point try is swallowed up, and Littleton is down 12-14 with 8:39 in the third, but this is a huge drive by the Lions to keep their hopes alive. Now the Bulldogs, they're on the 38 to start this next one, and the Lions defense is tightening down a bit, forcing them on a 3rd and long here before Lucero finds one of his favorite targets here, Christian Lake, on a crosser here, who gets all the way to the other 36-yard line. The Lions defense holds stiff here, forcing a short run, and then a pass that is almost intercepted by Pruitt, and now they are staring down 3rd and 6. They throw a pass, and it is incomplete due to a highly contested, defense here. And on 4th and 6 with 6:28 here, Arvada will take a timeout and go for it eventually, but would be forced to give the ball back to the Lions here with a turnover on downs. Now, Littleton here on their own 29-yard line. They start slow, but they run a play action outright, and Sam Byers throws an absolute dime to number 25, who I believe is listed as Julian Engelbrecht on this roster at least, but he makes the catch and accelerates the rest of the way for Littleton's reclaiming of the lead. The 2-point conversion is good as the pass is batted, but still reeled in by number 8 over the middle, and it is 20-14 in this huge third quarter by Littleton. Now, Arvada has 5 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock, trying to get a gasp of air and some momentum here. And, they'll get a toss left for 3, but that'll kind of stall out here. And Lucero will have to drop back and try and complete a pass for a first down. He throws it to number 9, but very physical defense forces a drop, and the Bulldogs will have to punt. Now, Littleton on the 28, they have a couple of handoffs and a physical breaking of tackles later. It's first down on that second handoff. There's a gang tackle by the Bulldogs after the Lions pick up 4, and then Chase Pruitt on a quick pitch picks up a first. Run for nothing, toss left to 22, cuts it up and gets to the 18 despite the linebacker blitz. And then on the 18 going in, Arvada does not buy the fake toss. And number 12 from Arvada, who I want to say is listed as Jaden Jessop here, the junior who had 7 tackles on the night. He wraps up that play and does not get fooled on a good loss. And then a very physical quarterback draw gets mushed all the way to the 10-yard line and sets up 3rd and 2. There's a great play by Arvada to swallow up the defense, but Arvada will take a holding penalty, and with it being 4th down in 4th down territory, they push it back. But it doesn't matter as Sam Byers lobs it up to number 6, Omani Johnson, who just catches it on his head, coming down with a heck of a moss in double coverage to put the Lions up 26-14. The first 2-point attempt is no good, but a roughing the passer call gives the Lions another chance, and they convert, taking a serious 28-14 lead at the dawn of the fourth quarter, and the crowd is loving it, and the band is giving the vibes here at LPS, and the Bulldogs are not feeling great about being down by 14 points to start this fourth quarter. But Arvada does start their drive by getting sacked by number 50, James Horton here, who forces 2nd and 15. But Lucero gets his get back here, makes 50 miss on a run, setting up a 3rd and 2. Now, after an overthrow on 3rd down, it is 4th and 2, and in the trilogy of back and forth between Trevor and number 50, once again, James here, he gets to the ball carrier and forces a turnover on downs. Now, Littleton, they're on their 23. They hand off right, and number 5 from Arvada strips it, and number 3 is the one who lands on it. So you got Gabriel Munguia on the strip, and then landing on the football is Jessop. So huge play here for Arvada to get the ball back and get in scoring territory. Now, while they have an overthrow on the very first play, there is a roughing the passer call that puts the Dogs in the red zone. They have a rollout right that goes incomplete. They have a run that's short, and now it's 3rd and 13 at the 18-yard line. They overthrow a crosser, and this is dire for Arvada right now. Lucero on 4th down buys time and throws it up to Ariano, who has solid position, but Chase recovers exceptionally well and breaks up the pass for a turnover on downs. Now, Littleton, they go 3 and out on this next drive, and Arvada down by 2 touchdowns with 6 minutes and 11 seconds and sour tudes on the sideline. Will they be able to do something and turn this into a ball game? Well, just ask Trevor, who buys time and finds number 4 here on a pretty big play for a first down, and he gets pretty far, Brandon Martinez that is, before he gets stripped, but luckily his teammate number 9 is there to fall on the football and give them the ball on the 41. Littleton takes a timeout, and the Lions band plays the intro of Pretty Fly for a White Guy, which was, it had me pretty weak, I'm not going to lie, but it was really crisp, and I do love the band here. On 1st and 10, the adjustment seems to do something as Arvada does throw an incomplete pass, and then a bad snap happens on 2nd down, but Lucero somehow recovers it and still gets positive 6 yards. Now on 3rd and 4, they do a handoff, and this will pick up a first down before a check down that goes for nothing. Lucero scrambles and gets a first down all the way to the 16-yard line. And after a few incompletions and a penalty, it is now 3rd and 15 on the 21-yard line. Before a great flood design to the right, they dump it off to the tailback, who sprints ahead with all of those blockers from the flood right ahead of him and gets all the way to 4th and inches. On 4th down, the Dogs convert with a pass to PJ Sierra, who scores, and after a successful PAT, they are only down 28-21 with 3 minutes and 57 seconds left here. Now Littleton, they begin on the 32, they have a run for 3, and then a bludgeoning run from Pruitt that sets up 3rd and real short. Now on 1st down, Littleton gets a huge play by 22 to tuck inside and just get the first. And after a 5-yard run, Arvada is forced to take a timeout with 1:32 to go. The Lions are about midfield. They have another short run, and now it's 3rd and 4 before a toss right gets stopped for 4th and a long one. Arvada uses another timeout with 48 seconds here, and with Littleton on the 46 going in, they get a first down and they will win, or if they punt it, they get a pin. They try to go for it before they have a false start, and now on 4th and 6, they punt, and Arvada has 85 yards to go and 38 seconds to do it. So here we go here as Arvada surprises Littleton here with a run left for 6 yards. And then with 15 seconds left on the 48-yard line, Lucero hucks it downfield, and it is intercepted by number 22, Littleton. And they will walk up. Wait. Oh, there's mustard on the lettuce here. And a defensive holding penalty gives the Dogs a second chance with 7 seconds on the 42 going in. Lucero, under pressure, loads up and lets it fly. And number 1, Junior Aragon, catches it with 0 on the clock, and it is 27-28. And initially, Arvada lines up for 2, and Littleton uses a timeout before they kick a PAT and send the game to overtime. Side note, both receivers got by both of the Lions defenders, even though it's an obvious Hail Mary situation, and there's only 2 defenders at the end zone. I don't know what was going on in between the ears of this Lions coaching staff to not have a prevent defense called. But, oh man, this would have saved them a lot of stress here as this game goes into overtime, and Arvada will start with it in first overtime. You heard that right. The stands are going absolutely crazy, and this is just the beginning of basically a new game here, 28-28, heading into overtime. Arvada to start with an incompletion, and then on the next play, Chase levels the receiver, but at the cost of his own health. He's been on and off the field like crazy. Another incompletion sets up 3rd and 10. They have a screen that gets to about the 3-yard line, and Arvada, they're going to go for the field goal in this first overtime, and the kick is going to be blocked by number 50 for Littleton. James Horton here, keeping the game alive. Granted, the Lions would have a chance to respond anyway, but what a huge play for the Lions here. Now, on their 10 going in, obviously, there's a huge tackle for loss on a read option. Shout out to number 3 for the Bulldogs, who I think is Jessop, if I remember correctly, who makes a huge tackle for loss. And then on 2nd and 13, there's a run for nothing. And after 2 incompletions, we're heading into second overtime here. Arvada, second overtime. My phone is dying at this time. I'm holding my breath, just trying to get through this game. And yeah, it's just nuts. The stands are super loud, and it is super intense. Honestly, one of the best games that I have seen. And so in second overtime, Arvada will start again. They have an incompletion before they have a short throw to Munguia, who gets down at the 6. And then after an incompletion on 3rd down, 4th and 6 is set up here. Arvada once again trying to put the Lions in a hole. And Lucero gets sacked here by the Lions, and it will give Littleton the ball once again. And they start off on fire here. 1st and 10, they have a run for 6. And so now it's 2nd and 4 before getting stuffed. And then there's a huge sack by number 9, Christian Lake, on this Arvada team. And on 4th and 10, the Lions will not convert. And we will head to third overtime. And I will turn to my iPad for the remainder of my notes because my phone had 1% by this point in the game. With the tipped ball that doesn't land in the hands of a Lion, it is going to be the Bulldogs' third chance here in triple overtime. And on this very first play, they have a run to the 3, so about 7 yards, and then another 1.5 yards where they are on the half-yard line. And on 3rd and 0.5 yard, they are under center, snaps it to Trevor Lucero, who just breaks left and breaks the plane for the touchdown. And afterwards, they just kick the PAT, making it 35-28 here. Now, Littleton, whose kicker, by the way, is injured, has a chance to not only, score here and respond, but with the 2-point attempt that they are going to have to take, this will decide the game either way. So, Littleton at the 10. The quarterback recovers a bad snap and miraculously picks up 4. And then on 2nd down, they throw a swing pass and get all the way to the 1-yard line. And on 3rd and 1, they try and run the ball. But number 79 for Arvada comes up huge here and comes up with a tackle for loss. And now with 4th and 4 and the game on the line, Arvada takes a timeout here. And so Littleton, they come out in the gun, snap, looks right, throws over the middle, and incomplete. Arvada wins 35-28 after a long game. I mean, obviously you had great performances from both of these squads. Just want to give a shout out to this very solid sophomore core of Lions here. Chase Pruitt, Sam Byers, and Omani Johnson. They all played exceptionally well. You had a bevy of players in the 50s. Number 50, James Horton, had a good game. Number 57, Colin Gerber, had a good game. He's a senior player. And yeah, their offensive line were able to make plays at times. And then number 22, the tailback, also had himself a solid game. But not to be overshadowed by the Bulldogs here. Gabriel Munguia had himself a great game, leading the Dogs in tackles with 14, including 2 for loss. Brandon Martinez had 2 for loss himself. Christian Lake had 1 for loss, and these are only the listed stats. I think that, it's a little bit different. PJ Sierra had an interception, as well as 2 of those receiving touchdowns. Jariah Ariano, who just a week ago was a Playmaker of the Week, had himself a touchdown as well. Junior Aragon obviously caught the touchdown that sent this game into overtime, which was absolutely massive. And Trevor Lucero, through thick and thin here, throws for 327 yards, runs for another 100 yards, and has all 5 touchdowns from the Bulldogs are at the hands of Trevor Lucero, as the Bulldogs get a huge win here and are on the cusp of making the top 10 in our power rankings heading forward.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Gino Vigil, and on this week of the Playmakers Corner podcast, I will be guiding you through what happened in the Week 2 games for 2A. We got a lot of exciting games to talk about, so let's not waste any time and go ahead and get right into the recap. In our first Thursday game, we had our Thursday night game of the week between Arvada and Littleton, where Arvada took down Littleton 35-28 in a triple OT thriller behind yet another big game from Trevor Lucero, as he goes 20 for 36 with 327 yards and a 4-2 touchdown interception ratio through the air. And he also had 100 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Gabriel Mongoya did it all with 14 carries and 90 yards, plus he had 4 catches, 25 yards, and then on defense he had 14 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. For receivers, you had Christian Lake, who got 4 catches, 113 yards, plus a sack and 9 tackles on defense. And then PJ Sierra caught 2 touchdowns. He also had an interception on defense. And then Jariah Ariano goes 2 catches, 54 yards, and a touchdown to make it 6 on the year for him. On offense and defense, you had Yahin Villegas, who had 5 pancake blocks. And then on defense, he had 8 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. Also on defense, you had Brandon Martinez with 11 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. And then on offense for him, he had 37 yards receiving. Next week, Arvada will take on Englewood, and that should be another exciting game for them. And Cody will have the full recap on this crazy game, and you'll get an actual in-depth look into how that one played out. Our next Thursday game, we have Englewood putting up 28 in their first quarter of the season as they move on to 1-0 after beating Sheridan 49-14. For Englewood, you had Carson Campbell, who had a great game, going 5 for 5, 200 yards and 5 touchdowns. All 5 completions were a touchdown. You had 4 different receivers with a touchdown, those being Romeo Gonzalez, who had 2, Dane Quintana, Dominic Deaver, and Jace Pranti. Deion Johnson added 2 rushing touchdowns on the ground as well. We didn't get any stats for defense for Englewood. Moving on now, we had Wells Central fall to Platte Valley by a score of 22-13. Unfortunately, we didn't get any stats for either team for that game. In our last Thursday night matchup, we had Brush go to OT again, this time pulling out the W over 3A Fort Morgan by a score of 20-17. Unfortunately, we didn't get any stats for Brush, but you can check out Fort Morgan's stats in Gideon's 3A recap. Now moving on to the Friday games. In our first Friday game, we had a very big game between the number 6 in our power rankings, Basalt, convincingly beat a tough number 8 in our 1A ranking, Buena Vista, by a score of 33-14. Basalt's defense held Eli Schuknecht, who had a huge first couple of weeks, to only 40 yards on 12 carries and no touchdowns. On offense for Basalt, you had Noah Johnston, who struggled a bit this week throwing the ball, going 4 for 11 for only 45 yards, but he led the team with 9 tackles on defense to help offset that. Also on defense, you had Paul Schneck go 2 tackles for loss and a sack. And then Gage Balderson had a good all-around game, getting 2 interceptions on defense. And then he went 3 for 4 on PATs, 6 kickoffs, and 1 touchback. On offense, the story was the run game for Basalt, namely the 1-2 punch of Will Tarallo and William Daniel. William Daniel had 20 carries, 122 yards, and 2 touchdowns this week, plus 6 tackles on defense. He has definitely been a force this year. And then for Will Tarallo, he continued to dominate with 23 carries, 162 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Plus, he added a 35-yard touchdown pass and 3 tackles on defense. Just doing everything for Basalt. They really are one of the top running back duos in the state, and definitely a team and a couple of players to keep your eyes on. For Basalt, they got a bye next week, but their next game is on September 15th against Glenwood Springs in what should be a tough matchup. Buena Vista's game will be covered in Cody's 1A recap if you want to check out how they did in this game. In our next Friday game, we have Florence, who is shut out by the number 10 in our 1A ranking, Centauri, by a score of 13-0. There really wasn't much going for Florence on offense at all, but on defense, they had 7.5 tackles for loss, with 3 of them going to Gunnar Busetti to go with his 9 tackles and a sack, and 2 going to Tanner Rass to go with his 8 tackles. Daniel Gomez Garcia also added an interception on defense. And Cody will have the stats for Centauri in his 1A recap if you want to check that out. For Florence, they will head to Pagosa Springs next week, where both teams will be trying to get back in the win column. Coming up next, we had the number 7 in our 1A power rankings, Rye, start out their season very strong with a 27-12 win over a tough Manitou Springs squad. Unfortunately, we didn't get any stats for Manitou, but we got some intel that some of their key players on the offensive line were out with COVID, so that's something to keep in mind. If you want to check out Rye's stats for the game, go ahead and listen to Cody's 1A recap. And Manitou Springs will try and bounce back against Rocky Ford next week in a game that they should win. Next, we had a really close game in which the 2025 watch list kicker Alex Kolzak nails a game-winning field goal for Timnath as time expires, where Timnath beats the Academy by a score of 25-22. Kolzak also had a touchback, a punt inside the 20, and he went 2 for 2 on PATs and 3 for 4 on field goals. He was really important for them on offense, there's no doubt about it. And then on defense for Timnath, you had sophomore Jack Nackstead had a sack and then an interception, and Meyer Braden also had a sack. And then it was a massive game from the Hochshalter brothers, as junior Vince Hochshalter had 17 tackles, a forced fumble on defense, and then on offense he added 32 carries and 125 yards and a touchdown. And then his little brother, freshman Yvonne, added an interception as well. We didn't get any stats for the academy for this game, unfortunately. Timnath will be headed to Broomfield next week, where they will be taking on Prospect Ridge on Thursday. In our next game, we had a really good game in which University takes down Eaton by a score of 20-6. For Eaton, the story was 4 interceptions from Connor Davey and only 35 yards on 19 carries on offense. So it was really a rough game on offense again from them. And if they want any sort of chance of repeating their state championship from last season, they're really going to have to tighten up some loose screws on offense. And we didn't get any defensive stats for Eaton. Now, pushing it over to University, we had Caleb Tejada, who was all over the field as he caught all 4 interceptions for University. Definitely keep an eye out for him for Player of the Week honors here for Week 2. On defense, you had Giovanni De Santiago, who led the team with 8 tackles and 4 tackles for loss. You also had Schminke go 5 tackles and a sack, and freshman Connor Simmons also added 2 tackles for loss. Then on offense, you had junior Brevin Doss. He was used both in the pass game and the run game. He logged 9 carries, 58 yards, and a touchdown on the ground to go with 5 catches, 127 yards, and another touchdown through the air. University's next game will be on December 15th at Elizabeth in what will be a big test for both squads as they are both top 10 in our rankings. And then you'll have Eaton, who is looking to get their first W on the season, as next Saturday they will be playing Platte Valley, in what should be a good opportunity for them to bounce back. Moving on now, we have Bayfield, who was beaten by Aztec, a 4A from New Mexico, in a close game, 28-22. We didn't get any stats, unfortunately, for Bayfield, but they will be taking on Moffat County next Saturday in their first matchup of the year against a in-state squad here in Colorado. Moving on now, we had Rifle, who dominated Montezuma Cortez by a score of 47-6 in their first game of the year, behind Logan Gross's 116 yards passing, 118 yards rushing, and 3 total touchdowns. You also had Troy Matea put up a 3-sack effort to help anchor the Rifle defense, with Gabe McGregor also getting a sack. Also for Rifle, you had Isaac Valencia, who had a great game on both sides, getting a sack and a pick-6 on defense. And he also added 5 carries and 68 yards and a touchdown on offense. In the backfield for Rifle, they had 6 total interceptions, with 3 of them going to Sterling Cook. Kicker Jesus Martinez had 4 touchbacks, and he led the team with 9 tackles. Rifle will be taking on a tough 3A squad next week in Glenwood Springs at Glenwood Springs, so that should be a really good game to keep your eyes on. And then Cortez will be hosting New Mexico's 4A school Kirtland Central to try and get their first win on the year. In our next game, we have Prospect Ridge Academy get blown out by Forge Christian in their first game of the year by a score of 59-0. There really wasn't much going for Prospect Ridge on either side as they failed to score, and they allowed 310 yards on only 18 carries on defense. 16 carries, excuse me. For Forge Christian, you had Dante Vigil and underclassmen Quentin Torres and Trayson I, who all had multiple rushing touchdowns on the game. Dante Vigil himself had 170 yards on a ridiculous 7 carries with 3 touchdowns. And Quentin Torres went 2 for 2 with 2 touchdowns on 2 carries and 105 yards. With 8 sacks on defense, 3 of them going to sophomore Sebastian Still and 2 going to junior Hunter Hall, who also had a block punt. Just a all-around really good game for Forge Christian, and definitely Prospect Ridge is going to want to work on a lot of things, that's for sure. Prospect Ridge will be hosting Timnath next Thursday, and Forge Christian will be hosting Devlin next Friday. Next up, we have Sterling, who is now in the win column with a 28-8 win over Bennett. We didn't get any stats for Sterling, unfortunately, but for Bennett, you had 62 carries and only 8 pass attempts, and I think only 3 pass completions. Again, I said this last week, I really want to see a better pass game from them. If they even want to be in playoffs this year, clearly the run game isn't going to be doing it. For Bennett, you had Aaron Driggs, who was 3rd on the team with carries, but still had 17 nonetheless for 85 yards. You had Cougar Kronk with another ton of carries, 24, 108 yards, and then on defense, he had 3 pass deflections. Sterling has a tough game coming up next Friday against Wellington at home, And then Bennett will host a great 1A team in Banning Lewis after their bye next week on September the 15th. In another Friday game, we have Alamosa, who falls to 0-2 after losing to Gunnison by a score of 23-14. In another game for Alamosa, where Dyson Woodward was the one controlling the offense as he completed 11 of 28 attempts for 211 yards, and he led the team in carries with 12 to go with 112 yards rushing. Also for Alamosa, you had Brent Jackson get 4 catches, 121 yards, and a touchdown. On defense, they had 10 tackles for loss as a team. RJ Mice, 9 tackles, an interception, 2 tackles for loss, and he added a rushing touchdown on offense as well. And then Alamosa next week will be traveling to Colorado Springs to take on a tough TCA squad next Friday. In our next game, we have Moffat County shut out Steamboat Springs by a score of 33-0. Now, we didn't get any stats for Steamboat Springs, but for Moffat County, it was a big-time defensive effort as they had 12 tackles for loss as a team. Ian Champ-Hafey got 2 sacks and a fumble recovery, while Jordan Anderson also adds a sack. Champ-Hafey also had a receiving touchdown on offense, so a good all-around game for him. Clayton Vandersloos, Ethan Schaff, Adam DeLay, and Champ-Hafey all had multiple tackles for loss. On offense, they were led by Zachary Heedman, who had 146 yards on 16 carries and 3 rushing touchdowns. Moffat County next week will be taking on Bayfield next Saturday at home. Steamboat Springs will also be at home next week, taking on Middle Park next Friday. Moving on now, we have Grand Valley, who falls to Cedar Ridge, who's a 1A squad, 31-8. For Grand Valley, you had Andrew Horner struggling to pass the ball, going 6 for 11, 53 yards, and 2 interceptions and no touchdowns, but he rushed the ball pretty well, going 9 carries and 72 yards and a touchdown. They ran the ball well, Grand Valley, 6 different players getting a carry. Still not super encouraging, though. For them, Grand Valley, they'll be traveling to North Fork next Saturday. Next, we have Wellington, who moves to 2-0 after beating Highland 29-12. Cash Altschwager returns to action, putting up 77 yards and 13 yards receiving with a touchdown on offense in his first game of the year. We didn't get any defensive stats from him. I don't know if that's because he was just playing one side or what, but that's just what happened. And then we have QB Will Gray, who ran the ball well this week with 19 carries, 159 yards, and 2 touchdowns to go along with another 2 touchdowns passing. Sophomore Julius Olivo had 2 sacks, and sophomore Tyler Schaefer had an interception. Wellington will travel to Sterling next Friday in what should be a tougher matchup. Now we have the number 3 in our power rankings. Berthoud shut out Valley by a score of 41-0, and they are still yet to give up any points this year. Berthoud was hitting Valley from all sides as Darren Davidson puts up 12 for 19 for 239 yards and 3 touchdowns passing, and they also added another 249 yards on the ground as a team. Also for Berthoud, you had Alex Larson get 12 carries, 69 yards, and a touchdown, and Cole Bialek added 11 carries and 123 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns this week. Bialik also had a great game on defense where he put up 7 tackles and a sack to go with his great game running the ball. For Valley, you had Marcus Van Pelt-Morance get 16 carries for 64 yards on offense, and on defense he added 8 tackles, a tackle for loss, and a forced fumble. Valley actually forced 3 fumbles this game and secured 2 of them. So good job for them there. Berthoud will get their first true test next week as they take on a top 10 3A squad in Thompson Valley at home. And then Valley's got an away game against Fort Lupton on the 15th after their bye. Next we have Woodland Park, who is shut out by Salida 16-0 as Salida enters the win column for the first time this year. We didn't get any stats for Salida, but on Woodland Park's side, you had them use 2 QBs, Wyatt Stimmitz, who went 8 for 15 with 2 picks, and Marcus Schoenberger, who went 7 for 12 for 62 yards and no touchdowns or interceptions. They still haven't scored this year. Pretty concerning, honestly. But Woodland Park will have a bye next week and then a home game against Florence on the 15th. And then Salida will have a tough game next week against Rye next Friday at home. Next, we have the number 8 in our 2A rankings, the Classical Academy, who dominated 3A Harrison 56-6 as they add to their great start to the year. Andrew Brown turned it around this week, going 10 for 14, 183 yards, and 4 passing touchdowns. Riley Romine had 10 carries, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns rushing, and a tackle for loss on defense. You also had 4 different receivers who caught a touchdown here for the Classical Academy. And then on defense, you had Gabriel Wright, who had 11 tackles, and Luke Megan, who had 4 tackles for loss to go with 7 tackles. Sophomore kicker Kai Veronin went 8 for 8 on PATs and 4 touchbacks. Amazing game from him. Now we have Elizabeth, who turned it on in the second half as they beat Burlington 33-12. Elizabeth and Burlington were tied at 6 at the half in this game, but they ended up cleaning things up in the second half to get the win. Cooper Connolly followed up his massive performance last week with 6 tackles and 90 yards rushing this week. You also had Cash Randall for Elizabeth, who was huge for them this week, getting 174 yards and 3 touchdowns on only 6 carries. Very efficient, awesome game from him. And then on defense, he also added 3 tackles and a fumble recovery. For receivers, you had Malachi Marisol lead all receivers in receptions and yards, getting 4 receptions, 85 yards, and a touchdown. Next week, Elizabeth will be taking on the Academy on Saturday. That should be a good game as well. In our last of the Friday games, we have the number 1 in our power rankings, Delta, get yet another commanding win over Eagle Valley, who's a 3A squad, by a score of 49-6. Ty Reed was the story for them, one of the stories for them, as he goes 7 for 12, 138 yards through the air with 3 passing touchdowns, and then he also added a rushing touchdown as well. Then you had Giovanni Romero, who got the bulk of the carries again in Asai Carrillo's absence, going 118 yards on 18 carries. For receivers, you had Clayton Cryer get 2 receptions, 57 yards, and 2 touchdowns. On defense, you had Big Tucker Johnson with another great game, getting 9 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. In the backfield, you had Brett Leho get 2 interceptions. And then for kicking, you had Luis Ortiz go 7 for 7 on PATs. Next week, Delta will be playing Palisade at home on Friday. Now moving on to the Saturday games, we have Denver West move on to 1-0 as they defeat Manual by a score of 40-36. That was definitely a shootout game. Unfortunately, we didn't get any stats for Denver West on offense, but on defense, you had a couple playmakers, with Alexander Ramon getting 2.5 sacks on 5 tackles. You had Donovan Garcia, also with 7 tackles and 2.5 tackles for loss. You had Ahmed Hussein, who led the team with 9 tackles and 3 tackles for loss. Next week, Denver West has Lincoln on Thursday at Lincoln. Moving on now, we have Lamar, who beat Fort Lupton by a score of 14-7, and they move on to 2-0 on the year. We didn't get any stats for Lamar, unfortunately, but for Fort Lupton, you had Royce Guerrero, who struggled passing the ball this week. Pretty bad. 7 for 25, 4 interceptions, and only 1 touchdown. And really, the 4 picks made all the difference as both Lamar's touchdowns were scored after turnovers. The interception specifically. But on defense, you have 5 players with multiple tackles for loss. So that's definitely encouraging on defense. Next week for Lamar, they got a bye, but they will be taking on Burlington on the 15th. And then for Fort Lupton, they will be playing Weld Central next Friday. In our last game for 2A of the week, we have the number 8 in our power rankings, La Junta, who beat Pagosa Springs by a score of 22-6. Pagosa Springs didn't run or pass the ball particularly well this week, but Gavin Lindahl, he got 92 yards and a touchdown on 23 carries, and Harley Armijo with 12 tackles, and Seth Ziegler also had 10 tackles. We didn't get any offense or defensive stats for La Junta.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. I'm Gideon, and once more, I'm going to be taking you through the 3A classification in Week 2. I'm going to go through all of the games that occurred in 3A this week. If there is a cross-classification game, then I will go over the 3A side of it, statistically at least. And yeah, we'll take a look at what happened. So first, we have Arvada and Littleton. We have Arvada actually coming on top here, 35-28. Listen to Cody's recap of that one, because that one ended in, I believe, triple overtime. but Littleton has not entered their stats for that game yet, so we have a little bit to go when it comes to being able to accurately report on that. But it seems that Littleton did put up a good fight for what is honestly a pretty darn young team. Next up, we have Adams City versus Riverdale Ridge. Riverdale Ridge ended up coming out on top 63-0 on top of the Eagles. Yeah, you kind of feel bad for Adams City at this point. For a 5-8 team, that's just not good. Those are gateway numbers. But for Riverdale Ridge, when we're looking at the stats, you have Isaiah Medina, the junior quarterback, 9 of 11 on passing, 81, almost 82% completion percentage, 217 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, and a 161.9 QBR. You also have Joseph Snell, backup quarterback. He went 2 for 2 for 41 yards, 137.5 passing rating. Medina, he also had 2 rushing yards for a touchdown. You also have Diego Galvin for 68 yards and a touchdown, and McKinley Jones for 36 yards and 2 scores on the ground. Receiving, we see that leading the receiver core, we have Jay Otanez with 84 yards and a tutty, Diego Galvin, again, 56 yards and a touchdown, and Marcus McFadden, 51 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jeter MacArthur had 22 yards. And then also we have Braden Flathers, hope I'm saying that right, with 41 yards. On defense, we don't really have tackles in yet, but it looks like Grayson Mommons had a forced fumble. Caden Trujillo, the senior, had 2 interceptions. Jack Talley also had a forced fumble, and then Raymond Ross and Lancaster both had a fumble recovery. So, looks like this was a pretty solid game from Riverdale Ridge, continuing to beat the expectations we had set for them in the preseason. So good job there, Riverdale Ridge. Next up, we have George Washington and Falcon. George Washington would lose this one 27-12. And looking at the box score for this, George Washington has not entered any stats yet, so we can't go over that. But that's kind of disappointing for the Patriots. Next up, we have Thompson Valley and Summit. Now, neither team has released their stats yet, but looking at it, this was a pretty solid matchup. I do have Thompson Valley ranked, I believe, either 5th or 6th, so that's going to be a team to continue watching as we go on. Next up, we have Pueblo Central versus Pueblo East. Now, I believe Pueblo Central hasn't entered stats yet. If they had, I would potentially consider one of their guys for Playmaker of the Week. But looking at Pueblo East, now the final score of this one, Pueblo Central came out on top 20-14. This propels them into my personal top 10 at that 10 spot. But for the Eagles, Dolphka Lewis, the freshman, 3 for 9 on passing for 43 yards. And then Dominic Sierra, not as good this week as he was last week, only 1 for 7 for 16 yards and an interception. Rushing, we have Gabriel Garcia leading the way, the senior, for 63 yards. Then we have Dolphka Lewis again, 40 yards on the ground. Dominic Sierra for 40 yards rushing and a touchdown. Isaiah Garcia with 9, and Isaiah Trujillo with 1 rush yard, but a touchdown in that yard. Receiving, we have Isaiah Trujillo, again, 24 receiving yards, Paki Amaro with 20, and MJ Delgado with 15. Then defensively, Damian Alier, with 2 pass deflections, and then Kenny Madrid with a fumble recovery for 4 yards. Dylan Cooper, again, continues to impress as a freshman kicker, so 2 for 2 on PATs there. But, Pueblo East would drop this matchup, so they're going to have to do some work next week to try to recover there. Then we have Frederick and Monarch. Frederick has not input stats for this game yet. They did lose this one 30-23, but against a solid team like Monarch, that's actually a little bit better than I was expecting. because I mean, I know that Monarchs quarterback is injured, but you're looking at still a pretty solid team. Owen Mellish, who, I mean, he was carving him up, 108 receiving yards, and but honestly feeling pretty good about Monarch. But Frederick, yeah, just no stats yet, so I can't really comment on much that they did during that matchup. Then we have Brush beating Fort Morgan 20-17. Fort Morgan, they've got the quarterback J.J. Marquez, who I'm a real fan of. He went 8 for 25 during this game for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rushing, we have Samson Ortega, the junior, for 66 yards. J.J. Marquez, he had 30. And then the only other positive rusher was Trey Romero, the junior, with 7 yards. Receiving, Langford was the main contributor there with 72 yards. It doesn't say who caught the touchdowns here, unfortunately. But then also you have Angel Lopez for 34 yards on 3 receptions, and Samson Ortega with 1 reception for 11 yards. No defensive stats or anything, but honestly it looks like Fort Morgan put up a hell of a fight here. Haven't seen the game film of this one, so I'm not really sure who this loss is on at the end of the day, but it does look like they put up a hell of a fight against a pretty solid Brush team. Yeah, so it was a turnover on downs in the last minute. That's not good. Brush had the ball on Fort Morgan's 10-yard line, so all you needed there was a first down, and with under a minute left in overtime, and you could have closed out this game. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes, but hopefully good luck to Fort Morgan next week. And then finally we have Niwot against Thornton. Niwot would come out on top 29-14. Niwot hasn't put in any stats yet. Thornton has, but all around continuing to impress me is that Longmont squad there. On to the Friday games. We have a very impressive set of matchups. So, first of all, we have Lewis Palmer beating Coronado 51-12, which is pretty insane to me. Lewis Palmer, you have Kenton Kenley, the senior quarterback, 5 for 6 on passing for 55 yards and a tutty, 149.3 passing rating. Pretty solid from him there. Kenley also had 3 rushing yards, but the most impressive player for me in this one is Luke DeBoer. He had 119 rush yards, which is pretty solid, but not amazing. But then he had 5 rushing touchdowns during this one. You also have Nathan Unks with 77 rush yards, Jaden Pagano with 47, and then Mason Martin with 11. Receiving, Evan Westfall with 35 receiving yards and a touchdown. Jared Moore with 8 receiving yards, and then you also have James Lee Kelly Cannon here with 1 reception for 12 yards. Defensively, they don't have tackles yet, but they do have Will Pinton's fumble recovery for 28 yards and Caden Ainsley's interception. So it's looking like, personally at least, Lewis Palmer might be a sleeper playoff team. I mean, Coronado's Coronado, but being able to get that type of win over a 4A squad is really good. And I will take Luke DeBoer's performance there into consideration for Playmaker of the Week. Then we have Lincoln facing Holyoke there. Not a pretty game by the Lancers. Holyoke blows out Lincoln 51-0 there, which is not good at all, if I'm being completely honest with you there. And then, there are no stats for Lincoln or Holyoke in this game so far, but yeah, that's just not good when you're looking at a Lincoln squad. Then we have Meade facing off against Lutheran here. which honestly, this is a game that I was looking at as one of the potential games of the week. Now, Meade has not entered stats yet, but Lutheran certainly has, and Riken Doggard has continued to impress. 23 for 38, passing for 308 yards and 3 touchdowns. He also had 97 rush yards. Also on that team, you have Cole Johnson for 48 rush yards and Sawyer Wald for 36 rush yards and a touchdown. Receiving, Joe Sissio, as expected, 77 yards and a touchdown. Ben Herbeck, the junior, coming in here, 139 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then Tegan McNellis, the senior, 68 receiving yards. So pretty solid all around there. Mason Kelly with an interception. Samuel Smullen doing what's expected, averaging 52 yards on his kickoffs here. 6 for 313 and a touchback. And then Smullen, again, 2 punts for 90 yards, 45 yards on average there. About as well as you could expect this Lutheran team to be doing. Riken Doggard, instant Playmaker of the Week contention there against another team that's expecting to go to the playoffs. Glenwood Springs, 26, Conifer, 8. Conifer is the only team of these two that's entered stats so far. Jackson Kosar, 1 pass attempt but didn't complete it. And then Wyatt Nichols, the normal quarterback, 9 for 24 on passing for 68 yards and a touchdown. Not great, if I'm being honest with you. Rushing, we have Wyatt Nichols with 56 yards. Longest is 9, though, so that's not great. Carson Payer, the junior, 47 yards rushing. And, then we have Wolanski with 39 rushing yards. Receiving, you know it's bad when your lead receiver is your tight end. Now, granted, Grady Forsyth is one of, if not the best, tight ends in the state, but he has 35 receiving yards and a touchdown in this one. And Benson White, the only other receiver with over 10 yards, with 27 receiving yards. Tackles-wise, Forsyth at the top here with 11, Wolanski with 9, Benson White with 8, Cam Sadowski with 7, and then Pearson Michael and Carson Payer with 4 each. Forsyth, Evan Moore, and Austin Cook each had a sack, and then Jack Hughes had a hurry. Jacob Ryan, Jackson Kosar, and Dylan Tracy all had pass deflections. And then Damian Simpson, 3 kickoffs for 105 yards. All around, pretty okay game from Conifer. Forsyth, by the way, he also had the conversion for Conifer in this game. So Forsyth seems to be an early contender for Defensive Playmaker of the Year, but Conifer drops a really tough one here. And Glenwood picks up a really solid win. Really needed that to launch themselves into my personal top 10 at least. Then we have Discovery Canyon topping Pueblo South 25-16. There are no stats for this one yet, so we'll be moving on to the next matchup, which is Green Mountain versus Severance. Now, Severance has not entered stats as of when I'm recording this, which is on Sunday, September 3rd. But Green Mountain, Blake Wesleyan, 6 for 12 for 52 yards, passing that is. Rushing, Blake Wesleyan had 117 yards and a touchdown. Noel Dackers, 95 yards and a tutty. Polignon, he had 55 yards and a touchdown, and then Padilla, 29 yards. Finally, Max Shaban, 19 yards and a score. Receiving, Shaban was the main receiver, and the only other guy with the double-digit yardage receiving is Dax Gomez. Then when we are looking at PATs, we see the senior Brady Wilder 4 for 4 on PATs, 0 for 1 on field goals though, and they have not really entered defensive stats, but all around solid game by Green Mountain to keep themselves in that contenders conversation. Next up, we have Northridge and Evergreen. Northridge coming out on top here, 48-6. Now, Evergreen has not entered their defensive stats yet, but both teams have entered offensive stats. So, looking at it, passing, Justin Thill from Northridge, 12 for 18 for 169 yards and 2 touchdowns. You got Wiggins from Evergreen trying to step into Tommy Paholski's shoes. Garrison Wiggins, that is. He went 12 for 24 for 79 yards. Rushing, when we're looking at this UC, you got Braden Asmus with 68 yards for Northridge. But the real star of the show tonight was Raul Gallegos, 33 carries for 171 yards and 4 touchdowns. Then you also have Justin Thrill for 24 rushing yards. On the Evergreen side of things, Jace Jody was your main guy, 45 rush yards. Hudson Stieber, the junior, 16 rush yards. And then James Morrow, the freshman, with 12. Receiving, when we are looking at Northridge, you got Braden Asmus, 103 receiving yards for a touchdown. Caden Brink, 26 receiving yards and a tutty. Sage Olson with 19, and Wyatt Hill, the sophomore, with 14. Receiving for Evergreen, you have Josh Bittner for 19 yards, Dylan Alvarado for 16, and Jace Jody for 15. Going down to defense, we see McKnight for Northridge, 9 tackles. Sage Olson for 8. Raul Gallegos and Dallin Bursell for 5 each. Caden Brink and De La Cruz for 4 tackles. So Raul Gallegos, he has inserted himself into the Playmaker of the Week conversation. So all-around solid job from Northridge here. Then you also have Dylan Phipps, who I may have to consider for a watch list kicker spot, 5 for 5 on PATs during this game against a traditionally stronger defense in the Evergreen Cougars. So, solid game there. Looking at the next matchup, Mountain View versus Loveland. Mountain View 7, Loveland 28. Not great, if I'm being honest. But looking at the score, neither team has input stats here, so we're going to be moving on to the next matchup, which is the Classical Academy versus Harrison. Harrison would lose here in a blowout, 6-56, but they have input stats, so we'll take a look at the best performers for the Panthers here. So, Brendan Chacon Martinez was the quarterback for the Harrison Panthers in this one, and you see a 1 for 7 for 13 yards and an interception, and 1 rushing yard. So that's not exactly great. But Jazari Spencer, the senior, 58 rush yards and a touchdown. Philip Pogue, 23 rush yards, and Johnny Valdez for 7. No receiving yards have been entered for Harrison, so not sure who got those 13 receiving yards, but heading down to the defense, we see Genoa Brown with 7 tackles, Jazari Spencer with 6 and a tackle for loss, Pogue with 4 and a tackle for loss, Jose Leon with 4 and a tackle for loss, and then also Sammy Keenan for 4 and a tackle for loss. Johnny Valdez for 3 tackles, Lorenzo Nuia, 3 tackles as well, Nemia Thompson, 2 tackles and 1 for loss, and then Darian Marion and Martinez each also have 2 tackles here. So all around, it looks like Harrison... and then Pogue and Spencer shared a sack for 5 yards. So all around... and then Darian Marion also had 3 kickoff returns for 98 yards. So his longest was 51. So pretty solid job from him there. But all around, this was not the best game for Harrison. Looking at it, just not great. Now, they were in a similar spot at this point last season, so I can see them recovering and trying to make a playoff push if they can win their league, but Pueblo Centennial, Pueblo South, I can see them winning against. Central is going to be tough, and then Sierra is going to also be a relatively tough game. And then Lewis Palmer I can see being tough as well. So I see 2 easy-ish games and then 3 really tough games in their league schedule. So we'll see how the rest of the season goes for the Harrison Panthers. Next up, we have Palisade and Grand Junction Central. Palisade has entered their stats before Grand Junction Central did. So we see the sophomore Springer, that is Branson Springer, 3 for 10 for 26 yards. 3 interceptions, though, is not good at all for the sophomore. Rushing, 5 carries for 0 yards as well. However, the bright spot for Palisade here is Caleb Johnson, the junior, for 100 yards and a touchdown. Caden Everett had 44 yards, Caleb Reed had 13, and then Dylan Larson, the sophomore, had 10. So you have a couple of bright spots in here for Palisade. Receiving, Nathan Umberger, the sophomore, 18 receiving yards on 1 reception. Easton Embry, 8 yards. Dylan Larson with 7. A couple of tough ones here. Tackles wise, we do have a couple of bright spots on the defense here though as well. Caleb Johnson, 10 tackles. Caleb Reed, 9. Julian Tuatua, 7 and a tackle for loss. Caden Everett, 6 and a tackle for loss. Sam Chacon, 5. You got 2 guys here with 4, Will Seriani and Mulaney, and then 2 guys here with 3, Embry and Johnston. So you got a lot of guys getting some good production here. Reed and Chacon with 4 with a tackle for loss. Oh, not a tackle for loss. Sorry, a sack piece. Each losing 4 yards there. Easton Embry with an interception and 2 pass deflections. Mulvaney with a pass deflection and a fumble recovery. That fumble presumably forced by Caden Everett. And then Carter Hayward is a guy I'm going to keep an eye on in terms of newcomer of the year, because in 2 kickoffs he had 107 yards, on average 53.5 yards there. So pretty solid there by the freshman on the kickoff. So yeah, a couple of bright spots for Palisade there in this game. Next up, we have Wheat Ridge versus Thomas Jefferson. Wheat Ridge has also input stats here. Now, Wheat Ridge, they lost 39-7, and Dimitri Haralambopoulos, he had a pretty good game. But for the Farmers, Isaac McCune, he was 11 for 34 for 207 yards, 1 touchdown to 3 interceptions, though. McCune, 10 rush yards. Trey Perkins, 34, though, and Devin Castillo for 24 rush yards. Receiving is, again, in the air. That's where the Farmers really shined. Bennett Wilkes, 140 receiving yards and a touchdown. Frank Erickson, 34 yards. And then Giles Ballinger, 23. Nick Dalton, 6 yards. On defense, the Wheat Ridge Farmers, Frank Erickson, again, really solid player here for the Farmers. 18 tackles and half a tackle for loss. Angel Bueno, 10 tackles. Then Nick Dalton, 9, half a tackle for loss. Hudson Ritz, 6 and half a tackle for loss. Isaiah Flores, also 6. Devin Castillo, 5 and half a tackle for loss. Bennett Wilkes and Ronnie Reynolds, 4 apiece. Dylan Killmeyer, 3 and a tackle for loss, and a half tackle for loss. Xavion Edwards and Kriegbaum Gaskill. Edwards had 3. Kriegbaum Gaskill and Xavier Brown, that is, they each had 2 tackles and half a tackle for loss. And then Mike Allen and Quinn Zenial each had 2 tackles. Arion Nix had a tackle and half a tackle for loss. In terms of pressuring the quarterback, Joseph Lowell and Devin Castillo each had a hurry. And then Ronnie Reynolds, Bennett Wilkes, Van Leon, and Isaiah Flores each had a pass deflection. And Angel Bueno blocked a field goal here. In terms of points, Callum Gordon with the kick point here. And Gordon also, pretty solid job there. All around, I think this is about as good as Wheat Ridge could have done against this Thomas Jefferson team that I have just outside my 4A top 10. So, moving on, we have Eagle Valley losing to Delta 6-49. No Eagle Valley stats as of yet. Then we have Durango against Piedra Vista. Durango won this matchup 49-14. Pretty big win for the Demons here. There has not been any box scores updated as of yet, so can't really recap any of that for you. But Roosevelt, 54 points to Kennedy's 0. That's about, unfortunately, about what you'd expect. Looking at Roosevelt, Bronco Hartson, 8 for 15 for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rushing, you have Xavier Ramirez, 142 yards for 4 touchdowns. Luke Vigil, 79 for 1 touchdown. Bronco Hartson, 40 rushing yards. And Jace Gunzel, 26 yards and 1 touchdown. Receiving, no 100-yard games, but Noah Lucero, the freshman, for 2 receptions for 54 yards and a touchdown. Xavier Ramirez for 30 yards. Joey Brake for 20. Kara Bench for 10. And then Caden Pottsberg, 5 yards and a receiving touchdown here. All around pretty solid offensive effort from the Rough Riders, but defensively, Jax Armstrong and Noel Sanchez lead the way. 7 tackles apiece for them, 1 tackle for loss from Armstrong, and 3 from Sanchez. Jace Gunzel, 5 tackles, 2 for loss. Montanez, 4 tackles, 2 for loss. Aiden Henry for 4 tackles, 2 for loss. Karabench, Ryder, Timkowicz, Evan Hayes, Joey Brake, all 2 tackles. Bronco Hartson, 2 tackles, 1 for loss. Kason Lopez, 2, 1 for loss. Toby Gilliam, 2, 1 for loss. And Noah Lucero, 2 tackles. And then Michael Garcia, the freshman, as well, 1 tackle, 1 for loss. In terms of sacks, Jace Gunzel, 2 sacks. Noel Sanchez, a hurry. And then Jax Armstrong and Montanez shared a sack, have a half sack each. Defensively, Noah Lucero, Kara Bench, Xavier Lara, and Joey Brake each have an interception. Kara Bench has a pass deflection as well. Aiden Henry with fumble recovery, presumably caused by Jace Gunzel. Jeremiah Romero, 1 pass deflection, and Evan Hayes, 2 pass deflections. Really good job by both the kickers, Jacob Wahaj and Sean Balch. 266 kickoff yards and 169 respectively. 5 touchbacks total between the two. And then PATs wise, Jacob Wahaj 3 for 4, and then Sean Balch 3 for 3. So it looks like once Wahaj graduates, they're going to have a solid guy there in Balch. So good job for the Rough Riders. Next up, we have Pueblo County versus Pueblo West. County has input stats here. But they did lose to the Pueblo West Cyclones. The Hornets did, that is, 7-35. In that losing effort, Cohen Glenn, 9 for 27 passing, 165 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Rushing, Terrell Dillaha, 43 rush yards. Cohen Glenn, 6 carries for 7 yards. Receiving, we see Jonathan Gonzalez, I believe that is, again, for the second week in a row, 115 yards. Tegan Dillon, 30 yards receiving, and Luca Tucci, 11 yards receiving. Then no defensive stats have been entered for Pueblo County, but looks like Cohen Glenn and Jonathan Gonzalez doing the best they can to put that team on top. Finally, I have saved this game for the last that we'll go over on Friday. We have the Holy Family Tigers with the game of the week, honestly, beating the Broomfield Eagles 30-29. Whew. I kind of can't believe it. I thought this was going to be a repeat of last year, if I'm being honest, but Rylan Cooney took this team and put them on his back. 179 pass yards, 45% completion, 9 for 20 on pass attempts, that is. 3 passing touchdowns, 1 interception, but 94 rush yards and 1 rushing touchdown. That is automatic consideration for Playmaker of the Week right there, with such a big win against such a big opponent. Rushing, you also had Dominic Gabriel, 92 rush yards. Didn't get a touchdown, but that's all right. In terms of receiving, you have Jackson Grable, 104 receiving yards and a touchdown. Ashton Erickson, 38 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then Montes Samaras, 26 yards. Anderson Osborne with 12. Then, in terms of the defense, Braden Bach, 15 tackles, 1 for loss. Dominic Gabriel, 15 and 1 tackle for loss. So that's that kind of puts Dominic Gabriel in consideration automatically for Playmaker of the Week as well. Honestly, just really solid. Guerrero as well. You have 8 tackles, 1 for loss. Mark Mollendor, 7. Camden Austin, 7 and 1 for loss. Chris Johnides for 5 tackles. Abram Moore for 3. In terms of defense, you have Johnides with 4 pass deflections. Braden Bach with 1. Neely for 1. Dutch Vandale for 1. Brady Anderson with a forced fumble, and Anderson Osborne with a recovery, presumably on that. Cooper Bigelow, kickoffs was really good this game, averaging 58 yards per 4 touchbacks in 5 kickoffs. And then Grable, great, solid job punting, can probably work on that a little bit, but doesn't really matter in the end because he won the game. And then Bigelow, solid job kicking, 2 for 2 on PATs. So, and then Rylan Cooney and Monte Samaras with a conversion rush and a conversion reception as well. 4 critical points in this matchup, upsetting the reigning defending champs in 4A. So those are all the games from Friday. Moving on to the Saturday games, we have 2 matchups that I know everyone was looking forward to. Totally not being sarcastic there. We have first the Pueblo Centennial Bulldogs losing to the Palmer Terrors 0-48. No stats for the Bulldogs as of yet, so we're going to be moving on to the Canyon City Tigers defeating the Liberty Lancers 23-12 in a cross-classification battle. Ultimately, though, this was just a solid game by the Tigers. Marcus Lipari, 58 yards, 1 interception on that, so that's kind of disappointing. Matt Harms, the junior, trying to feel out the quarterback position, 4 for 6 for 13 yards. So a little bit better on completion, but not really as much on distance there. Lipari, though, he did have 132 rushing yards for a touchdown. Matt Harms, 44 rush yards and a touchdown. Jake Adamich, 39 yards. Gavin Reddick, 19 yards. And then Dylan Kerr, 10 yards for a touchdown as well. Then receiving, you have Thor Shelver for 63 receiving yards. So he's really your main guy as a sophomore, by the way. So Canyon City, they've got honestly a pretty young team. I feel like this is going to be a playoff team, not this year, but next year. Especially looking at their defensive stats. So you have Dustin Kletke, the junior, with 11 tackles. Jake Adamich with 7. Kerr with 6. Matt Harms with 5. You have John Vedetti, the sophomore, with 4. Matthew Gilbert with 4. Noah Pavlicek, Cody Varner, Jacob Smith, and Tyler Carochi with 3 tackles apiece. Dylan Kerr had a sack, and then on defense, the star of the defense here, Jacob Smith, the senior, 7 pass deflections. That's more than some people get in a whole season, so really solid job there by Jacob Smith. Adamich, there's a reason he was a Newcomer of the Year finalist last year, 3 pass deflections. Thor Shelver, 2. Jacob Ashton, 2. Caden Benson, 2. Joe Slaubaugh with 1. Matt Harms with 1. Noah Pavlicek, 1 pass deflection and a fumble recovery for 16 yards. And then John Vendetti, 1 pass deflection as well. Pretty solid job here by Colby Cohn, the senior, kicking 4 kickoffs for 185 yards, 46 yards on average. Jaden Odell, 33-yard average on punts. And then in terms of points, Cone was 3 for 3 on PATs, 0 for 1 on field goal attempts. pretty solid job for the Tigers. Good bounce back win after last week's letdown against the Severance Silver Knights. So again, I do think that Canyon City isn't going to be a playoff team this year, but next year I think they're going to be in the running for that spot. So best of luck to everyone that I talked about today. Next week, if you didn't play this week, hopefully I think I'm on 3A again next week. So I'll see how you do then. And until then, hope you have a good time. Stay safe. Don't die. Stay healthy. Peace.
Thank you, Gideon, for that 3A recap. And before we start talking about the 4A games that were attended this past week, a word from our sponsor. Obviously, you want a trainer who can make you stronger and faster with the work you put in, but what about a trainer who can help you rehab and recover like the pros? Look no further than Junkyard Training, that not only offers specific strength and speed training, but also offers a plethora of recovery and rehab techniques like cryo, cupping, recovery boots, and so much more. Learn more today by visiting junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594. Once again, visit junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 and get started today. And now, back to the show.
Okay, let's go ahead and talk about this Mesa Ridge versus Palmer Ridge matchup from August 31st, 2023 on a Thursday here. Mesa Ridge hosting Palmer Ridge here. Currently in our rankings, at least from week 1 here, Mesa Ridge is ranked at 4. Palmer Ridge now ranked at 3, especially after that huge comeback win over Montrose, which they got back in week 1. In week 1, Mesa Ridge blew out 3A Kennedy, as they should. And so this was definitely going to be a huge game here, just to see where both teams are at. So let's go ahead and hop into it. Palmer Ridge starts on offense here, and we get into a 3rd and 6 situation on 3rd down. Derek Hester, their senior quarterback, rolls right and tosses one down the middle on the post route to, it looks like, I think it's his tight end here. That is number 99, TJ Mabe, his 6'5", 220-pound tight end. And he goes ahead and makes a big-time catch there for about a nice 30-ish yard gain. That puts them on the 30, about 10 yards out from the red zone here. Moving on here, fast forward to 2nd and 11 here. Derek Hester on the read option goes up the middle. He gets a solid 6. That brings up 3rd down. And on 3rd down, Derek Hester throws down the right sideline here on the corner route back to his tight end, TJ Mabe, for a big-time touchdown. And just like that, Palmer Ridge takes a 6-0 lead, a 7-0 lead when the PAT is good from Rhett Armstrong at the 9-minute, 9-second mark. Now, Mesa Ridge, they would go ahead and get the ball back, but will not get too much going here. A big holding call on 1st down would make it 1st and 20, and they wouldn't be able to recover from that one, and so they would go 3 and out. Palmer Ridge would then take over on the 44 with 7:44 left here in the 1st quarter. Let's go ahead and fast forward to 3rd and 6 after a Elvira run here. Derek Hester drops back and finds Jimmer Weir on the post route, who makes a couple of people miss and slides in for a huge touchdown. And then, really interesting here, but they go ahead and run a fake PAT, and it's a run to Jackson Mabe, who takes it in and gives Palmer Ridge a 15-0 lead. Very unique play call here, with about 5:14 left here in the 1st quarter. Now, Mesa Ridge, they're trying to get something going here before they fall into too big of a deficit. And so they call a pretty steady set of plays, basically just a bunch of handoffs / direct snaps to Isaiah Jones and Trey Salas here. A couple penalties do go their way here for Mesa Ridge. A roughing the passer and face mask penalty was called on one play, but they just accepted the face mask, which gave them a 1st down midfield at the 48. Following of that there, on 3rd and 2, a couple plays later, Bryce Reel, their quarterback, finds Isaiah Jones, the running back, on a swing route. He gets outside for a huge 20-ish gain. That goes ahead and puts them on the 24. But moving on to 3rd and 6 here once more. Mesa Ridge goes ahead and calls a timeout before running a play here on 3rd and 6. About 2:41 left, close to the red zone. And here's what happens. They hand it off to Trey Salas here, who gets the ball and is stopped for a pretty big loss here. And so now it's 4th and 12 here. And so on 4th and 12, they go ahead and bring out the field goal unit, Tanner Whittick at kicker. They are attempting a 43-yarder, and so they kick it, and it is blocked. But there's a penalty on the play, and it's a personal foul called on Palmer Ridge, which is a costly mistake because that gives Mesa Ridge a first down, automatic first down, as they now enter the red zone. And so here is what happens on first down. Bryce Real, read option, gets about 3, makes it 2nd and 7. Following that, they go ahead and call run play here. It is stopped, but a late hit on Palmer Ridge. It looks like one of their defenders kind of flew in a little bit late here. Gives Mesa Ridge a couple more yards here and makes it 3rd and 1 on the 3, I want to say. On 3rd and 1, Jones, he runs it up the middle, but is stopped short, so now it's a 4th and inches. Then they just hand it off to Trey Salas, who punches it in barely, not for a first down, not for a touchdown, but for a first down, making it 1st and goal from the 2. And so that's where we take over at the beginning of the second quarter. And here we go. They go ahead and hand it off to Trey Salas, who bounces out left and makes it 15-6 scoring. The PAT would be good, so it's 15-7 at the top of the second quarter. Now, Palmer Ridge, they would go ahead and get the ball here, wanting to obviously keep up that pressure. And so here we go, 2nd and 7 here. Derek Hester on the RPO goes back to his tight end, TJ Mabe, over the middle for a huge 20-plus yard gain and a first down. A couple plays later, it's 3rd and 8 here. Key 3rd and 8, Derek Hester buys some time and then throws an ill-advised pass, which goes basically directly to the Mesa Ridge safety. That is Tevin Real, who picks it off and gives Mesa Ridge the ball with 10:27 left in the second quarter. They're on the, 44-yard line here. And so on first down, Bryce Real drops back, takes a deep shot, trying to make the most out of this momentum, but it is almost picked here. But it's incomplete. So 2nd and 10 here. Real scrambles left, finds Tanner Whittick for a solid gain. That's 3rd and 5. After that, Mesa Ridge calls their second timeout of the half here. And coming out of the timeout on 3rd down, Bryce Real tries to buy some time, but then is sacked by multiple Palmer Ridge defenders to get into the backfield. That is a big-time 3 and out. Then Palmer Ridge, they get a pretty good return here from Jim Weir, starting them on the 30 with about 9:12 left here. And so here we go. They go ahead and they have a drive where they really hand off the ball a lot to their junior running back. I believe it's Elvira. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong, but he gets them a solid amount of yards here on this drive. Derek Hester gets in there on a QB draw, gets them a solid amount of yards, but eventually it's 3rd and 5. They're across midfield at this point. Here's what they do. They go ahead and hand it off to Elvira up the middle, but he is stopped only for a gain of 1. So it's 4th and 4 here. Like I said, they already crossed midfield, so they are in field goal range. It's about a 43-yarder, so they set it up. Rhett Armstrong, he goes ahead, he kicks it, and he misses left here. A little bit of wind here. So there you go there, and that's a key turnover on downs. And so Mesa Ridge takes over, but they are not able to find much success here as the run is just not there. Honestly, it's just not there. And so they unfortunately go 3 and out as this Palmer Ridge defense is playing great at this point. And so here we go, Palmer Ridge, they get the ball with about 2:57 left here in the first half. Here's what happens. It does come down to a 4th and 5 situation. They do take a timeout with about 1:16 left to not only talk about it, but also stop the clock. And then after the timeout, here's what happens. 4th down and 5. Derek Hester, he gets the ball in shotgun and tries to throw the slant off his back foot, but it is incomplete. But there is a penalty, and it's on Mesa Ridge for pass interference, so that'll be a 1st down and 10, and they're on the 4-yard line here after a pretty solid drive here. And so here we go, 1st down, they hand it off up the middle, that goes for a 3, now they're on the 1. 2nd down here, Hester covers a bad snap though, but it doesn't matter as he gets the snap and he just hops into the end zone, making it a 21-7 lead. PAT makes it 22-7. 7 with about 26 seconds left here in the first half. Now Mesa Ridge, they take over on the 19 here with about 22 seconds left here, and I don't know why they decided to throw it here, but they did, and their quarterback Bryce Real just honestly makes a really bad decision, holding the ball, then he throws it, and then defensive end TJ Mabe picks this one off, and not only does he picks it off, but he returns it 20 yards to the house, making it 28-7 as this game gets away from Mesa Ridge, and this situation becomes horrible here in the last minute as Mesa Ridge allows 14 points. PAT is good, and so now Palmer Ridge leads 29-7 at the end of the first half, which is really not good. A 3-score lead, which was originally just supposed to be a 2-score lead going into this first or second half here. And so Mesa Ridge is kind of reeling here. And on top of that, it looks like the running back Isaiah Jones got hurt earlier in this game, and so he wouldn't be out there as much, it looks, for Mesa Ridge. So now they're in kind of a tough spot, down 3 scores and without one of their best players. Now, all Mesa Ridge could do at this point is try to respond as they do get the ball to start here. And on this drive to start the third quarter, it's a pretty heavy dose of handoffs to Trayvon Salas and Bryce Real scrambles. But it does work out. They do cross midfield and get close to the red zone here. But it comes down to a 4th and 4 here. Mesa Ridge does call a timeout here, which I don't know. I would have tried to keep this timeout, but it is what it is. So now they only have 2 timeouts left here. So here we go. After the timeout on 4th and 4, there's about 9 minutes left. Here's what happens. Bryce Real drops back, throws a slant to Tanner Whittick here, who is just short of the touchdown, but does get the first down, puts them on the goal line. That's a huge play for Mesa Ridge to keep them alive here. And then on the next play, Bryce Real scrambles right for the pylon, and he gets it and gets a touchdown, making it 29-13. They go ahead and snap this PAT, but it looks like the snap is dropped or something happens. It's mishandled, and so the PAT is no good. So now they're still down 16 points, but they do get a touchdown. Now Palmer Ridge, they get a huge return by Jimmer Weir, who gets them to the 44 to start here. So here is what happens here. Derek Hester on the design quarterback run goes left, but he is hammered by a defender. Still gets the first down, so it's fine. But here we go. They are across midfield now, and here's what happens. Derek Hester, another design quarterback run. He runs it up the middle again, and he gets hammered again. This time, though, he loses the ball, and Tevin Real of Mesa Ridge happens to be there, and he recovers the ball and returns it a good 20 yards. And so here we go. Mesa Ridge now cooking. 7:54 left in the third quarter. They're on the 40-yard line here. They go ahead and hand it off to their running back, Trey Salas, right up the middle, and he gets a good gain here. But a holding call on Mesa Ridge brings that all the way back. So now it's 1st and 20, and on 1st and 20, Bryce Real drops back, and he's forced outright by the pressure from this Palmer Ridge defense, and he just kind of throws it up into like triple coverage, and it's easily picked off by number 6 Jimmer Weir. And so just like that, Palmer Ridge takes over on the 50 with 7:24 left. That fumble not mattering as much here. And so here's what happens. Palmer Ridge are really looking to put away Mesa Ridge here, as they are shorthanded and looking at a 16-point deficit currently. And so here's what happens. Derek Hester runs left on the design quarterback run. He gets 9 yards and makes it 2nd and 1. The running back Elvira, right up the middle, gets the first down. That puts them on the 35. After an incomplete pass, it's 2nd and 10. Derek Hester, he goes ahead and finds Jimmer Weir on the curl, who gets the first down. Now they're on the 20. On first down here, they call a quarterback draw to Derek Hester. He gets them another first down as Palmer Ridge is rolling. And then here we go, first down again. Left inside zone run to, or maybe it was an outside zone run to Holden Wright. He goes ahead and punches it in for the 9-yard touchdown, making it 35-13. PAT makes it 36-13, but at this point, this game is basically over here. Mesa Ridge would get a touchdown here to make it 36-20, which would make things interesting. But in the fourth quarter, Palmer Ridge they'd get the ball, and they would basically use up almost half of this quarter here. By the time this drive ends, there is 6 minutes and 19 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and they got the ball at the start of the third, or sorry, near the end of the third quarter, I should say. So a very long drive, and that actually also ends with another Holden Wright touchdown on the handoff left. And so now they lead 43-20 at this point in the fourth quarter. This game is basically over as Palmer Ridge goes ahead and improves to 2-0. That's the final score too, by the way, 43-20. And Mesa Ridge falls to 1-1. Just some key takeaways from this game. This Palmer Ridge team is very legitimate. The loss of their secondary, their head coach from last year, honestly, at this point, doesn't seem to matter. Obviously, there are things that they have to do differently, but, you know, this team is a contender, and there's no doubt about that. This defense is extremely well coached. TJ Mabe had a crazy game on offense and defense. I would say either him or Derek Hester are definitely the player of this game here. And, you know, he's just an excellent athlete for them, and he absolutely tore up Mesa Ridge. He's going to be a menace moving forward. Derek Hester in this RPO system is dangerous. There were a couple plays. That interception was really bad at the beginning, where you could tell he kind of just forced it there. And then he did have that fumble, which, I mean, just don't drop it. That's all it really is. So it's not that big a deal. But in general, I mean, he's a dangerous player out there. He's going to be tough to stop. They have some running backs who are really good between Holden Wright, Elvira. Their defense, like I said, is very good as well. This Palmer Ridge team will contend this year, no doubt about that. Mesa Ridge, on the other hand, got to be concerned about the health of Isaiah Jones. He did come back a little bit later in this game, closer to the fourth quarter, but those first couple drives in the third quarter, it was all Trey Salas, who did get the job done, but you would like to have your duo here at running back to kind of take off the pressure from Bryce Reel. And then Bryce Reel, I mean, it probably wasn't his best game here. He could have done better here. Just a little sloppy against Palmer Ridge, doing a little bit too much. If they were to meet again, I think this game would still be close. I know it says 43-20, but this game wasn't the worst. It just really got away from Mesa Ridge here, not being able to, start off strong at the beginning of this game, and then, trying to make a comeback here, but, those mistakes at the end of that first half really hurt them in this one. First off, allowing a touchdown, that kills them, that puts them down 2 scores, and then just throwing with 20 seconds left when you don't need to, and then it ends up being not only an interception, but a pick 6. Can't do that. You just can't. If you want to contend, you can't do that. So moving forward, we'll see what happens for both of these teams. Let's go ahead and preview the next game here. So Mesa Ridge will be playing Dakota Ridge at home here. That should be a good one on Saturday. That's going to be key for them to win it. If they could win that game, that's going to look really good on their strength of schedule and on their playoff resume. And, obviously help with seeding. And then Palmer Ridge, right now 2-0. They go ahead and play crosstown rivals Lewis Palmer. That should probably be a dub, but Lewis Palmer, they do run the ball a lot, and if they could control that clock, that could potentially be a trap game, but Palmer Ridge should definitely be able to handle that. So there you go. That's your recap of Palmer Ridge versus Mesa Ridge. Final score, Palmer Ridge 43, Mesa Ridge 20.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to another edition of the recap section for Friday night of the Playmakers Corner podcast. Once again, I'm Gideon, and today I will be covering for you last Friday, September 1st's matchup between the visiting Standley Lake Gators and the Skyline Falcons. And I'm actually going to answer a question that I was asked at the game. I know a few people may have been surprised when we had our Games of the Week posts, and this was one of them. If I'm being honest, neither of these teams are ranked in anyone's top 10 right now. And every top 10 team is clamoring for coverage. Oh, you guys are underrating us. Oh, you guys won't come out to see us. We are Playmakers Corner, not Contenders Corner, not Playoff Corner, not none of that. We are Playmakers Corner. We are here to provide exposure for everyone, not just our top 10 teams. Of course, we can't see every team in the state, but what kind of journalists would we be if we didn't at least try to cover every team that we could? And every team in the state is capable of performing, which both of these teams did during this really exciting matchup. Now, on to Skyline's side of this game. Skyline started with possession in this one, and Andy Rico wasted no time on the kickoff return, getting the ball 15 yards. Gentry Swanson started off the offense by passing to Johnny Baltieres for 6, and then passed for an incompletion. On 3rd and 4, Ra Carson got stopped on a run, forcing Logan Maltz to punt, which was messed up a little bit due to a bad snap and only went 12 yards. On the first play of the defensive drive, the Falcons allowed a 20-yard touchdown with 10:11 left to go in the first to go down 0-7. Miley Davis returned the kickoff for 19 yards before Carson ran for 7. Swanson passed to Brian Hudson for 8 and then again for 2, before Carson got another first down on the ground. Carson got it 9 more yards, but a fumble on the next play lost a couple of yards. Skyline decided to go for it on the 4th and 2, which didn't convert, resulting in a turnover on downs. Brody Wiltshire got a push out, and then Jaime Fuentes got a tackle. Trent Howell got a pass deflection, a tackle, and then shared a tackle with Caleb Go. This started a trend with Trent Howell, which he is a great defensive player, but he was really dominant. But he looked like Bismack Biyombo on the 2011 Bobcats defensively. He was. I'll elaborate on this later, but he was kind of the only one doing stuff consistently. After a timeout, with 5:25 to go in the quarter, Howell got another tackle. Zach Farmer brought down a runner, as did Servando Morales, before Howell got another pass deflection, which was negated by a holding call. Howell got yet another tackle and then shared one with Hudson and Wiltshire. Wiltshire and Lennon Lusk then brought a man down before Fuentes got another one. After a face mask penalty on a QB sneak, Howell saved a touchdown with a tackle, but his efforts were negated by a 1-yard rushing touchdown that was allowed the next play. This put Skyline down 0-14 with 1:12 left in the first. Then, on the kickoff return, there was almost a safety, but on the first play of the drive, Carson carried the ball for 7 yards. Swanson lightened the load a bit and ran for 6 before Carson carried the rock for 9 more to end the first quarter. In the second, Ra went on a tear to open, pushing forward for a first down and then 22 yards on consecutive carries. Howell passed to Rico, but holding did bring that back. Oliver Glasser blocks so that Carson could get 8 yards, but after an incompletion, Carson ran for 5 more. On 4th and 1, Carson ran for a 25-yard touchdown to narrow the gap. But a penalty on the O-line brought it back to 4th and 6. Skyline lured the Gators offsides to make it 4th and 1 again, and Carson barely got the following first down. Swanson threw a pass that got doinked into the air and was barely saved from being an interception by Howell. But on 3rd and 10, Swanson threw to Rico for 3, resulting in a turnover on downs, ultimately on the next play. On defense, Howell and Malt shared a tackle, and then Morales got a second of the game. Howell got another, and then Lusk got his own, and after a personal foul on a push-out, Morales brought another runner down, but the Falcons allowed another touchdown, this time with 3:52 to go in the quarter to go down 0-21. However, Brian Hudson did provide a bright spot heading into the next possession. He had a 30-yard return on the kickoff, and then Lusk ran for 15. Lusk ran for 3 more, followed by a Swanson pass to Rico for 7, and then Lusk ran for 10. Carson pushed for 8 more, and then 2 more for a first down, and found the end zone for the first official score of the game on a 4-yard tutty. After a bad snap on the PAT, which resulted in what's technically a sack, Skyline had narrowed the gap 6-21 with 58 seconds left in the half. The kickoff went 50, but a slew of penalties roughed up Skylines. Offsides, roughing the passer, and some iffy defense allowed Stanley Lake really close to the end zone. Jamal Gillum got a tackle, and then Hudson got a really timely interception on the 2-yard line to keep it close heading into halftime. After an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty had been assessed, on the Falcons, that is, Swanson passed to Carson for 6, and then there was a timeout with about 9 seconds left. Swanson ran for 13, which preceded another timeout, this time with 4 seconds left. And honestly, that was basically it heading into halftime. Howell got the kickoff to start the second half. So the Gators actually failed to recover the second half kickoff. Howell got that. And then Rico ran for 8. Carson ran for 6, and then Swanson went for 8, and then for 2 more yards there. Carson then punched in a 5-yard touchdown. And Swanson passed to Talon Starvinich for the conversion to make it a 14-21 game with 9:54 to go in the third. So they ended up making this go from what was looking like a real blowout. They managed to really close the gap here, make it a 1-possession game. The bad part is that on virtually the first play of the next drive, Skyline allowed a 71-yard run, which Malt did save, but it was with an ankle clip. That was on about the within the 15, though, so a touchdown was then let in to go down 14-28 with 8:47 left on the clock shortly thereafter. On offense, okay, so backtracking a little bit here, that is 3 scores in the span of about 5 minutes of game time, which was the most action that would happen all night, sure, but that's a pretty good rate. I feel like with how these teams were playing, that could have been the rate for the full game. In any case, on offense, Swanson ran for 10, but then holding call brought it back. Swanson then said, "You want to see me do it again?" like he's that one SpongeBob meme, and then he ran for 8. However, they couldn't really get it much further, so the Falcons did end up punting on 4th and 12. After a timeout with 5:36 left, Malt punted. Howell got a tackle, and after an offsides call, Hudson got his second interception. So Hudson here really making a difference, getting the Falcons these extra possessions in the most important part of the game. And then Swanson ran for 4, and then for a first down, he threw to Rico, followed by Carson, who carried for 17 yards, and then 11. Swanson brought a 1st and 10 into a 2nd and 3 on the ground, and then Carson ran for 6. But after a few plays, Skyline did find themselves at 3rd and 3. After a very short run from Carson, they had the 4th and 1, and they managed to lure Standley Lake offsides for the first down. And then Lusk ran for 1 to end the third. Going into the 4th, Lusk said, 1 isn't enough. I'm going to go in and score a 6. And he scored a touchdown. And number 80, who isn't listed on the roster, hit the PAT. Skyline found themselves within a score once again, 21-28, with 11 minutes, 28 seconds on the clock. Just 32 seconds into the last frame of this game. After kickoff was a touchback, again, number 80 there. Howell and Joel Vasquez shared a tackle. Go got another tackle of his own without his helmet on, by the way. And then Baltierrez got one. Emilio Gutierrez got a tackle for loss, and then Malt got a regular tackle. Howell and Jacob Clifford shared a tackle, and then Howell got the next 3 straight. Again, that is 4 straight tackles from Trent Howell, and that helped to force a timeout. However, after the timeout, Skyline did allow a 16-yard score to put them down 35-21 with 4 minutes, 4 seconds left. Hudson ran for 15 on the kickoff return, but on the first play there was a pick six that really put the nail in the coffin for the Falcons. Put them down 42-21 with 3:42 left in the game. Swanson threw to Baltieres for 1 and then ran for 34 yards between the next 2 plays. After a timeout with 2:36 left, Carson managed to run for another touchdown, and number 80 hit the PAT once more, and Skyline only trailed 28-43 with 46 seconds left. They tried the onside kick, which was actually recovered by Giovanni Mendoza, but the offense just couldn't get it into the end zone before time expired, and that was the game for the Skyline Falcons. And so, heading into our playmakers of the game for Skyline, first we have the defensive playmaker of the game in Brian Hudson, who did a really solid job this week for the Falcons. His 2 interceptions really couldn't have been better timed, but the one that sticks out in my head the most is the one he had to close the first half. Because Standley Lake was marching up the field, and if they score in that situation and make it 28-6, the game's basically over. That's not something that you're really able to come back from. And so Hudson managing to get an interception just outside the end zone really kept the game alive for Skyline, brought the momentum back in their favor, and really gave them hope heading into the second half. And so with that, he has earned Defensive Playmaker of the game in what has turned out, after a little bit of research, to have been only his second varsity matchup. So, good job to you there, Brian. Then, for Offensive Playmaker of the game, we have Gentry Swanson. Gentry is doing a pretty solid job. The senior QB had 99 pass yards and 104 rush yards in this game. And even though he didn't score, he got the ball where it needed to be 60% of the time. He had a 60% completion rate, which is pretty darn good. A lot better than he can say about a lot of QBs. Here is Swanson and his thoughts about what happened during this game.
All right, so you've had some pretty big shoes to fill in terms of Caden Box, who was one of our top 5 senior quarterbacks last year. But it seems that you're doing a pretty decent job at it. What's been your approach when trying to fill such an important position on the field?
Trust on your teammates and no fear. That's it. That's about it. Trust my guys, know that they're doing their job so I can do my job. That's about it. It's all about love. It's all about family.
All right.
That's what we're about.
And you guys staged one hell of a comeback there in the second half. It did fall short, but the box score doesn't quite say exactly how close it was. When you guys have that type of energy, how are you going to make sure that you keep that heart and spirit into next week?
We just, can't point fingers. We got to take accountability, watch film. No, you did this, you did that. We just got to take accountability and lock in.
All right.
Thank you so very much, Gentry, and best of luck to you as the rest of the season carries on. And now, on to the playmakers of the game for the Skyline Falcons, Rock Carson and Trent Howell. Both of these guys, I felt like, had equal impacts on both sides of the ball and really kept this game competitive for the Falcons. So first, let's go with Rock Carson. Rock Carson was the main offensive reason this game was really ever close. And it felt like he put the team on his back for a little while. He got 3 of Skyline's 4 scores. And during stretches of this game, he felt almost impossible to bring down during stretches of this mascot. Now, he's only listed at 5'10", which is weird to me, because seeing him play, he was playing much bigger than his actual size. He was playing in it. He kind of looked like Matthias Price out there. And it was really interesting to me to look back on that matchup with that added context of when you walk up and you see him in person, face to face, it's like, whoa, this guy's literally my height. And so it's very interesting to think about. And his efforts are really what made this game competitive. He's the one that got 3 of those 4 scores. He's the one that punched in that touchdown on that 4th and 1 I was talking about. It did end up getting called back, but that drive was a really big momentum swing, it felt like. And so Rock Harson was a large part of getting the momentum back into Skyline's favor. Now, on the defensive side of it, you have Trent Howell, who he did have some good work when it comes to special teams, when it comes to receiving, but his main thing that stood out to me was his defense. And so, really, like, aside from Hudson, there's no one else to really consider, if I'm being honest, because Howell, according to the box score, according to the statistics uploaded by the Skyline coaches, he had 12 tackles, which I think they're selling him a little bit short there, but that's what it says he has. Nobody else has, in that box score, more than 3. For Skyline, that is. He had 4 times as many tackles as the second leading tackler. He was the last line of defense, literally. And this game probably would have been much, much worse if not for his efforts. He was the main guy. I'll talk about Liam Graham when we get more into Standley Lake's player of the game, or players of the game. But Liam Graham, the main guy stopping him, it felt like, was Trent Howell. And, like, he's one of those guys who's like a 5'8", 5'9" linebacker. But he just read the field really, really well. And he was able to get to his spots really effectively. And so here's Howell with comment about this matchup.
So I haven't been able to see the stat sheet yet, but it looks like you had like 10, 15 tackles at the very least tonight. And Standley Lake, they weren't making it easy for you. And so what was your approach when you were going for, especially after a run-heavy team like this?
Just playing my gap, reading the gaps, trusting my team, just trusting my brothers, that's all.
Okay. And what's going to be your approach heading into next week?
Go to practice harder than ever, lock in. There's not going to be anything happening at practice but practice. Just no outside business, just practice.
All right, there we got it from Trent himself. No outside business, just practice. And now, with Skyline's recap taken care of, we can move on to Standley Lake, the Gators. I will say this before we start. This is one of my, like, you guys have one of my favorite logos, one of my favorite mascots in the state. So, in any case, this one, the Gators ended up kicking off with a 45-yarder before Liam Graham, which is a name you're going to hear a lot today, got a tackle. Graham got a tackle for loss right after that, which helped to force a punt right out the gate. Brandon Corona then caught the punt on the return, and Graham started the offense hot with a 21-yard touchdown, after which Joshua Heron, by the way, Josh, sorry about that Instagram story. You are listed on the roster as Heron Joshua, so I just thought Joshua was your last name, so sorry about that. But he ended up hitting the PAT to go up 7-0 less than 2 minutes into the first quarter. After a face mask penalty on the return, Braden Smith, which is another name you're going to hear a lot today, got a tackle. Vincent Ruiz got one, and then Boston Harris suplexed the runner to get a tackle for loss. Smith got another tackle, and then Zach Mittelstadt got on the board with one of his own. After a timeout with 7:53 left, Standley Lake forced a turnover on downs on a 4th and 2. Afterwards, Liam Graham immediately ran for 15 yards. Dorsey Satterfield ran for 4, and after a pass that was almost intercepted, Graham ran for 4. Smith then barely got a first down that was heavily protested by the home fans at Everly Montgomery. Smith then threw to Satterfield for 7, but was called back due to an illegal man downfield call. Jacob Smith ran for 2, and then Braden Smith used a screen to pass to Graham for 6. Graham then ran for a short first down before Smith carried the rock 4 yards himself. Graham brought it 4 more yards, and then Smith ran for 6 and the first down. Satterfield ran for 15, and then Graham slipped in a touchdown, which Heron capitalized on with another PAT, making the score 14-0 with 1:12 on the clock in the first quarter. The kickoff was a touchback once more, and Jackson Kennel got a tackle, followed by Corona and then Graham to end the first quarter. To start the second, Elijah Sattler got a tackle, as did Billy Aitchison. Harrison Smith shared a tackle, and then Nico Blanco got one for himself. Ruiz got a pass deflection, and then the Gators allowed a touchdown, but it got saved by a flag on the play. After an offsides penalty turned a 4th and 6 into 4 and 1, Standley Lake had a group tackle that almost stopped the first down, but it was about half a yard over. This was one that was heavily debated by Standley Lake's coach and the referees. They had a long conversation about it, but it is what it is. It was a first down. Satterfield and Corona shared a tackle before Sattler got a tackle for loss. Sattler then shared a tackle with Graham, which helped to force a turnover on downs deep in their own territory. Graham then ran for 11, and Smith ran for 2. Satterfield moved the chains with a 15-yard carry, and then Smith used a stiff arm, Braden Smith that is, to advance 5 more yards. Graham then ran for 20, and then Satterfield did the same to make it a 1st and goal on the 1-yard line. Smith then punched in the short score, and Hereen hit the PAT to make it 21-0 with 3:52 in the half. So ultimately, this is Standley Lake getting out to a rather large lead here. And then the kickoff went for 50. Dagan Nakatsu, he got a tackle on the return, and then Smith got a tackle. Middleshot got one, while Oliver Halstead, this was kind of a funny moment, but Halstead lost his helmet there. So that was interesting, to say the least. Then Ruiz and Middleshot shared a push out, and then Smith got taken out with a cramp, while Valon Gatula got a tackle. Sattler and Nathan Donovan shared a tackle, and then Ruiz... Okay, so on the PAT, so the Gators allowed a touchdown, right? And then on the PAT, it was a bad snap. So the PAT, it ended up like 5 yards behind. And so the kicker got it, and then Ruiz tackled him. If that was a pass play, it would have been a sack, right? So I know it's technically not a sack, but I call it a sack because that's basically what it is. But in any case, Standley Lake was up 21-6 with 58 seconds left on the clock. And so, after fumbling but recovering the kickoff, Standley Lake managed to draw Skyline offsides. However, Harris, he's also a quarterback, so he stepped in for Smith briefly. He threw a long incompletion, which seemed like that was it. Pretty long incompletion there, except for a roughing the passer penalty, which was assessed on the defense. Harris then ran for 14, but then threw an interception, which was caught on the 2-yard line, which put the Gators back on defense. Donovan got a tackle, and then Nakatsu did the same to go into the half. After failing to recover the kickoff, Middleshot, he got a tackle. He wasn't the one that failed to recover the kickoff, by the way. He just got a tackle after that point. Smith and then Braden Smith and Cameron Logan, they then collaborated to bring down an opponent. Mittelstadt got another, and then Logan got a tackle on his own. However, the Gators then allowed a touchdown and a passing conversion, making their 21-14 lead even more precarious with 9:54 left in the third. Once on offense, though, Graham helped to dispel some of those worries, running for 71 yards, only being brought down by an ankle clip within the 15. Braden Smith immediately used this chance to score a touchdown, and then Heron hit the PAT to provide 2 scores worth of security, 28-14, with 8:49 left on the clock. Ruiz... Okay, so on this next drive, Ruiz tackled Gentry Swanson, but he had to be taken out for a little bit to get checked for concussion due to helmet-to-helmet contact, because they both dived, and Ruiz, he got the worst end of that deal. And so, right when Ruiz got put back in later, he dived again when Gentry dived, and it happened almost immediately. The exact same thing. And I just have to ask, brother, are you good? Like, I hope you're okay. But in any case, Smith and Aitchison, they shared a tackle, and then Satterfield got one, which actually led to a punt, which was blocked by freshman defensive end Chance Christensen. On offense, Smith threw to Graham for 38 yards, but after a false start and a holding call that brought back a touchdown, Braden Smith threw an interception, which put Standley Lake back on defense. Ruiz got another tackle, the one that I mentioned earlier, and then Peyton Contreras was involved in 2 straight, one of his own, and then one that he shared with Sattler. Harris and then Logan got a tackle, followed by Oliver Halstead. The Gators then used a timeout with 2 minutes, 5 seconds left, and coming out of it, Smith and Satterfield shared a tackle. Contreras got a solo, and then the Gators got an offsides on 4th and 2. Ruiz got a tackle to end the third, but that offsides really wasn't the best thing for them, especially since they were pretty deep into their own end zone, which ended up proving pretty costly because 32 seconds into the fourth quarter, Standley Lake allowed another touchdown, making it a one-possession game once more at 28-21. Graham ran for 10 and then for 25 before he handed the reins over to number 1, who isn't listed on the roster, but he ran for 3 yards. After a run for loss, Standley Lake found themselves at a 4th and 5, which ended up being converted by Braden Smith with an 8-yard run. Graham ran for 6, but after a false start, the line of scrimmage was at 2nd and 9. After a holding call, the Gators weren't in a great spot, but Graham ran for 14 and then 9 more to convert the first down. After a penalty, Standley Lake took a timeout with 5:20 left. A very confusing play led to an accidental kneel in the red zone, but then Graham ran for 2, taking enough attention off of Braden Smith that he could rush in a 16-yard touchdown. Heron then nailed the PAT, which put Standley Lake up 35-21 with 4:04 on the clock. After Logan Heinreich got a tackle, Satterfield caught a pick, and he ended up returning that to the house uncontested to ultimately seal the game for Standley Lake, putting them up 42-21 with 3:42 remaining. This is where it really felt like the door was shut for Standley Lake, and Skyline, you remember from their part, but they did have more fight left in them, and without this pick, I do think it may have been a much, much closer result, maybe even overtime. But Satterfield and Smith, they shared another tackle, and then Satterfield shared another with Sattler. Satterfield had a really, really good night. The Gators allowed another touchdown, though, with 40 ticks left to talk, making it 42-28. Standley Lake did not recover the onside kick, but after a horse collar that was offset by holding, the game was as good as done. So, on to our playmakers of the game for the Standley Lake Gators. First, we have Dorsey Satterfield as the defensive playmaker of the game, involved in a ton of tackles and having that pick six that really sealed the deal. Dorsey Satterfield didn't have the best defensive numbers when it comes to this matchup, but it was the timing of his big plays that made him the defensive playmaker of the game. His tackles were usually on big runs and at pivotal swing points in the game. If Satterfield hadn't been involved in those tackles, this one may have been much, much closer. And then, right when Skyline was coming back, getting back into this game, Satterfield got that pick six to secure the win. Even though he did get hurt towards the end of this one, Dorsey contributed mightily to the first win of the season for the Standley Lake Gators. Here is what Dorsey had to say about tonight's matchup.
So when you're looking at tonight, you got to pick six, but you also had your fair share of tackles and bring downs. When you're looking at the intensity of your own team, especially after losing week one, what were you looking for when trying to come out and punch hard week two?
I was just looking to get my team excited and want to be out there and want to be able to fight for us and keep this game close and have us our first win of the season.
All right, and you did allow a little bit of a comeback there in the third quarter, but you brought it back in the fourth. What changed when you were heading into that fourth quarter to keep you guys on the winning side of the column?
I just knew I had to make a big play, and it happened with that pick six to make sure that my team would finish out this game and make sure we get that win.
Thank you again for talking to us, Dorsey. And now we have our offensive playmaker of the game, Braden Smith. Now, Braden Smith was really, really solid for Standley Lake in this one. The QB only had 35 pass yards, but on the ground, he amassed 64 rush yards and 3 rushing scores. And on defense, even though it's not... He was the offensive playmaker of the game. He did contribute a lot there as well. He had 16 tackles during this matchup. He knew how to finish and finish well. And so that dual threat ability, and Braden Smith, he did have some long passes, like, don't get me wrong, but a lot of those did end up getting brought back by penalties. And he seems to be, at least to me, much more of a short to middle distance threat when it comes to the quarterback position. So here's Smith for comments on how that night's game really went for him and for the Gators.
When you're looking at the defense tonight, because you had a couple of weapons out there against you, and you see Liam there opening up the run game. What about that dynamicism of being able to throw and run was able to make it a little bit easier for you tonight?
No, we didn't really have the pass game tonight, but I'm gonna trust Liam to make any play we call for him, and it really comes down to just our line. I trust our line no matter what. We're not the biggest. We just fight. We have that dog in us,
All right.
And I just know everyone that is going to do their job to the best of their ability, and I trust them.
All right. And what are you looking for when you're looking ahead to next week in your matchup?
I'm going to celebrate this win, go back, watch film, see what we need to improve, and then get ready for Rusty. And,
Thank you again, Braden. Very good win, and I'll talk about next week's matchup here in a moment. But before we get to that, let's talk about this game's playmaker of the game. And this is somebody that I've personally recommended to Simon for Playmaker of the Week, Liam Graham, who was an absolute monster for the Gators. He was a Nile crocodile on this one. He had 9 tackles on defense, but his offensive game was the main power behind the Gators' success. 35 receiving yards, 243 rush yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Again, almost 250 rushing yards. What the hell? This is 280 aggregate yards that this kid had. This guy put on a mini masterclass in carrying an offense, and he had almost 4 times the yardage that anyone else did. Again, I'll say that one more time. He had almost 4 times the yardage of anyone else on this team. Now, Graham, he was pretty humble tonight, but let's hear what he had to say about his efforts in this game.
Okay, so Liam, they just could not bring you down when you were running tonight, and your ground game really was a large part of the success for Standley Lake tonight. And what were you looking for out there in the defense when you were trying to get through and get a tutty?
Oh, they was just like overplaying it like so much, so the cutbacks was just easy. It's just fun to go out and play because I was hurt last year. This is fun.
All right. And so when you were out there, you had a couple of really long runs. You had that 80-yard run. It felt like...
Oh, I'm so slow. I got caught at the end of that. My stamina is so bad. I was hurt during the summer too, so I couldn't condition. Yeah, I went over on the sideline and my buddy was like, yeah, Ray, you slow as fuck. I was like, yeah.
All right. Well, very good job for your first win of the season.
Thank you.
Keep on working hard and have good luck next week.
Oh, well, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Now, I do have a couple of things to note. You could probably hear it there, but Liam, he did disclose to me that he is sick right now. So, two things here. A, he was hurt all of last season, so we weren't really able to see what Liam could do as a sophomore. But if this is how Liam performs when he is sick and when he hasn't had a full summer to condition, what is he going to be like heading into next season? That's my question. That's my question. So let's see how it goes. In summary, it feels like I saw both of these teams' seasons turn around while watching this matchup. It felt like they were starting to figure things out. Standley Lake opened with a loss to Monarch, but Mo High has some of the top players in the state at their positions. And then Standley Lake, it felt like they really figured out their offense tonight. But as the game went on, they still relied on Liam Graham. Being able to fall back on Braden Smith, though, was a big relief for them in clutch time. Their defense did feel a little bit shakier as the night went on, but they performed in the right moments to eventually pull out the win. Skyline is also getting there, but they do have a much tougher road. And I mean, the problem with Skyline is that they lost Caden Box. Just honest with you. Having a guy who's going to be playing at Northern Colorado next year, you're losing an FCS Division I guy. He was the engine behind this team, and it feels like they're still used to him being there. They did start to figure it out, though, during the second and third quarter, and even during the fourth quarter as well. Rock Carson had some really big moments, but the line did start figuring it out some. The defense is really where they struggled. I mean, outside of Trent Howell and Brian Hudson, I'm not fully sure who I trust there. I saw Howell making a last-second save too many times, and eventually, like, if you're making last-second save after last-second save, you're going to slip up. No matter, you could be Ed Reed, and eventually one of those is going to make it past you. And so I feel like once the defense catches up to where the offense is, this won't be a team to be trifled with. Moving on to the future, Standley Lake has 2 straight 5A matchups ahead, facing Mason Kiewit's red-hot 2-1 Westminster Wolves and Eli Stevens' honestly middling North Glen Norsemen. The Skyline will be making the 4.5-hour drive to Fruita Monument next week to take on the 1-1 Wildcats, and the following week they will be battling the Vista Peak Prep Bison. So both of these teams do have an opportunity to continue with making their season potentially playoff caliber. So best of luck to both of these squads for the rest of the season, and I will hopefully see y'all around sometime. Peace.
Okay, let's go ahead and recap this Greeley Central versus Cheyenne Mountain football game. Greeley Central driving 2 hours, more or less. Probably more, though, down to Cheyenne Mountain here in Colorado Springs for this 4A matchup here. Let's talk about both teams. Let's start with Greeley Central. Last week, week 1, lost a close one, a tough one at home to Niwot, 14-7. on this road trip, looking to bounce back here and get things going. And then you go ahead and you have Cheyenne Mountain on the other side, the host of this game. Lost to Pueblo East last week in week 1 away, 35-13, and in some very important news, their quarterback Bruce Archambault was injured in that game, and so as a result, he will be out the next couple weeks here, including this game, and so that was really important to keep in mind for this game, I would say, as they do roll out a backup quarterback, a sophomore quarterback here, to try his best to replace Bruce and all he does here. That is Sam Hawker now at quarterback. And so here we go. Let's go ahead and hop into this one here. Greeley Central at Cheyenne Mountain. Here's how the game starts. Cheyenne Mountain starts with the ball, and they get a solid return. They are on the 30 here. And so here we go. Couple runs here by their quarterback, Sam Hawker, and a dive to Troy Hurl, I want to say here, brings up a 3rd and 7. And on 3rd and 7, here's what happens. Hawker drops back, and he throws the slant. That's to Oscar Waterhouse here. That is good for a key first down. Now they're on the 42-yard line. But once more, couple run plays, a toss to their running back here. It looks like it is number 25. That is Tyler Chris, who's actually listed as a receiver. Makes it 2nd and 5, but on 2nd down, they go ahead and call a pass play. It looks like there's some sort of miscommunication, and so when Hawker throws this ball is tipped at the line, so that makes it 3rd and 5 here. But no worries, they would go ahead and run a power option right. This one goes back to number 9. That is Troy Heralt here, who goes ahead and gets another first down, this time past midfield, putting them on the 45. Once more, though, they find themselves in a 3rd and 2 situation after a batted down ball again, and another short run to Troy Heralt here. That makes it 3rd and 2, but before they could run a play, they call encroachment on the Greeley Central defense, so that gives them another first down. A dive play goes ahead and makes it 2nd and 3, but then a huge sack here on the pass play by number 10 of Greeley Central. That is Patrick Lesnicki, I want to say, who goes ahead and makes it a tough 3rd and 9 situation. They go ahead and call another pass play, but pressure from Jaden Andrews here goes ahead and makes this incomplete. And so 4th and 9. They are in field goal range, so Cheyenne Mountain brings out their field goal unit, but the field goal is blocked. And so Greeley Central takes over on the 30 with about 6 minutes, 52 seconds left here. And so here we go, Greeley Central with the ball for the first time today. Go ahead, they run a sweep left to number 7. That's their big 6'1", 225-pound fullback, Isaiah Asensio, but he stopped for a loss. Combine that with an incompletion earlier, brings up 3rd and 12 here. On 3rd and 12, Jano Trujillo at quarterback goes ahead, does a nice little fake snap count, and is able to bring Cheyenne Mountain offside, so it makes it a more manageable 3rd and 7 here. And on 3rd and 7, they go ahead and throw the out route to number 5. That's the running back, Carlos Cardoza, but he is stopped just a little short, so it's 4th and 2, and Greeley Central looks like they're about to go for it, but then they call a timeout at 5:48 seconds left and decide to punt it. And so Cheyenne Mountain, they go ahead and take over all the way on the 10. They had a solid return, but a bunch of penalties on Cheyenne Mountain would push them all the way back here. Now, this drive for Cheyenne Mountain would not go well. Their big number 9, that's Troy Heralt, would get stuffed at the line on 3rd and 2. And so on 4th and 2, they line up in their punting formation. But it is a direct snap to number 9, Troy Heralt. And he goes ahead and he takes this to the house. Almost 80 yards, if not more than 80 yards to the house here on a fake punt run here, direct snap to number 9 Troy Herold. And so just like that, Cheyenne Mountain takes the 7-0 lead after the PAT with 3:49 left. A tough break for Greeley Central. Now Greeley Central looking to go ahead and respond here, take over on the 20. They toss it right to number 5 Carlos Cardoza. He gets a solid 5. Another handoff, this time a dive to Cardoza, gets the first down. Now they're on the 35 here. Couple plays later, it's 3rd and 4. They go ahead and throw a quick pass here to the flats to number 7 Isaiah Asensio here, and he powers forward for another first down on the 41-yard line, as they are now across midfield and are cooking on this drive. Following that, they toss it left to Cardoza. He goes for about 6, makes it 2nd and 4. Then they go ahead and hand it off to number 5, Carlos Cardoza again. He cuts it upfield, and this time he turns it up 30-plus yards to the house for a big-time touchdown here as Greeley Central scores in response. Now, they would go for 2, which is definitely an interesting decision here. And it's stopped short. It's like I want to say it was like a fake field goal, or they lined up in a pretty funky formation here, and then it just didn't work out. So it's 7-6 here. Cheyenne Mountain still with the 1-point lead with about 33 seconds left. Let's go ahead and fast forward to the second quarter. It is 3rd and 10 here. Cheyenne Mountain trying to run the ball, but this Greeley Central defense not giving them anything. And so on 3rd and 10, they toss it right, and this goes to number 2 of Cheyenne Mountain. That is Jimmy Hansen, who was thrown into motion. And Jimmy Hansen goes ahead and he drops back and throws this football to number 10, Will Weinstein, and he's off to the races. And he goes 80 yards to the house for a big-time touchdown to take the 14-6 lead. Will really stack on to this lead here, making it 14-6 after that PAT. So some more trickery from Cheyenne Mountain gives them the early lead here in the second quarter. But it is worth noting that a penalty was thrown on Cheyenne Mountain after they scored. I want to say it had to have been some sort of unsportsmanlike conduct. They would go ahead and tag that onto the kickoff here. And so as a result, Greeley Central takes over on the 45 across midfield after the return on kickoff, thanks to that penalty from Cheyenne Mountain. And so Greeley Central, even though they're down 14-6, already in a good spot to potentially get another score. And so here's what happens. They hand it off to number 5, Carlos Cardoza, who cuts it up the left side for another big first down. Huge gain here of around, I want to say 15 or so yards. That puts them on the 27. Another handoff to Cardoza here up the middle. He gets 5. Then they call a draw play to Cardoza, who's getting a pretty steady feed here. Gets another couple of yards, makes it about 3rd and 1 here. Doesn't matter because on 3rd and 1 they hand it off to Cardoza. He bounces it out left and he gets another good gain. This time first down on the 11 here. And here's what happens. They go ahead and run a dive right up the middle, makes it 2nd and 6. They run a fullback dive to Asensio here, who makes it 3rd and 2. Then they handed it off to Cardoza, who stopped short, and so now it is 4th and 1 here. Cheyenne Mountain then calls a timeout here at 8 minutes 40 seconds left in the second quarter. And so here we go. Greeley Central not kicking the field goal, staying aggressive here, looking to go for it once more on 4th down. They hand it off to their fullback. That's Asensio here, but he is stopped short. So it's a turnover on downs. Cheyenne Mountain takes over with 8:35 left here in the second quarter, but they are on the 2-yard line, so definitely in dangerous territory. Here's what happens. They go ahead and throw a quick slant to number 8. That's Oscar Waterhouse, who goes ahead and gets a first down, giving them some room to work with. Then they throw another slant to their big tight end, their 6'5" tight end, number 7, Jackson Garrett, who goes ahead and is stopped just a little bit short of the first down here. And so it's 2nd and 3. They run a fullback dive that goes for about 2 yards, so now it's 3rd and 1. Then they run a dive to number 33 here, who I believe that is Aiden Stockdale, and he goes ahead and gets the first down, extending this drive for Cheyenne Mountain. But here we go. they go ahead and drop back after making some room. And so Sam Hawker drops back here on a pass play. He throws it. It's just an inaccurate throw, but a diving Greeley Central player, that is number 6, Ernie Tenorio here, gets the interception and ends this promising Cheyenne Mountain drive. And so just like that, Greeley Central takes over first down here on the 30-yard line. So here we go, Greeley Central with some new life thanks to that turnover, only 30 yards to go. They go ahead and throw it. It's incomplete. On second down, it is a pitch, I want to say here, a toss left to Carlos Cardozo, who cuts it up, gets a solid 6 yards. On 3rd and 4, they hand it off on the sweep to Martin Mendoza. He is stopped for no gain, so now it's 4th and 4. Then they try to call a swing pass here to their fullback / tight end, but the ball is just inaccurate in the ground, so that's a tough turnover on down. So here we go, Cheyenne Mountain not sweating that interception on the 32 now with 4:56 left. Before they call a play, Greeley Central does call a timeout here, so I believe they have 2 left. And so here we go. Here's what happens. Number 4, Sam Hawker drops back, and he goes deep throwing it. And this one's almost intercepted. It's in double coverage, but it is just batted down. So that brings up second down here. The next pass here, he throws it deep again down the right sideline, but it's just way out of bounds off the mark. So here we go, 3rd and 10 here. Cheyenne Mountain in a pretty tough spot. They pitch it to number 9, Troy Herold here. And he goes for a good gain, but he's definitely short. So now it's 4th and 2 here. And on 4th and 2, Cheyenne Mountain decides to go for it on 4th down. And they call a quarterback sneak to Sam Hawker. But this Greeley Central defense stands strong once more. And he goes nowhere. Turnover on downs, 3 and out. And so Greeley Central still on the other side of the field here. They've been across midfield on their last 3 offensive drives here. And so they're on the 37 with about 4 minutes, 7 seconds left. Here's what happens. A toss left goes for about 4, 2nd and 6. Quick throw to the flats goes nowhere, so it's still 3rd and 6 here. Then they go ahead and roll out Genoa Trujillo here left, and he throws it to the corner, but it is incomplete. And so now it's 4th and 6 here. And on 4th and 6, they decide to go for it. And Genoa Trujillo, he drops back, and he takes a shot down the right sideline to number 4. That's Martin Mendoza here. And he is wide open and walks it in for a huge 30-plus yard touchdown play. PAT is good, which makes it 14-13. They still lead by 1 with 2:45 left. But a huge play here on 4th down from Genoa Trujillo to his guy, Martin Mendoza, would give them some new life, more new life here, and keep this game close. And also, what's crazy, I'm just going to point this out here. So I was on the sideline. I saw Genoa point out Martin here open a couple plays back right before they took that corner shot on 3rd down here. And so coming back to that, very interesting there. Just a great ball here and a good catch by Mendoza to go ahead and make it 14-13. And so Central, they kick it, but it does go out of bounds. So Cheyenne Mountain starts on the 35. Here's what happens. They call a couple run plays here, and they do get a first down thanks to a nice last-second pitch from their quarterback Hawker to Troy Herold. That gets a huge gain, putting them on the 50. But on first down, they go ahead and call a dive up the middle, but it is a fumble by Cheyenne Mountain. Greeley Central forcing that, and they go ahead and recover at midfield with 1:41 left. So here we go, Greeley Central cooking, looking to take the lead on the 50-yard line with about 1:41 left. Here's what happens. Trujillo checks down to Mendoza, who goes and gets about 9 yards, making it 2nd and 1. A dive to Carlos Cardozo goes for a good gain, but unfortunately a false start brings that back, making it 2nd and 7 again. They go ahead and toss it left to Cardozo. He makes up for that, gets a good gain here, puts them on the 31 with a first down. They go ahead and call a spike here with around 43 seconds left, so it's 2nd down. On 2nd down, they go ahead and call a toss left to Cardozo. He makes it 3rd and 1, getting a good gain of about, I want to say about 9 or 8 here. And then they go ahead and call a timeout with about 26 seconds left. coming out of the timeout on 3rd down. They go ahead and call a dive to Carlos Cardoza. He would get the first down. They would go ahead and go hurry up and spike the ball at 17 seconds. Now on the 10-yard line. So here we go, 2nd down. Go ahead, snap the ball. Trujillo drops back, throws the fade route, but it is off the mark and out of bounds. So 3rd and 10. Clock obviously stopped here. Here's what happens. Trujillo drops back. It looks like it's a screen play to number 11, Jaden Zuris, and he grabs this ball, and he gets a good block here from his lineman. It's one of his guards, I want to say. Here, let me go ahead, try to look up the number. I want to say it was number 52, Fernando de la Cruz, who got a good block downfield on the screenplay. And he gets loose, and he powers through a defender on the goal line to give Greeley Central the 19-14 lead with 5 seconds left here in the 2nd quarter. Now on the PAT, they go ahead and call a fake fake PAT here, and Jano Trujillo rolls right, and he finds number 8 of Greeley Central here, lofts one up to him. That's Chris Rojas here, and he makes an amazing diving one-handed catch, sensational, to give Greeley Central the 2-point conversion and the 21-14 lead at half. So just an excellent drive at the end here by Greeley Central to go ahead and put them up, as they are in a great spot, and they start with the ball to start the 3rd quarter. And so here's what happens in the 3rd quarter. They get the ball on the 20, and here's what happens. 3rd and 6 after a couple run plays. They go ahead and roll out Jano Trujillo left, and he finds big number 7 Asensio, who goes ahead and powers forward for the 1st down. A couple plays later, it's 2nd and 10. They toss it right to Carlos Cardoza. Tosses a little high, but he tips it to himself, and then he reverses fields, which is wild, and goes ahead and gets a 1st down on the 40. Following that, let's go ahead and go to 2nd and 3 here. They go ahead and toss it left to Cardoza again, who powers across midfield for a 1st down. He puts them on the 40-yard line, as Greeley Central is playing brutal smash mouth football right now. Following that, they go ahead and call a zone run left to Cardoza, who gets another 1st down. That puts them on the 30. They go ahead and call basically that same play, but penalty is thrown against Greeley Central for holding, so now it's 1st and 20. They hand it off to big number 7 Asensio right up the middle, gets a solid 5. Then they throw the corner route here, but number 10 of Cheyenne Mountain, that's Will Weinstein, breaks that up. So now it's 3rd and 15. They call a dive play to number 6 of Greeley Central. That's Ernie Tenorio here, who goes ahead and gets a solid gain, makes it 4th and 8 here. But on 4th and 8, they decide to go for it, trying to ride this momentum. It's a pretty gutsy call. And so here is what happens on 4th and 8. They drop back Jano Trujillo, their quarterback, and he takes a shot down the left sideline, looking off the safety at first and taking a shot down the left sideline to number 4 once more, Martin Mendoza, on 4th down, who scores, making it 28-14 with 6:41 left in the 3rd quarter, using up basically half of the 3rd quarter already. And this feels like a backbreaker, as this is another 4th down play where Cheyenne Mountain is just not there, and they allow a huge pass play for a touchdown. And so here we go. Number 25 of Cheyenne Mountain, trying to get something going for them. That is Tyler Chris. He gets a pretty good return here. Almost breaks loose, but does get brought down eventually. He gets them to the 50-yard line here. Let's fast forward to 2nd and 2 here. They go ahead and run a run play. Cheyenne Mountain does, but there is a fumble again, forced by Greeley Central. This time it is recovered, it looks like, by number 88. That's Diego Strite here, their junior linebacker. And so that is another tough blow for Cheyenne Mountain. And so Greeley Central takes over with about 5 minutes 27 seconds left on the 24-yard line, with about 70 yards to go here to go ahead and potentially score. And so here's what happens. They just run the ball. This is tough smash mouth Greeley football here. Carlos Cardoza getting the ball, Martin Mendoza getting the ball, big number 7 Asensio getting the ball, and they just do that. running the clock, just running that clock. I believe also big number 6 for them, Ernie Tenorio, got the ball as well. And by the time they are done, they go all the way downfield. They're in the red zone. 2nd and 5 here. They call an end-around play to Martin Mendoza, who goes ahead and runs it in for the dagger, making it 34-14 with 10:45 left in the fourth quarter. PAT makes it 35-14 as this game is basically over. That was another long drive, around 7 minutes for Greeley Central as they just smashed the ball upfield here. And like I said, at this point it's over. Crowd is starting to thin out here. They would get one more score. Number 7 Asensio would punch it in for Greeley Central, making it a 41-14 lead. PAT, I believe, would go ahead PAT would make it a 41-14 lead. Cheyenne Mountain at the end of this game would score a touchdown in the last seconds. So obviously it doesn't matter. So final score for this one, Greeley Central 41, Cheyenne Mountain 21. Let's go ahead and talk about takeaways from this game here. Let's start with Cheyenne Mountain here. So obviously not having Bruce Archambault, that is a tough blow here. Their quarterback, Sam Hawker, I mean, it's his first start, so I'm not going to be too hard on him. I think he's going to get better. They do play Canyon City and Pueblo Centennial the next 2 weeks. In my opinion, I think those are still games that Cheyenne Mountain could win, and they could get back to 500 and either get Bruce back, their starting quarterback, back, either for the Denver South or Air Academy game. Either one is an away game, right? Which would be huge because he did throw for 300 yards against Pueblo East, even in that loss. And so the sooner you could get him back, obviously, the better. Was the offense the biggest problem here? In my opinion, no. I think there were times they were really productive. They did have a couple fumbles. I mean, I don't know. It feels like almost personal problems at that point. Hold on to the ball, right? That's not exactly something that is like a glaring problem, in my opinion. If you don't have those fumbles, you're in a better spot. They know that, right? And those are experienced players carrying the ball, not Sam Hawker. So, you got to be better than that in a game like this. But the defense definitely needs to play better. Allowed 35 points to Pueblo East last week, who, had a new quarterback. Allowed 41 to Greeley Central this week. Eventually, they got to pick it up. 2 fourth down touchdowns is unacceptable, plain and simple, for Cheyenne Mountain. Defense definitely needs to pick it up. We'll see what happens here. Their season's not over, far from over. I know they're 0-2, but it's still a very long season ahead. We'll just have to see what happens as, everyone has to pull their weight moving forward without Bruce Archambault. And even then, even with Bruce, they got to continue to pull their weight and get better. That is obviously if they want to make a run at making the playoffs and getting back there. Greeley Central, on the other hand, saw this loss to Niwot last week, 14-7, and I wasn't sure if things were going to change. I know they had a new coaching staff, but, losing to Niwot by 1 score has literally happened the last 3 or 4 years, except for the COVID year. So I wasn't sure, how this team was going to look going into this next game. But this game, I mean, on the road, this is a 2-hour drive there, and then another 2-hour drive back, at least. So it's a pretty long trip for Greeley Central to come all the way down here. Plus, the Cheyenne Mountain crowd is pretty crazy and wild. It was pretty much packed out over there, sold out over there on the home side for Cheyenne Mountain. And so this is a tough environment to go into, but Greeley Central, props to them. This was a big-time win for their program. I don't think they've beaten Cheyenne Mountain recently, as in the last 10 or so years. They just started playing them the last couple years. And so this is absolutely huge for Greeley Central to beat a team like Cheyenne Mountain, who does have great athletes. Right now, obviously, they beat them without Bruce Archambault, but you work with what you have, right? They can't control that, and they played great football. The defense played extremely well, in my opinion, forced a lot of turnovers, had some key stops there, got some key interceptions as well, a couple diving interceptions from their players. And then on offense, I mean, pounding the football. Carlos Cardoza, he's a special running back. He's going to be great there. Asensio, he's another great fullback for them in the backfield, adding some oomph there. Martin Mendoza having a hat trick this game. You know, he was a baseball player. He didn't even play football before this game. That was absolutely huge to have him here. He looks to be the wideout one for the Central team. Clearly, that is. Jaden Andrews, he got in there a couple of times. Chanel Trujillo, he really did his job this game, led this team, did a very good job. 2 touchdown passes on 4th down. Absolutely insane. You know, gotta love that. Those were game changers in this game, and Greeley Central just found a way to get it done on the road, playing tough, hard-nosed football. A lot of credit to this new coaching staff and new head coach, Sean Brown, who got these boys right after that close loss to Niwot last week, because they did a really good job this game. They really did a good job here. Can't talk about it enough. Really tough, did a good job taking care of the football, great blocks here. There were so many just plays and gains where they would just get 5 yards a pop, 6 yards a pop, and it's either Cardoza, Asensio, and Zeris, Mendoza doing their thing, running the ball, showing a lot, just a lot of different looks. Their offense actually really reminds me of this I guess Christian McCaffrey / Andrew Luck's Stanford offense from college, which is really interesting to me. But this is also a team that could throw the ball as well a little bit. So just a great job by Greeley Central. They should be proud of this one here. Next week, they go ahead and play Northridge, crosstown rival. That potentially could be a winnable game. We'll see what happens. Then they play Palmer. That's another winnable game. They blew them out last year before playing Loveland and Windsor, then eventually Greeley West. That's the big one. Hopefully sending someone out to that one if I'm not going there myself to cover that game. But just a great win by Greeley Central, a tough win on the road, as once more they win 41-21 over Cheyenne Mountain. What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I'm going to go ahead and recap week 2 of 4A football here. So let's go ahead and get started. Starting on Thursday, August 31st, we had a handful of games. Golden versus Silver Creek. Golden gets back into the win column here, getting their first of the season, winning 42-13. Quarterback Kalen Huford, the junior quarterback, threw for 9 of 20 for 124 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, while also being the lead rusher on 13 rushes with 144 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Like I said, as Golden gets to 1-1, Silver Creek, I believe, dropping to 0-2 on the season. Then we have a cross-classification matchup and a cross-city matchup between Doherty and Rampart. Rampart wins this one 28-18. Their running back, Masu Ramaka, ran for 131 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns on 19 carries. Also, their defense balled out, 5.5 sacks while causing 2 fumbles in a big-time cross-city win. I'll talk about Doherty in the 5A recap here later. Then we have Gateway versus North Glen, another cross-classification matchup. North Glen beats Gateway 21-8, kind of a close one here, which is a shame. Now Sorrell, he had 177 rushing yards and 1 touchdown in this losing effort. Then we have Adams City versus Riverdale Ridge, and Riverdale Ridge, a 3A school, absolutely obliterates Adams City 63-0 here. Let's go ahead and move on here. Falcon versus George Washington. Falcon playing a 3A squad here and winning 27-12, improving to 1-1. Carter Thorpe went for 99 rushing yards and a touchdown, while Gabriel McFarland also had 97 rushing yards and a touchdown in that winning effort. Then we have Hinckley versus Aurora Central. Aurora Central winning 34-15. Christopher Markel Perkins, the freshman quarterback, getting the start and having a little bit of a come-out party here, going 5 of 8 for 29 yards, but rushing for 146 rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. The defense for Aurora Central was also cooking with 3 fumble recoveries as they win 34-15. Moving on to another cross-classification matchup, we got Monarch versus 3A Frederick. Monarch wins a close one, 30-23, still without their senior quarterback, Asher Ewing. No word on when he will be back, but his backup, Riley Montemayor, still a quarterback, played pretty decently here, 19 of 27 for 211 yards, 1 touchdown, did throw 2 picks, but had 66 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. A rushing touchdown by him under a minute in that game would give Monarch the lead and the win, as I believe they stay undefeated here. Owen Mellish also had 8 receptions, 108 receiving yards and a touchdown as he continues to cook his senior year. Then we have Thornton versus Niwot. Niwot winning 29-14, despite the efforts of David Williams of Thornton, who had 199 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. Then we have Palmer Ridge versus Mesa Ridge. I have already recapped this one, but do want to make a note. Derek Hester, 12 of 16, 207 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 interception thrown, but also had 130 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown in a big-time effort. He is definitely a Playmaker of the Week candidate for the 4A level. Okay, moving on to the Friday games, we have Dakota Ridge versus out-of-state East River. I believe they are from Florida. They go ahead and take care of business against them, 40-0 in a dominating effort. Then we have Coronado versus Lewis Palmer, a 3A school. Coronado, the struggles continue as they lose 51-12 to them. Moving on, we have Pueblo West playing 3A Pueblo County. Rivalry game here. They go ahead and win this one 35-7. Gavin Lockett with a great performance, a Playmaker of the Week candidate type of performance, where he went 10 of 13 for 146 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown. Also had 77 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns as the junior quarterback continues to keep this West team undefeated. Then we have Widefield versus Air Academy. It looked close at first, but Widefield would go ahead and pull away, winning 33-14. Heritage playing Arapahoe in the Milk Jug game. Cody will recap this game, but unfortunately, Heritage loses again to Arapahoe, 28-7. Then we have Centaurus losing to Mountain Range here, 7-9, a low-scoring game. Chance Wood went 12 of 27, 182 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks as they struggled in a close loss. Bear Creek, though, would go ahead and take care of Greeley West 47-0. This defense was cooking, 4 sacks and 5 hurries on the way to that 47-0 victory. Loveland would take down Mountain View 28-7 on the backs of senior Trey Olson, who had 153 rushing yards, 4 rushing touchdowns. Ryder Easton, the quarterback, adding 88 rushing yards and a touchdown in that one. Montrose plays Fruita Monument in this rivalry game, and they dominate them 58-15 in a big bounce-back win for them. Then we have Grand Junction Central beating 3A Palisade 28-7. Standley Lake versus Skyline. Gideon will recap this game here, but I do want to make a note. Liam Graham, 243 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, also 2 receptions and 35 receiving yards in a winning effort for Standley Lake. Definitely a Playmaker of the Week candidate. Longmont versus Windsor. This was a close one here. Windsor looks like wins it 29-28. Cole Gaddis running for 159 yards and a touchdown for Longmont in a tough loss for them. Then Erie, they go ahead and play 5A Mullen here. Blake Barnett, some struggles here. 17 of 23, 250 passing yards, 3 touchdowns to 2 picks, but defense played great. 4 interceptions from this defense from Harrington, Terranova, who had 2, by the way, and Cardenas. So great job by Erie to get back into the winning column there. Ponderosa goes ahead and blows out 5A Chaparral 42-14. Marcus Price, the junior quarterback, continuing to cook. 15 of 24, 338 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, only 1 interceptions, plus 23 rushing yards. His running back Ethan Pekarik, 108 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, as Ponderosa continues to dominate here. Then we have Broomfield losing to Holy Family in this crosstown rivalry here, 30-29. In a close one. CT Worley, 11-23, 163 passing yards, 102 rushing yards, and a rushing touchdown. Altogether, this Broomfield offense had 259 total rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. And at one point, they were leading 29-15 in the third quarter before allowing Holy Family to come back and win it, as they would score 15 points in the fourth quarter to win this game. Tough loss for Broomfield here. I don't know how much more you can ask out of the offense. Maybe CT could play a little bit better, but you also ran for 260 yards as well. That's as good as it gets controlling the clock, I feel. Defense, you got to pick it up. You can't allow Holy Family to score 15 in the first and 15 in the fourth. They will continue to learn from this and move on, though. But definitely a tough loss to 3A Holy Family. Then we have Thomas Jefferson blowing out Wheat Ridge 39-7. Jake Tapia had 217 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. And then last but not least, Greeley Central versus Cheyenne Mountain. I will go ahead and recap this game here, if I haven't already, later. So there you go there. Greeley Central winning, by the way, 41-21 on the road. A good win for them. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the Saturday slate of games on September 2nd here. Denver South versus Denver East, a rivalry game. It's been a minute since Denver South has lost, but they did lose this matchup here, 14-31. Cody will recap this game, but just a tough game for Denver South as Denver East really dominated this one here. Vista Ridge would play Far Northeast and get back into the winning column, winning 27-14. No stats yet for Vista Ridge here, but Russell Patton for Far Northeast ran for another 182 yards and 2 touchdowns in another losing effort. Liberty would lose to 3A Canyon City, 23-12. Vista Peak, in a valiant effort, would fall just barely to Bryden, 38-30. 5A Bryden, that is, so that's a tough loss for them. And then Palmer blows out 3A Pueblo Centennial 48-0 in a big time win for them. And so there you go there. That is your 4A week 2 recap. Make sure you check out all the games I talked about. We went to a number of 4A games this week, so make sure you check out those recaps as well.
Hey y'all, it's me again, Cody Stauffer, and I am going to be recapping a couple of games here. And the first one I'm actually going to do, I was going back and forth on which one to do first, but I will go in chronological order since I'm going back to back here and talk about Arapahoe versus Heritage. This was on Friday night, and this was the Milk Jug Trophy for the 2023 season. For those who don't know, back in 1972, there was a dairy company in Littleton, Colorado, named Brook Ridge Dairy that donated the land that would become LPS Stadium. And, you know, while Heritage and Arapahoe had been around before then, you know, they wanted, the coaches of both sides wanted to start something and get kind of a little crosstown thing going. And so they created the Milk Jug Trophy, the Brook Ridge Trophy, whatever you want to call it, in, you know, kind of like as an ode to those who helped build the stadium and also to just build school spirit and whatnot. And since the beginning of the Brook Ridge, Arapahoe leads the series between these two teams. I want to say 32-17 or something in that ballpark here. And so let's see who takes away the Brook Ridge on this Friday night. And so to start the game, Arapahoe will receive the opening kickoff and start on their own 40. And just after having a very short run, kind of a nonchalant start on the second play from scrimmage, Mikey Moynihan throws an absolute beaut to Eckhart over the middle, and after a slight stumble, waving to the crowd, Charlie recovers and scores, and Arapahoe is up 7-0 less than a minute into this game. Already not the best start for the Heritage Eagles, but a very entertaining start from a Warrior perspective. Now it is Heritage's turn. This is an offense that just scored 34 points last week, but let's see how they move against the Warrior defense. And, you know, to start, they have 2 short passes. They pick up a first down, and they're on the 39-yard line. But after a gain of 4, you know, they only pick up 2 yards, and on 3rd and 4, there is a pass that is broken up by Arapahoe's defense, numbers 22, Jacob McCabe, and number 1, Joshua Acker, who helped break up this pass and force a punt. Now, while Arapahoe gets going here a little bit to, you know, generate some momentum, they get a couple of runs, but ultimately the Heritage defense stiffens up here and forces Arapahoe to punt, especially when on 3rd and 9, number 8 for Heritage comes up with a huge sack. And after the Heritage punt, which is a touchback, Arapahoe opens up with a pass to Eckhart that goes for a first, and then offsetting penalties has them continuing the drive on the 40. Now, Heritage sends a blitz that disrupts the play, but then there's a run for a first down on a nice pull and trap play that will, like I said, go for a first down. Now, after a penalty, There is a run that is swallowed up. There is a loss of yards as well when there is just a blow up behind the line. And so on 3rd and 17, the Eagles pass rush gets absolutely stymied, and Moynihan slides right and finds a wide open Eckhart for their second connection of the night, going up 14-0 with under 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Heritage, with only enough time for one play, will get to the Arapahoe 40 and run for 6 yards before the second quarter begins. But on the opening of the second quarter, Kurt Rosner is going to have a keeper, but no one is fooled as Luckenbill, the senior linebacker, blows this play up and brings Rosner down. Now, 3rd and 7, Rosner will scramble for a first, and they will be inside the Arapahoe 30-yard line before a couple of stretch plays and handoffs. It's going to be 4th down on the 18-yard line. Heritage is going to go for it and throw a quick strike for a first, but a penalty will move them back, and they will try and get 3 points out of the drive, and they're kicking from beyond the 40-yard line, and this kick is blocked, and Arapahoe will maintain a 14-point lead with 9 minutes left in the half. Now, Arapahoe on their own 20, which, by the way, I don't know if this is the rule, because I feel like you should start wherever the field goal attempt is from, but I feel like every missed field goal or blocked field goal attempt, or any of them that went through the back of the end zone, the other team just started at the 20. So maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about, but I swear that happened in the Littleton versus Arvada game as well as the Arapahoe versus Heritage game. But I digress. Let's get back to what Arapahoe has going on here. And it's not too much, because numbers 42, 7, and 8 for Heritage are all making plays in the backfield. That's safety Rex Guthrie, that's outside linebacker Lucas Madrid, and that's also Reed Schisler as well. So they are blitzing like crazy. They force Arapahoe into a 3rd and 9. They take a timeout and run a screen left, but number 3 and 25 are there to make a play. Gabe Martinez as well as Tanner Guthrie, and they actually strip the ball carrier, and Heritage will recover on the 29-yard line going in. Right there, I probably would have taken a shot, but they decide to settle for a run that only goes for a yard. They then throw it away, and then there's a ball that's tipped, and it falls into number 17's hands, Chris Kidd, and that is for a first down. You'd think that they're getting some momentum here, but unfortunately, once Heritage gets to the 11-yard line, Arapahoe blitzes 3, who forces an incompletion on a hurry. And then after a short run, it's 4th and 4, and Rosner sets and just overthrows by a finger's length. Just needs a little bit more touch on this pass, but like I said, needed, did not have, and so that'll be a turnover on downs. This drive is not too exciting, because Arapahoe is just eventually going to go 3 and out and punt. There's a penalty thrown in there, but let's just get into the Heritage drive, who once again gets into Arapahoe territory to start on the 40-yard line after a solid return. They have a quick pass left for about 8 yards and a short run and a bubble, so they're moving the ball pretty well. They're keeping it balanced between runs and passes. There's a keeper to the 17 for a first down, and then a quick throw left for 5. This is just a very sound drive. However, unfortunately, after that throw left, there is a short run right and then an incompletion that sets up 4th and 5, where they try a field goal again and they miss the field goal, and now it's 14-0 with just 25 seconds left, and that will basically take us into halftime. Arapahoe up 14-0. Now, to start the half, Heritage will have the football, and they will benefit from a penalty right then and there. But after that, they'll have a quick pass and another that sets up 3rd and 3. Rosner rolls way right and steps out of bounds for a loss, and they'll punt until the punter keeps and picks up the first down. And the Eagles, with a rugby punt actually working for once, they will have the ball on the 34 going in. Rosner on the next play floats it up, and number 4 for Heritage here, Tanner Turch, comes down with it in tight coverage and climbs the staircase. And after that, there will also be an unsportsmanlike assessed on Arapahoe, and that will take place during the kickoff. Heritage makes it a one-score game, 7-14, with just a second under 10 minutes in the third quarter here. Arapahoe, they'll start on the 20 after a touchback with that penalty that I just talked about enforced there. And, they throw a flat out of bounds, and the refs call what I think is a pretty bogus, unnecessary roughness. I think the defender was just finishing his tackle that he started inbounds. But regardless, I'm not the one with the flag in my pocket. That moves Arapahoe forward, and they follow up with a Carter Neely run that sets up 2nd and 1. And after another punishing run for a first is followed by another, as Arapahoe is just imposing their will up front. They pick up another 6, and by this point, they're on the 26-yard line. Moynihan finds Eckhart, and now it's 1st and goal at the 6-yard line. But with that first handoff, they gain 5 yards, but then on the next play, number 8 and number 7, which is, as you know, Rex Guthrie and Lucas Madrid once again blow up in the backfield with a major stop and set up for a 3rd and long 1. Then after a false start, Arapahoe staring down a 3rd and 6. Heritage dials up the blitz here, and Moynihan barely gets the pass off to number 33, who's immediately clobbered by Gabe Martinez of Heritage. Arapahoe sets up for a field goal, but back-to-back penalties and a delay of game and unsportsmanlike on 77 pushes them back to the 31, and after another false start, it's 4th and goal from the 36. Oh my. I had to think to myself if I wanted to use expletives and bleep that out right now, but I'm not going to do that. But the thought is there. It's just so many ridiculous penalties. Arapahoe gets pushed back to basically midfield, and they punt. Also, shout out the student section. Student sections, they were wilding out this game. They're funny. I know that I was once in those stands at 1.2, but it's like, take his whistle. No, bro, just follow the rules. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my God, I should not be laughing because it's just comical because on the very next play they punt, and not only is there a punt, but a cheap shot on a Heritage player from an Arapahoe player will push Heritage up, and an Arapahoe player gets ejected. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's a time like this where I'm just embarrassed. And allegedly someone else did it, but that's the one that I directly saw right in front of me. It seemed pretty dirty. But anyways, the Eagles on the 35, now only down by 7 points, and Arapahoe, seemingly their own worst enemy. This would be a great chance for Heritage to put themselves right back in this game. But, they end up kicking themselves in the rear here because after getting set up on 3rd and 2, they have a false start that pushes them to 3rd and 7, and Heritage tries to go with the quick hitch left that had been working for them so much this entire game. But unfortunately, Arapahoe is expecting this play, and they do get an interception by number 9, Cade Neerling, I want to say is how you say his name, and that will be a Arapahoe ball. But another penalty would push them back to the 50-yard line, so they still can't get out of their own way. And after a pass breakup, this drive would eventually end in a turnover on downs. So just a 3-and-out, but a pass breakup thrown in there too. So Heritage, they'll start from their own 20, throw left, this time doesn't get intercepted. They pick up 4, run up the middle for a first, deep throw left, out of bounds. There's a player that gets banged up for Arapahoe on this play, and so number 13, my guy, Bodie Shielhaus here, gets in and actually starts his night with a major tackle for loss on a screen that forces 3rd and 12. And after a delay of game, which I need to look at how many penalties there were in this game because this is so absurd to be saying another penalty this many times. But on 3rd and 17, Heritage tries to go deep over the middle, but who else other than Charlie Eckhart gets a one-handed interception and takes it all the way back to the 32-yard line. Charlie Eckhart on the night, an interception, a pass deflection, 2 receiving touchdowns. Absolute monster performance in the milk jug game. One of the best ones that we've probably seen from an individual player in the past few years. But, this is a one-play drive as number 33 for Arapahoe, who is Clotre, Anthony Cloatre. Sorry, Anthony, if I'm saying your name wrong here. But he gets a handoff and rips off a 32-yard touchdown. And Arapahoe is now up 21-7 with 10.5 minutes in the fourth quarter. You would think that Heritage would try and be a little bit more aggressive here, but unfortunately, there's just chirping and chipping by these two programs, and Heritage can't get anything going. My guy Bodie is on really tight coverage on third down and forces a Heritage overthrow, and Heritage has to punt. Now Arapahoe with the ball on their own 42-yard line. Eckhart skies for a catch in double coverage to put Arapahoe on the other side of the field to the 26-yard line. And after a few runs and sweeps, they eventually have 3rd and 10 with 8 minutes to go. The Eagles jump off sides on a hard count, and it's 3rd and 5. They get a handoff to number 12, who follows a key block from number 7, paving the way. And number 12 cuts right, Trajan Frazier, and he will score. Arapahoe goes up 28-7 with 7.5 minutes to go. I take notes on this next drive here for Heritage, but nothing really happens here, as eventually they complete a deep pass, but they fail to convert, passing the other side of midfield. And this game will end with Arapahoe winning 28-7. Notable playmaker, obviously, Charlie Eckhart, 7 receptions, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns. Mikey Moynihan playing very good ball here and honestly impressing me. I think that he's going to be a huge part of Arapahoe being a bit more, competent on offense this year, as he goes 12 of 14 for 200 yards and 2 scores, no picks. Very solid game by Mikey Moynihan. Very fundamentally looked way more sound, honestly, being able to slide out of the pocket, set his feet, and just deliver darts. I thought that he really impressed me, honestly, based off of the film that I saw last year and how I saw him play in the playoffs versus that night in the Milk Jug game. I was very impressed. And then Eckhart also with the interception. But shout out to my guys. Bodie, obviously, he had a pass deflection up in there and a tackle for loss as well. So, it's always fun to see those guys doing their thing. And then Cade Kaminsky, shout out my HRCA staff. Those guys are awesome, and I appreciate them. Cade doing a lot of the dirty work in the trenches, doing lots of down blocks and opening up lanes for this Arapahoe run game that really did well, rushing for about 200 yards. I mean, this team was as balanced as it could possibly be yardage-wise. But I do just want to say one thing. This was my first time back at the Brook Ridge Trophy game, the Milk Jug game, whatever you want to call it, since graduating high school. And honestly, I was a little underwhelmed because the amount of plays that were just dives up the middle for 2 yards really took the wind out of, when I think of a rivalry game, I think of two programs that are pushing each other to the absolute limit. I think of two programs that are pushing Colorado football forward, and I just don't think, looking back on my time and looking at this time, I just really don't think that's where these two programs are at as far as pushing the envelope on Colorado football. I don't care if one team's 4A and the other team's 5A. It should still be a competitive rivalry, and it just really has not been, as Heritage hasn't won the Milk Jug since my sophomore year, which was 2015. And even when Arapahoe wins it, it's not like we're really doing anything crazy or impressive. To see Arapahoe throw deep on the second play of scrimmage, that was awesome. I was like, okay, this is progress. And then it's just a lot more short runs. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's cool, I guess. I liked the big plays. I thought that the highlights were awesome from this game. But honestly, I think that this rivalry I think both teams have some work to do as far as pushing the envelope and just growing Colorado football from this rivalry perspective. And, I don't know if this is the last one at LPS Stadium. I hope it is, because LPS Centennial looks so much more accessible, because getting out of LPS Stadium is such a nightmare when it's 4A and 5A teams. But those are kind of my thoughts. Now, Arapahoe heading forward, they do have their hands full, honestly, looking ahead to the rest of the season. They have Regis this next week and Columbine the week after that. So those will be huge for our standings, and Heritage is finally out of 5A, but they will travel all the way down to Pueblo for a 3A matchup, but they'll have some very easy opponents to kind of bounce back for. But we'll see how they do for the rest of the season. But that is the Heritage versus Arapahoe Milk Jug recap. And, even despite my disappointments in my elder age, go Warriors, baby. And no rest for the Wicked here, the Wicked being myself, at a wicked awesome game with Coach V on September 2nd, which was Coach V's birthday, by the way. So happy belated birthday. Make sure to wish him a happy birthday. But now that I've repeated myself like 3 times, let's go ahead and get into it. This matchup between Denver South and Denver East here. Now, while these teams have not played every season, which I think that they should, because, it's all city stadium, it's the Denver community, I think that would be awesome to just see this. But they've only played 5 times, excluding this year, since 2011. And 2011 was the last time that Denver East beat Denver South. Will the Ravens continue this win streak, or will the Angels strike back and finally claim a W? Well, let's go ahead and find out. So the Ravens, they actually start this game on the 15-yard line, but 2 penalties sets up 1st and 10 on the 25-yard line. But even with all those breaks that Denver South got from East penalties, they end up going with a punt, but not before lining up like it looks like they'll go for it on 4th and 10, forcing East to use their first timeout with 10.5 minutes left. But there's a very high snap on this punt when they eventually do punt that goes over the punter's head, barely recovers and punts it out of the end zone. Then it's muffed and eventually recovered by East, and they're on the 18-yard line going in. South, not a team that had to punt a whole lot last week, if at all, against Skyline, will be challenged and kind of exposed on special teams throughout this day. But the Angels on the 18 going in have 2 false starts, and it's 1st and 20. They have a run for 5, and I just want to mention that number 77 for Denver East on this particular play, who at least is listed on the roster as Jeremiah West, gets an awesome pancake on this run that caught my eye. Now, after another run, it is eventually 3rd and 8, and it is fired into a very tight window here for Denver East, trying to squeeze it in to number 7, and they actually get the first down here and complete this very fiery pass that literally I think there's smoke coming off the ball because it's just thrown so hard. But I digress. That does not address how the rest of this drive goes after that Declan McDonald throw to Harper Mellon. But anyways, they eventually have a few short runs and a dive, and there's nothing that goes on. They are set up on 3rd and 3, and 33 for Denver South actually ends up stringing this play all the way out and not allowing the ball carrier to get anywhere. But Denver South will accept a penalty because this is 4th down territory for the Angels, and so South wants to push them as far back as possible. And so now they are staring down a 3rd and 19. That number 33, by the way, Jeremiah Emery for South. But on 3rd and 19, Declan McDonald steps up and throws a beautiful touch pass across the field to number 6, who spins and fights ahead and breaks the plane for Denver East's opening score. The PAT is eventually good, and East is leading South 7-0 with 8 minutes and 1 second left in the first. Now, South on their 35-yard line will open up their drive with a loss here as number 99 Elijah Goss gets in the backfield and forces a 2nd and 12. There's an incomplete deep shot to the right that is intended for number 1, and on 3rd and 12, South commits offsides, and after the pocket disintegrates, East forces a punt on 4th down. Now, on this next one, they do go 3 and out. They have a short run and incomplete pass, and then a drop on a kind of fired-in pass just low enough for only the receiver to make a play on it, but that would be no good anyway. So South, they're going to have the ball on the 6, and Chevelle Early runs violently to the 20-yard line before getting pulled down. Now, East, they make a couple of good plays here in the backfield before jumping off sides and giving South a fresh set of downs. But 2 plays later, South will punt, and it is muffed by Denver East, and South will recover on the 26-yard line going in. Now, they have a QB keeper on first down that is met with good D, and then after a drop, it is 3rd and 11, and East takes another timeout. 36 seconds left in the quarter here. JR Felipe tries to force something that's not there, and it's 4th and 11, and Felipe steps up and overthrows, and it is intercepted by number 9 for East, Elijah West here, and there is unfortunately some mustard on the lettuce here that was roughing the passer, and so that gives South a fresh set of downs on the 7-yard line, and with their 3rd chance on this drive, they will eventually punch it in. JR Felipe getting into the end zone, but the PAT is blocked, and South trails 6-7 to start the second quarter. Now, on this next East drive here to start the second, really, truly, they'll have a kickback, but, a holding penalty will put them at the 27-yard line, and then a false start or something puts them on the 22, and this drive just goes on forever. I mean, they eventually end up with 3rd and 6, but, South, kudos to this defense for stepping up. Not only does number 33 get in on the action, but number 49, Kanai Barnes, helps stonewall the run, and East will punt. South will be on their own 35 with 7.5, and after a deep shot left that's dropped, South surprisingly stays true and picks up a first, hits a quick hitch left. They then try the slot to the right, but the ball gets popped up, and this play is going to be intercepted by Landon Holloway, a captain for Denver East, and taken all the way back to the Ravens' 8-yard line before getting caught. Now, set up inside the 10-yard line here. South comes out and stuffs a few runs, but on 3rd and goal here, there is a handoff to none other than junior running back Sean Campbell, who first gets contacted at the line, but he muscles and spins in for the score. And after the PAT, it's all Angels here, 14-6 with 4:40 in the first half. South going to one of the only things that works. They keep throwing to number 31, who is a freshman on this roster, Elijah Landrum Hamilton here. And, he's doing a great job coming back to the ball. He's finding space in the defense, and he is trying to push this East defense back a little bit with some of his moves here and there. Now, JR Felipe is also carrying the ball a few times, bursting ahead for gains of 9, 1, and 5 a few times. And, eventually they get on the other side of the field, but then Felipe launches a ball, and I'm not sure where it's going, but it ends up in the waiting arms of number 9 for Denver East, Elijah West, and this will be East ball. Now, a block in the back on the return puts East at their own 20-yard line with just 2.5 minutes, and they have a gut run to start the drive for a first down before they are, eventually set up in a 3rd and 5 situation after running the ball a few times. And there is an absolute dime that Declan McDonald drops while getting absolutely rocked, but the pass is dropped, and thus the touchdown does not exist. And then after 3 attempts and flags, East finally punts, and South has 9 seconds on their own 40-yard line where they throw it, and number 1 for East once again gets another interception. Landon Holloway jumps the pass, and that will take us into the half. Now, East, to start, they get penalized, and that handicaps them for this drive where they eventually go 3 and out. And then South, on their own 38-yard line, they get swallowed up on the run, and then on 3rd down, they set up to take a deep shot, but it is a strip sack, and Denver East lands on it. Now, after starting on the 30-yard line going in, they have a couple of handoffs here, eventually picking up a first with Sean Campbell's patience and vision, and with a toss left. There is a penalty prior to this toss, but number 81 for East blocks the edge way out, and 9 cuts back and gets to the 14-yard line. After another handoff to 9, there is 2 tackles that are shedded on this play, and Elijah skips in for the score. And after the PAT, Denver East is up 21-6 with 7:17 in the third quarter. Denver South, huge drive on this, and it's kind of a must score. I don't want to say a must score, but you could feel the momentum swinging pretty heavily in East's favor at this point out of the half. And so they start on the 45-yard line after a very solid Orlando Guerrero return. And after a couple of short runs, J.R. Felipe keeps and goes for a first down. There's a bad snap, and that sets up 2nd and 13, and South will take a timeout here just to calm down. They got 6:53, and the coach, I can overhear him saying, hey, we got 18 minutes. Let's just relax and play our game of football, which I think is absolutely true. But they come out after that, and there is an overthrow before that kind of, I don't know. It was a very makeable pass, I want to say. But anyways, there is a throw to the right to 18, who makes 2 defenders miss and stiff arms another and picks up a first down. They then throw a screen right to Elijah, who jets ahead for 8 yards. Orlando makes a move and picks up a first down, and all of a sudden, after a few first downs and positive plays following that overthrow, it is 1st and goal at the 8-yard line. And they are just going to pound it with J.R. Felipe over and over and over again until he meets the defenders at the line of scrimmage once it's 3rd and 1.5, and he stays low and drives his feet for the score. And with the PAT good, South is now only down by 8 with 4.5 minutes left in the third quarter. East, they start to run for a first when they start with the ball, but on the next play, 28 for the Ravens makes a huge tackle for loss. And then on top of that, there is a penalty. That number 28 is Kyler Cruz, by the way. And after a penalty and a throw right and a great open field tackle by Fourth, it makes it 3rd and 7. 7 for South, gets by his defender, and 16 drops it right where it needs to be, and 7 East gets by his defender, and Declan McDonald drops it right where it needs to be, and number 7 for East, being Harper Mellon, does the rest and races up the sideline, shedding a tackle to respond and be up 2 scores again at the 2:30 mark in the third. South, unfortunately, they're just coming out way too predictable. They end up turning over on downs, and even though East gets 2 more chances at, or gets a chance at a field goal on that next drive, it doesn't work, and so the Ravens will start on the 20, once again, like I said, but this kick was from the 31, I want to say. But anyways, the Ravens, they will run right, but there's a clean strip by Dion Giles-Ray of East, and it is landed on by number 50, MJ Daly, and East will be right back in field position. They run the ball a few times here, and they kick a field goal attempt to make it 31-13. Unfortunately, there is just another fumble by Denver South here, and East will land on it. And it was at this point that we decided that this game was practically over here. And that would be the final score. Denver East toppling Denver South and winning for the first time in 12 years to beat the Ravens and claim the crown to Denver. Highlighted by 198 rushing yards. And I don't know why the receiving yards aren't in here, but there's definitely over 150 receiving yards in here. 15 tackles for loss on the day for this East team. Landon Holloway having a great game, 17 total tackles, 4 of those for loss. Also having those 2 interceptions, and Elijah West also having 2 interceptions. This East team just dominated on both sides of the football, and they are going to be a team to watch. I think even getting some consideration for our top 10 power rankings. But that will do it for my recaps this week, and now I'm going to pass it on over to Gino to talk about Valor and Pine Creek.
Hello again, everyone. My name is Gino Vigil, and in this 5A Game of the Week for the Playmakers Corner podcast, we will be taking you to District 20 Stadium, where Pine Creek started their year off strong, a 31-17 win over Valor Christian in a battle between 2 top 10 5A teams. There was a lot of hype going into the year for both of these squads, as they both have some key guys returning on both sides to help them finish what they started last year. Valor came into the game coming off a loss to a tough Regis Jesuit squad, while this was Pine Creek's first game of the year since their Week 1 opponent forfeited the game. Let's not waste any more time and get right into this matchup. The Pine Creek student section and overall standings were actually quite impressive, as their students were chanting and singing along to songs all 4 quarters and then some. It's a little easier to stay excited as fans when your team is leading the whole game, but I was still impressed with the noise they made all game nonetheless. So let's go ahead and get started with the game. Valor Christian started with the ball, and that allowed for Pine Creek to set the tone early on defense as they got Valor to turn the ball over on downs on the first set of plays of the game. Valor came out looking rusty as QB Asher Weiner fumbled a snap, which pushed the ball back a few yards, and then from there, Gabe Sawchuk, his run was stopped by Leighton Robinson on Pine Creek, who also had a big game on defense this week. After a QB hurry from Big Jankin Kundetrow, that forces an incomplete pass, which is broken up by Justice Nicholson, and Valor gets a nice punt to their own 16-yard line. On offense for Pine Creek, you had them showing off their versatility as they would go on to pass and run the ball very well all game. They set the tone early with a screen pass to Elijah Roy for a nice gain. Then after that, you had a couple big runs from Jonathan Core to move the ball to their own territory. After that, you had Cameron Cooper find Elijah Roy for a beautiful 35-yard touchdown pass to take an early 7-0 lead after Jonathan Core nailed the PAT. That Cooper-Roy connection is definitely going to be one of the best QB wide receiver duos in the whole state. Valor Christian would start their next drive with a shaky option pass to Chase Moser, who loses 2 yards, and they would have another 3 and out here as they struggled to get anything going early in the game on offense. For Pine Creek, they would start on Valor's 38 after the punt, and their next drive started very similar to their next drive with Cooper hitting Roy on a screen pass for 6 yards, then a core run on second down, and then on third down, they would try another screen pass, this time to Luke Zimmerman, who has a bad drop to set over a turnover on downs for Valor Christian. After a touchback on the punt, Valor would put together a solid drive here, first with Weiner hitting Garrett Dial for a first down after Justice Nicholson broke up the pass before that. From there, you had a few consecutive scrambles and designed runs for Weiner, who would get them another first down. Mason Miller stopped a Sawchuk run for no gain on first down, and then from there, Weiner hits Cash Spence for 15 yards to get a first down for Valor Christian. Weiner followed that pass up with another huge completion, this time to Garrett Dial for another first down and to get them inside their own 20-yard line for the first time on the game. After a few plays and no gain, Mason Walter lines up for a field goal from the 12-yard line, and it misses. Pine Creek maintains a 7-0 lead and takes the ball on Valor Christian's 12-yard line, still in the first quarter. Pine Creek would come out swinging on their next drive, getting 3 first downs before the end of the quarter, with Luke Zimmerman getting the first one on a short pass, followed by a nice Jonathan Core run for another, and then a scramble from Cameron Cooper gets them one more. That sets them up on the 50-yard line at the end of the first quarter, with Pine Creek still up 7-0. Now moving on to the second quarter, Pine Creek still has the ball on the 50, like I just said. They came out in the second quarter with yet another Cooper-Roy connection, this time for 45 yards that almost goes for a TD. But Roy got pushed out at the last second, and that would set them up for first and goal inside their 5-yard line. Things got weird after that on this drive as Pine Creek would try 3 straight runs to Mason Miller, and they would all end up getting no gain or losing a yard. This set up a short field goal for Jonathan Core, and they try a fake field goal that is easily stopped by Valor to give them the ball back on Pine Creek 17. After an 8-yard scramble from Weiner on second down and a Valor timeout, Ramon Pacheco and Cannon Budge make a huge stop on third down to make it another turnover on downs for Valor. Now Pine Creek with the ball, we have Moises Freema and Israel Waitman stop a screen pass on first down for a minimal gain, but Jonathan Core proceeded to break out for a massive run all the way down to the 12-yard line to set up a red zone drive here for Pine Creek. A couple Core runs after that and a Cameron Cooper run outside for 2 yards set up a short field goal for Jonathan Core, which he sinks to put the score at 10-0 Pine Creek, still here in the first half. After a huge Gage Bachman kickoff return for Valor, they start their drive on their own 25-yard line. After a few plays of no gain, Valor Christian would finally get on the board here as Mason Walter nails a crazy 55-yard field goal to make the score 10-3 with 3 minutes left here in the first half. After a touchback, Pine Creek would go on to turn over the ball on downs for the first time on the day, and Valor finally keeps them from driving down the field. Valor would get the ball on Pine Creek's 22 and would get the ball all the way to the 50, but a couple huge tackles by Mason Miller would set up Weiner to heave it into the end zone at the end of the half, and it's picked off by Justice Nicholson to end the half, and it is still 10-3 Pine Creek at the end of the first half. Let's move on to the second half now. We got some great action here in the second half as Valor put together some big plays to help give them a shot of winning this game. For Pine Creek, not much was different as Cameron Cooper put together an awesome second half to add to an already great game from him. Pine Creek would start with the ball, and in signature Pine Creek fashion, they scored right away. Cameron Cooper was dialed in as he hit Jack Jarecki for a first down, and then he would hit his favorite target, you guessed it, Elijah Roy on a short pass for a first down, with Roy showing off some yards after the catchability. A QB run and a late hit on the sideline from Valor sets up a Cameron Cooper to Elijah Roy 12-yard touchdown pass to make their lead 17-3 after the PAT. This next drive was huge for Valor as they started to show some real life on offense here. While Pine Creek continued to stop any Sawchuk run, Asher Weiner would show off his dual threat ability as he used his legs to move the ball downfield on this drive. After a couple failed runs, Weiner would hit Chase Moser for a first down. Then, as Weiner rolls out to the right, he throws a beautiful ball to Cash Spence, who makes an amazing toe-touch grab at the end of the end zone for Valor as they officially make this a one-score ball game. Walters hit the PAT to make it 17-10 Pine Creek in the middle of the third quarter. Pine Creek continued their dominance on offense on their next drive. They ran the ball especially well on this drive, with Jonathan Core getting a couple first downs to end the third quarter. And then now in the fourth quarter, you have Cannon Budge getting a first down on fourth down to keep that drive going. After a late hit from Freema on Valor on the Cameron Cooper run, Pine Creek was once again inside their own 10-yard line, where Cannon Budge would punch it in for his first rushing touchdown of the year. After Jonathan Core hits the PAT, it's 24-10 Pine Creek here early in the fourth quarter. Valor went 3 and out on their next drive, with Ramon Pacheco making a huge play on third down to break up the pass and end the drive. From there, Pine Creek started the ball on their own 47, and they had a real chance to ice the game here, but Cameron Cooper's pass got intercepted by big man number 66, Cannon Smith, to give Valor the ball back down 24-10 with around 6 minutes remaining. After that Smith interception, Jake Nkundatrau for Pine Creek got the sack on the first snap of the drive, and a couple plays later, it's 4th and 4. Miner gets Pine Creek to jump off sides, however, and they get the huge first down. From there, Miner, who would hit his favorite target on the day, Cash Spence, for a first down. After another Pacheco breakup on second down, Valor would call a timeout. And then coming out of the timeout, Valor draws up a perfect play to set up a Chase Moser wide open touchdown pass to make this a close one, with Pine Creek still up 24-17. On this drive, the game was actually iced rather quickly as the hype for Valor kind of died down, where Jonathan Core broke out for a massive run on the second play of the drive to set Pine Creek up inside their own 24-yard line. After that, Cameron Cooper would get a run to put them on the 6-yard line, and then another run to get them 6, as this game is just about over. 31-17 Pine Creek after the PAT, and that would be the final score of this one. Some game notes here for Pine Creek. They are going to absolutely be one of the best teams in the state this year, and are 100% going to be a contender up there with the likes of Cherry Creek. The amount of playmakers you have on both sides, from Cameron Cooper to Elijah Roy to Jonathan Core on offense, and then on defense you got guys like Ramon Pacheco, Mason Miller, of course, and Caleb Petrie, and then a few more guys, of course. And they just have plenty of firepower and a dynamic enough offense to beat teams in multiple ways. Pine Creek will be at Vista Ridge next week for a matchup of two notable Colorado Springs squads. Now just some game notes for Valor Christian. They just simply have to do better running the ball. Asher Weiner is a solid enough QB, and they got a few nice receivers in Cash Spence, Garrett Dial, and Chase Moser, but their offensive line and run game puts a noticeably low ceiling on this Valor squad. They've got guys that are clutch on both sides, but it will be a really long season for them if they continue to put up these weak rushing numbers. Next week, they will be taking on Fairview at home in what should be another test for them as they look to get their first W on the year.
And thank you so much, Gino, for that rundown. And we are very excited to have Coach V take us through the rest of 5A recaps. But first, a word from our sponsor. So do you want to know what the best kept secret in running back training is? It's Madskillz RB1 Training. Coach Vaz is flipping the script and leveling up running back training in Colorado by implementing his proven, nationally recognized system of training. Don't be fooled by the name. Quarterbacks and receivers become fundamentally sound juke artists as well with his training. It's evident the athletes he trains love him. Each progressive training session arms the athlete with a new skill set that prepares them to be shifty, powerful, and elusive. Parents love Coach Vaz because with his training, they receive free college recruiting tips, no contracts, and no drama. Message him on Instagram at Madskillz_RB1 Training or at Coach Cut Creator on Twitter, X, for more information. Off-season runs from January through July, so get in the cut and get some Madskillz this off-season. Now back to the show.
All right, what's good, y'all? It's Coach V. Let's go ahead and recap Week 2 for 5A here. Starting on Thursday, August 31st, Columbine goes to Florida to go play Freedom over there. Not a great team, but they go ahead and take care of business regardless, 42-0. Their quarterback, and this is how you know they're not a great team, threw 7 of 7 for 160 passing yards and 2 passing touchdowns. Josh Snyder was their lead rusher. A lot of guys got involved here, but he was their lead rusher with 62 yards and 2 touchdowns. The defense also had 4 sacks in a big-time out-of-state winning effort. Moving on, Arvada West blows out Boulder 41-7. Logan Tuhacek doing a little bit better this game. 8 of 13, 143 passing yards, 1 touchdown to 2 picks. Also had a rushing touchdown, but it was the running backs who turned up here. Adrian Samala, 128 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Also 1 receiving touchdown for 34 yards. Jaden Green adding on another 107 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown as Arvada West continues to roll here to a 2-0 start. North Glen beats Gateway 21-8 here. Trevor Dean, their quarterback, 11 of 21 for 217 passing yards, 2 touchdowns to 1 pick. Also 47 rushing yards and 1 touchdown. Doherty loses to Rampart here 28-18 despite a crazy heroic effort from their sophomore quarterback Leland Fracas here, who threw 23 of 37 for almost 400 yards, 397 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Solomon Latimer doing a lot of that heavy lifting with 12 receptions, 277 receiving yards, and 2 touchdowns. All to lose, unfortunately, to Rampart 28-18. They're looking to bounce back here playing Coronado next week, Doherty, that is. Mountain Vista on Thursday night blew out Fort Collins 63-0. Austin Modreski 17 of 21, 231 passing yards, 4 passing touchdowns, no turnovers. Jack Blaze continues his dominance here at running back, 114 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, also 1 reception for a receiving touchdown. Carter Daniels continues his thing as well, 10 tackles, 1 forced fumble, and recovery for a touchdown. Also, I believe he has now just become Mountain Vista's all-time leading tackler, only 2 games into his junior year, so congrats to Carter over there, doing a great job for them. Mountain Vista looks like there's no Japri Jennings or CJ Reese, or maybe they just weren't targeted, which is even more interesting story if that's the case. But like I said, took care of business 63-0. Fort Collins still struggling here. Their quarterback who got the most snaps was Justin Cranford, 9 of 17, 72 yards and a pick. That is the most yards anybody on that team got as they continue to try to figure out this season. Moving on, though, Cherokee Trail takes on Rocky Mountain, and they take care of them 24-0. I don't know if these stats are updated, but Tyson Smith, 6 of 15, 77 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Still, though, 24-0 dub for Cherokee Trail. Rock Canyon blows out Smoky Hill 42-7. Tyler Meyer, 191 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Also 4 sacks tallied by this Rock Canyon defense. And then last but not least, Cherry Creek, they just go ahead and blow out Legacy 42-14. Not sure if these stats for Creek are complete yet, but Brady Vodka, 4 of 8, 117 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown to Dawson Johnson, his tight end. Also 27 rushing yards and 1 rushing touchdown. Jaden Fox adding 10 carries, 68 yards. I know Jordan Heron had 2 or 3 touchdowns in that first half as well. Legacy quarterback Cullen Lerma struggling, 4 of 10, 32 passing yards, 1 interception. 21 rushing yards and 1 touchdown on the ground here. Legacy starting out 0-2 start this season. A little disappointing here. But let's go on to Friday Night Lights, September 1st here. Castleview go ahead and play Pooter, and they beat them pretty significantly here, 36-7. No crazy plays or turnovers this game. Derek Gordon continuing his dominance at quarterback for Castleview. 18 of 24, 142 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, as Castleview is now 2-0. Westminster defeats Rangeview 35-21 here. Mason Kiewit, who won Playmaker of the Week last week, continues his dominance here. 22 of 30, 372 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns. Also, 22 carries for 95 yards and another 3 touchdowns. A big-time 5-touchdown performance from Mason Kiewit as he continues to turn up. Also, his lead receiver, Hunter M. Garden, 10 receptions, 217 yards, as they go ahead and take care of Rangeview in this big-time matchup. So, boom, there you go. Arapahoe, like I said, defeated Heritage 28-7. Cody will talk about that game more in his recap, but we'll say some stats here. Moynihan, their quarterback, 12 of 14, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, some of his best football to date here. But it was Charlie Eckhart who really turns up here. 7 receptions, 190 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, and another milk jug victory for these Arapahoe Warriors. Now, moving on here, we have Thunder Ridge versus Douglas County. And Thunder Ridge with the 35-21 dub here. Looks like they have an answer at quarterback. Ryan Gonzalez, a senior, he got the start. He won 12 of 15 for 158 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Also added on 41 rushing yards and 2 more rushing touchdowns. As he had 4 total touchdowns, 2 passing, 2 rushing in this one against Douglas County. Davis Lish in this game didn't play too bad. Quarterback for Douglas County, 21 of 32, 277 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 39 rushing yards, and 1 rushing touchdown. Unfortunately, in a loss to Thunder Ridge. Mountain Range defeats Centaurus 9-7. Legend blows out Pomona 49-0. Michael Marcinich in this game played pretty well. 7 of 12, 94 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns. Jaden Lawrence not being played full games yet as they've been blowing out everyone, but 55 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 3 receptions, 42 yards, and a receiving touchdown. Some light work in basically a half of play, basically. Then Fountain Fort Carson, they go ahead and take care of business against Highlands Ranch, 65-21. No upset loss here. Colton Camba, 7 of 9, 155 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown. But Matthias Price continues to show why he is one of the best running backs, if not the best running back in the state of Colorado. 226 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdowns in this one. Also, senior receiver Keenan Campbell, 4 receptions, 123 yards, and a touchdown. Highlands Ranch may have found something in their quarterback. Crew Garrick, he went 14 of 28 for 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Nate Fuentes, he had 2 receptions for 136 yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. But like I said, Fountain Fort Carson takes care of business, moving to 2-0, 65-21 over Highlands Ranch. Overland, they go ahead and blow out Prairie View 38-6. Chaparral loses to Pondo 14-42 as the struggles continue here. Tevin Stokes, 10 of 19, 146 passing yards, a touchdown. Nolan Segal, 89 rushing yards in that losing effort. Eagle Crest, they go ahead and blow out Horizon 40-3. Joe Steiner, another big-time game here. 12 of 17, 236 passing yards, 4 passing touchdowns. Mullen loses to Erie 56-26. but it looks like they have a new starter at quarterback, at least for this season. He started the Columbine game as well, but another start in a row kind of confirms this. Koa Dietrich going 19 of 41 for 255 yards and 3 passing touchdowns, no picks in his second game as a starter. So there you go there, the freshman quarterback doing his thing there. Fairview, though, blows out Lakewood 49-0. Rowan Reisner here, 15 of 29, 248 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Grandview blows out Foster Ridge 38-13. Grandview's big three here. Liam Zarka, he won 20 of 29 for 327 yards, 4 touchdowns to only 1 pick. Another masterclass performance. Nate Denton, lead receiver in yards, 5 receptions, 146 receiving yards, 1 touchdown. Zay Nito, lead receiver in receiving touchdowns, 5 receptions, 84 yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns as they win there. Foster Ridge, the struggles continue. Nick Kubat, 12 of 28, 132 yards, 1 touchdown. Colton Pollock, only 85 rushing yards there. Then last but not least, we have Pine Creek versus Valor Christian. Gino was at this game. He will recap it. But Pine Creek winning for the first time in program history over Valor Christian, 31-17 here. Cam Cooper, 13 of 16, 190 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns to 1 pick, 73 rushing yards, and 1 rushing touchdown. An absolute masterclass from Cam Cooper, their junior quarterback, who has a signature game here. But also, you got to keep in mind, Jonathan Core contributed well here, 166 rushing yards and 1 rushing touchdown, as it looks like he has taken over as the lead back for Pine Creek here. Elijah Roy here also did well. Lead receiver, 6 receptions for 129 receiving yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. For Valor Christian, the struggles on the ground continue, though. Asher Weiner going 18 of 30 for 178 passing yards, 2 touchdowns to 1 pick. Also had 29 rushing yards. And he was actually their lead rusher for this team, which is, you can't have that. And then Cash Spence, 9 receptions, 93 yards, and a touchdown here. Valor Christian looking for a rushing threat. Gabe Sawchuk, 10 carries, but only 6 yards there. Gage Bachman had 3 carries, 21 yards. So maybe looking to switch things up in that Valor Christian backfield here soon. Now let's move on to Saturday, September 2nd. I have a couple games here. Denver East, they defeat Denver South 31-14. Cody will recap that game there. Landon Holloway, their linebacker, had a huge game. Declan McDonald played really well in that one. So there you go there. First time they've beaten Denver South in a minute, it feels like. Bryden outshoots Vista Peak 38-30 in a big-time dub. And then last but not least, Regis Jesuit beats Kennedy Catholic from Washington 36-33. This is a good Kennedy Catholic team who went to the state championship on the 4A level, which is the highest level in Washington State, by the way, and they lost in state. And so for Regis Jesuit to beat them by 3, still close. I mean, still a close game, but still a big-time win regardless. That's absolutely huge. They very much leaned on, though, Anthony Medina, who ran for 214 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns, basically being their entire offense there, while their defense did what they could. So there you go. But hey, a win to win. Regis Jesuit now 2-0 after wins versus Valor and Kennedy Catholic. So there you go there. That is your 5A recap. Make sure you check out the recap of the games that we went to from this last weekend from Cody, Gideon, and Gino. And I will catch you later. Okay, let's go ahead and do our power rankings here. In case you are not familiar with how we do it, there are 4 of us here on the podcast. Each of us rank our top 10 teams 1 through 5A. The top team for each of us gets 10 points. And then second team, 9 points. Third, 8 points, so on and so on. And then after all that, we basically add up all the points. And so if myself, Cody, Gideon, and Gino all voted one team number 1, then that team gets 40 points, and so on and so on. That's kind of just the best way to average out our rankings. And so each of us have our personal rankings, and then that's averaged out by myself here, and we basically have our PMC rankings from all of that. And so on this segment here, I'm going to start with 1A and work our way up to 5A. Cody, Gino, and Gideon have all given reasons from team to team for why they moved up or down, and so I'm going to make sure to say that on these rankings. But without further ado, let's go ahead and head into it. So starting in 1A, let me go ahead and review the rankings from last week here. At number 10, or let me start with teams that were just out / were getting top 10 votes. Yuma, Manual, and North Fork, in that order, were all getting top 10 votes there and finished just outside our podcast top 10. At number 10, we had Centauri, 9 Gunnison, 8 Buena Vista, 7 Rye, 6 Meeker, 5 Strasburg, 4 Banning Lewis Academy, 3 Ray, 2 Holyoke, and number 1 was Lyman, who has been at number 1 since the preseason. Now, let me go ahead and say first what our rankings are for this next week after week 2 here. And this is as of September 3rd, 2023, by the way. And so the teams that are just out, Colorado Springs Christian, Buena Vista has dropped out, and North Fork. So there you go there. Those are the teams just outside our top 10 after week 2. Now at number 10 is Centauri here. This is what Cody had to say about Centauri. He had them ranked at 9. He said, nothing wrong with getting back in the win column, but these close games makes me a little nervous for the Falcons heading forward. So there you go there. Gino did not have Centauri ranked in his top 10, so there is that. And then Gideon did not have Centauri ranked in his top 10 either, which is really interesting. So there you go. I had them ranked in my top 10. In fact, they are a little bit higher than 10. They're right at, I want to say this is 7 here. So there you go. There's Centauri rounding out our or starting here at 10, and myself and Cody giving them votes. That's why they are up here. They did win, I want to say, over Florence. Kind of a closer game, and this is a Florence team that is not as good as last year's team, so definitely a little bit of room to worry about there. Now, moving on in our PMC rankings, we have Yuma right here at 9. Cody actually ranked them at 10. He said Yuma narrowly gets the nod after a massive win over Burns, a team from Wyoming, and remains undefeated. This is what Gino had to say about Yuma, who he put at 9. He said, previously unranked for me, they dominated an out-of-state opponent and are beating teams up on both sides. And then Gideon, he did not have anything to say about Yuma, but he kept them here at 6, where they were at last week. And for me, I did not have Yuma ranked in my top 10. They are currently sitting at just around 11, 12-ish right now. So there is that. But Yuma good enough to make our top 10 regardless, and still at 9 here. They do move up a spot from last week, by the way. Then at number 8 in our PMC rankings, we have Meeker, who does move down a couple of spots. This is what Cody have to say, who he put Meeker at 8 as well. But he said, I feel bad for even dropping them this far, considering how much of a fight they put up against the reigning state champs. If they don't get in their head about this loss, it could be a great motivator for the rest of the season. So there you go there. Gino does not have Meeker ranked in his top 10, as they do drop out of his top 10, actually. They were there last week. Gideon, he has Meeker at 7, which ironically they actually move up one spot, because they were at 8 last week, so that's interesting there. But there you go, Meeker moving down a couple of spots there. I had Meeker, I want to say I moved them down, or just kidding, I kept them right at 4, where they were at last week here. They did play Lyman, lost to them 28-7. Not as bad as it could have been, and honestly, it looked a little bit closer than what the final score was, so I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Regardless, for us, they're at 8. At 7, according to our PMC rankings here, we have Rye, and this is what Cody has to say about Rye, who he has at 6. He said a 2-score win over a solid 2A Manitou program is a great way to start the season for Rye, since it was their first game there. Gideon had Rye just outside his top 10, but made sure to put him in there just out right there. Gino had Rye at 6. He said a great win against a tough 2A opponent, and I have to agree. For me, Rye does not move too much. This was a game that I definitely felt like they should have won here, and they did. And so for that, they stay in the exact same spot they were in last week, according to our PMC rankings. At 6, we have Gunnison, who does move up a couple spots compared to last week. Cody has Gunnison at 7 personally. He said 3-0, and all 2A opponents will earn a jump for the Cowboys, as he does move Gunnison up in his rankings. Gideon has Gunnison at 4 now as they move up a spot. He says a win over a top 25 2A team rises the squad. Gino, about Gunnison, he has them at 8. He says beats a solid 2A squad. Defense seems legit. And honestly, I have to agree with all of that as well. I have Gunnison moving up a spot in my personal rankings as well. And so altogether, they move up 3 spots in our PMC rankings here, as it is very well deserved in my opinion. This is a tough squad. They play good defense. They run the football, play hard-nosed football. They're definitely going to be a team to look out for. Now, heading into our top 5, according to our PMC rankings here on the 1A level, we have Banning Lewis Academy, who does move down 1 spot here. This is what Cody has to say about Banning Lewis Academy, who he has at 5. He said the Stallions dominating once again with a 50 burger on Jefferson and an even 4 passing and rushing scores. So there you go there. Gideon has Banning Lewis Academy at 3 here, where they remain from last week. Gino has Banning Lewis Academy as well at 4, where they remain from last week, not moving too much. And then I have Banning Lewis Academy moving down slightly here. And let me explain why here. It's because I moved Gunnison up 1 spot. I felt like Gunnison has been really impressive winning against these 2A teams, and so it's not as much Banning Lewis not doing well as it is Gunnison doing really well here. We'll have to see how Banning Lewis continues to play down the stretch, but for now they just moved down 1 spot. In the place of Banning Lewis Academy, according to our PMC rankings, is Strasburg, who moves up to number 4 after a pretty close win over rival Wiggins here. This is what Cody has to say about Strasburg. He said after stumbling out of the gate, Strasburg gets into the win column with a narrow win over Wiggins to even their count early in the season. So there you go there. Cody actually has Strasburg staying at 4, so they don't move up. That's just what he had to say about them. Gideon also, it looks like he moves down Strasburg. They're at 4. Now they are at 5 as he moved Gunnison ahead of them. So there is that. Gino, he had this to say about Strasburg, who moved up 1 spot in his personal rankings. Nice bounce back win against the Wiggins. Needs some sort of dominance before they move into the top 4 as in a dominant win, which I absolutely agreed. Wiggins is definitely better than what we expected them to be this year, I would say. They are 1-1 right now. Strasburg is also 1-1 right now. They got to continue to win moving forward here, as we all still believe they have the talent. So there you go there. Now in our top 3, Ray stays there. Ray here at 3. Cody has to say about Ray, the Eagles handled Goodland for the 3rd year in a row and score a win against an out-of-state opponent. Gideon actually has Ray at 10, which is the lowest that anybody of us here on the podcast has Ray. He says 2 straight wins over solid squads raises the rating runner-ups into my top 10, barely here over Wiggins. So that is Gideon's opinion there. Gino says this about Ray, who he has at 3. They won big, but Holyoke's win was much more impressive to me, as Ray is he moved them below Holyoke here in his rankings compared to last week. Ray stays at 2 for me. I still think that they are a pretty good team, a contender for sure, and one of the more obvious choices to potentially face Lyman in the state championship. But at number 2, first though, we have Holyoke. This is what Cody had to say about Holyoke. I believe that Lincoln took the place of one of the Dragons' out-of-state games, but they go into Denver and they win. So there you go there. Gideon has to say Holyoke, very impressive win over Lincoln, confirms that they could be competitive on even the 3A level. Gino says completely shut out a 3A opponent and put up 51 while they were at it. I still have Holyoke at 3. I'm going to be honest. Lincoln is definitely one of the worst teams in Colorado, and that's no disrespect. That's just how it is. And so I definitely felt like Holyoke should have won here. And so for that, they don't move up or down for me. But, you know, according to everyone else, they were very impressed by it. And so Holyoke is currently number 2 in our power rankings. And then at number 1 is Lyman. I don't think there's too much more to say here. Cody said arguably a great test for the Badgers, who are only up 14-7 heading into the 4th, but in consistent fashion pulled away and remains at the top. Gideon didn't have anything to say about Lyman. Gino did not have anything to say about Lyman. Yeah, I mean, pretty much as expected. It was a close game there, and so props to Meeker for sure. But Lyman is Lyman. Until they lose, they're not going to move down. So there you go there. That's our top 10 after week 2. Once again, just out North Fork, Buena Vista, Colorado Springs, Christian. And then at number 10, Centauri, 9 Yuma, 8 Meeker, 7 Rice, 6 Gunnison, 5 Banning Lewis Academy, 4 Strasburg, 3 Ray, 2 Holyoke. And at number 1 for the 3rd week in a row is Lyman. Okay, let's talk 2A, starting with our power rankings from last week. We had Englewood, Alamosa, and Pagosa Springs just outside the top 10. At 10, Montezuma Cortez, 9 TCA, 8 La Junta, 7 University, 6 Basalt, 5 Eden, 4 Rifle, 3 Berthoud, 2 Elizabeth, and at number 1 was Delta. Now let's go ahead and get started here with our top 10. Well, let's start with the team that did get a single top 10 vote here, and that is Arvada. Gideon actually gave them his 10th spot, and this is what he had to say about Arvada. Arvada's come from behind win over Littleton, proved to me that the Bulldogs are serious. I can see them making some serious noise come playoffs. So there you go there. He's the only one who put them in the top 10. The rest of us had them just outside. But let's go ahead and start at number 10, which is Englewood here. According to our PMC rankings, Cody, in his personal rankings, had them at 9. He said the Pirates were able to coast after going up quickly on the heels of Carson Campbell's perfect 5 of 5, 5 touchdown, 177-yard day there. So there you go. Gideon has Englewood just outside of his top 10. Gino has Englewood at 10. He said beat a tough Buena Vista squad and defense played great, but Rifle's big win puts them over Basalt. So there you go there. And then I actually had Englewood ranked at 9. You know, this was a team that we were pretty, like, I wouldn't say high on, but we kept our eye on them in the preseason. We knew the talent they had, and so winning here was huge for them and good enough to just put them here at the 10 spots. At least according to our PMC rankings. Now the next team at number 9 is Eden, who does drop 4 spots here. This is what Cody had to say about them, who he put at 10. He said they have lost to 2 teams that are now in front of them, but if they don't show me something big next week, the benefit of the doubt starts to not benefit as much, as he has them at 10. Gideon has Eden at 8 here, who does drop 4 spots here. He does not say anything about them. Gino has Eden at 9. He says another bad loss to a tough opponent. Need to see improvement on offense. And then I have Eden at 10 here. Yeah, I mean, it's been a tough go. They played, They played TCA, who was a team that was not ranked originally according to our preseason rankings, but have shown to be pretty tough here. So there you go there. Then they lost to University. That was probably one that I could have guessed, honestly. So there's no big surprises there. At this point, though, Eden does need to get something going. They got to get wins, plain and simple, or they're just not going to be in the top 10. For now, they cling to this 9 spot here, borderline 10 spot for us. Now, moving on to 8 here, we have La Junta, who basically just stays here. Cody, he has this to say about La Junta, who he has at 8 and has been at 8 here. He says this is a quality win, beating an opponent coming off an emotionally high week, and so to protect home field and maintain composure bodes well for La Junta. La Junta's outlook this season. Gideon said a strong win over Pagosa made this an easy choice. La Junta continues to prove that they're the best team in the 2A Tri-Peaks League. So there you go there. This is what Gino had to say about La Junta, another team that could easily rise in the coming weeks. Lots to be excited about here. And yeah, I'm going to have to absolutely agree with everyone, especially with what Gino had to say. Luke Garner being back has been huge for this team, and they're continuing to roll. It's only been 2 weeks here, but they look good so far. And so for now, they neither drop or go up, but this is definitely a team with some potential, and we knew that going into this season. Now, at number 7, according to our rankings, is TCA, who does move up 2 spots. This is what Cody has to say about TCA, who he puts at 6. He says a 50 burger with 4 passing touchdowns, 153.3 QBR is really validating, as the Titans belong in the heavyweight conversation here in 2A. Gideon says this about TCA, who he puts at 4. He says, I firmly believe that TCA beats University 65 out of 100 times, but they are on about the same level after beating reigning champs Eden. So there you go there. Gino has this to say about TCA, who he puts at 7. TCA continues to be a team to keep an eye on. Definitely can rise in the coming weeks. And yeah, look, all bias aside, having graduated from TCA and seeing it, love that they passed the ball, especially against Harrison. That's not a bad team in 3A either. And so that's definitely a good look for them. They have had a running back, by the way, a junior, who's been really productive the last 2 weeks against Harrison and Eden. Those aren't the worst run defenses in the state, so gotta respect that. Keep an eye on TCA. Right now, they sit at 7, but they're rising. Definitely going to try to make a point to go out to a TCA game here later this season. Now, at number 5, we have 2 teams tied here. That is University and Basalt, who are both moving up here. Let me talk about Basalt here. So this is what Cody had to say about Basalt, who he has at 5. He says, I know it's a 1A team, but Buena Vista's no pushover, and the Horns pushed them over from the start, jumping out to a 20-0 lead before the Demons even scored, and then coasting the rest of the way to a victory. So that's what he had to say about Basalt. This is what Gideon had to say about Basalt, who he put at 6. Despite strong wins over Buena Vista and Montezuma Cortez, respectively, I don't think that either Basalt or Rifle have risen higher than University, TCA, or Berthoud. Oh, those are all teams I can see winning a championship, and these 2 aren't quite there yet. So, big take from Gideon there. Big take from Gideon there. Gino has Basalt at 5. He says, beat a tough Buena Vista squad, and defense played great, but Rifle's big win puts them over Basalt for now. So there you go there. I have Basalt currently here at 7, according to my personal rankings there. And so they are tied at 5. Regardless, they do move up. They have been pretty impressive, even with all the players they lost last season. Now, tied at 5 is University here. This is what Cody had to say about University, who he put at 7. They rose a couple spots for him. He said, snapping a losing streak against Eden and plummeting Eden to 0-2 has got to just be a magical feeling for the Bulldogs, who are testing themselves early and often into this schedule. Gideon, he has University at 5 here, moving up 3 spots. He did not have anything to say about them. Gino, he has University at 6, who moves a spot for them. He said, bounce back from a bad loss against Delta to beat the reigning state champs this week. That's obviously huge. And then I have University actually pretty much just staying in the same spot here. Like I said, this was a game that I felt like Eden should have won. Or sorry, not Eden. University should have beat Eden in this game. And if Eden did beat University, that obviously would have been a bigger red flag there. But regardless, in our PMC rankings, they do move up 2 spots. Now, going inside the top 5, at number 4, we have Rifle. This is what Cody has to say about Rifle, who he has personally at 3. He says this is a statement win, as the Bears absolutely throttled Montezuma Cortez, and do so with Logan Gross showing off great running and solid passing. If the Bears are balanced, they'll be hard to beat. That's what he had to say about Rifle. Gideon has Rifle here at 7, not moving up or down here. He did not have anything to say about them. Gino has Rifle at 4. He said blowing out number 10 Cortez to start their year bumps them up a spot for sure. And then I believe I have Rifle at 4. Just like last time, I felt like they should have beat Montezuma Cortez. That's what they did. They did win big, though. And that is low-key a statement win, in my opinion. I just couldn't move them up against the 3 teams ahead of them who are very good as well. But Rifle, definitely a strong contender going into this 2A season. Now, going to number 3 is Berthoud, who stays here just like Rifle. Cody had Berthoud at 4, where they stay. He said 40 burger over Valley. Gideon has Berthoud at 3, where they move up 2 spots, it looks like here. Gino has Berthoud at 2, who moves up 1 spot. He said 2 blowouts and 0 points allowed this year. That's basically the reason why they moved up for him. And yeah, I mean, I have Berthoud at 2. I really like their defense. I think they arguably have the best defense in all of 2A. And then their offense as well. I mean, Darren Davidson, Alex Larson, all those boys, they are extremely productive. Really looking forward to the rest of the season for them. So there you go there. Elizabeth is up next here. They are at 2, just above Berthoud according to our PMC rankings. They don't move here. I had Elizabeth at 3 where they stay. Gino had Elizabeth at 3, moving down 1 spot. He said only 6 points at half against a team they should have dominated the whole game. Yeah, I kind of agree there. Gideon has Elizabeth at 2, which stays at 2. Depending on how next week goes, Elizabeth may move to 3. Being tied at halftime with a team like Burlington is not a good look. Cody has Elizabeth at 2 here, who stays at 2. 1 against Burlington as they were supposed to. So yeah, I think the vibe here in general from the podcast boys and me and all of them is that Elizabeth probably should have beat Burlington by a lot more. They still won, which matters. But that gap between Elizabeth and Berthoud is a little bit smaller here. Just so you, the listeners, know this, Elizabeth currently has 34 points. Berthoud has 33 points. But, you know, more is more. So there you go. They're at 2. And at number 1 stays Delta. Cody just said winning when it came to Delta. Gideon didn't say anything. Gino didn't say anything. And I don't have too much to say anything about Delta. They continue to dominate here in week 2. So there you go. Those are your 2A rankings. One more time, just so that I could go over it. Just outside here, we have Arvada. Then at 10, Englewood. 9, Eden. 8, La Junta. 7, TCA. Tied for 5th is University and Basalt. 4th, Rifle. 3, Berthoud. 2, Elizabeth. And at number 1 since the preseason is Delta. Okay, let's move on. Let's go ahead and talk about 3A here. 5 of the top 10 teams stayed the same from last week. Let's talk about last week's rankings, though, real quick. So just out, we had a lot of team getting votes for our top 10 here. Pueblo Central, Conifer, Glenwood Springs, Pueblo County. So there you go. At 10 was Durango. Tied for 8th was George Washington and Severance. 7th, Northfield. 6, Thompson Valley. 5, Resurrection Christian. 4, Holy Family. 3, Green Mountain. 2, Roosevelt. And at number 1 still was Lutheran. Now, for this week, we have a couple teams just outside the top 10 here in Severance, Lewis Palmer, and Northridge here. Let me make sure to talk about those teams real quick. Gino voted for Lewis Palmer to be in the top 10. He put them at 10. He said previously unranked. They move into the top 10 after another dominant win. Gideon put a new team in his top 10. That is Northridge. He said Northridge has proven that they are still a 3A playoff quality team, and their big win over Evergreen is what puts them in his top 10. So there you go there. And then I am going to say this. I voted for Severance to be in our top 10. I put them at 9 here. They lost to Green Mountain. I understand that, but I mean, that was expected. Green Mountain's at 4. Green Mountain, in my opinion, is a real tough squad to beat there. If they beat him, they would have moved up significantly, and so I did move down Severance 3 spots, and so that's why they are just outside the top 10 here, because everyone else, I guess, does not believe in Severance, as they've all taken Severance out their top 10. So there you go there. Now, the top 10 in general, is specifically closer to the 10 spot, is pretty messy because we basically have a three-way tie at 9 between Pueblo Central, George Washington, and Glenwood Springs. Let's start with Glenwood Springs. Cody had Glenwood Springs at 9. He said after defeating the number 8 spot, Sandoval and company will take the Lobos spot. He's talking about the Conifer Lobos in his personal rankings. So there you go there. Gideon has Glenwood Springs at 8. He said Glenwood has been very good these past few weeks, and I think that the combination of Joaquin Sandoval and Mason Markovich is one of the top duos in 3A, and after Severance's loss, I think this team is top 10 quality. So there you go there. Gino did not put them in his top 10. I put Glenwood Springs right at 10. I love what they've been doing so far. We'll just have to see how that holds up moving forward. So for now, I had them at 10, but they are one of the 3 teams tied here at 9. Now, also tied at 9 here is George Washington. Gino has them at 5 here. They did lose to Falcon by a bit, so there is that. But that's why they're here at 9. Nobody else, I believe, has them ranked in their top 10 right now. So there you go. And then the last team tied here at 9 is Pueblo Central. Cody put them at 10. He said they win over Alamos. The win over Alamosa was to be expected, but beating Pueblo East in a close match means slightly more to me and will sneak the Wildcats here at 10. So there you go there. Gideon has Pueblo Central at 10. He says since Pueblo East was in such strong consideration for last week for me and Central kind of dominated them, I feel like this was a good decision for the 10th spot. So there you go there. Gino does not have them in his top 10, but they are just outside, he says. And then I have Pueblo Central moving up to 7. They were at 8 last week for me. Really love this win for them over Alamos. I think this was a good dub to get, but the Pueblo East game was the one that really put them on the map, and they've just continued to build on that. So there you go, Pueblo Central there here at 9. Now, moving out of that last 9-10 spot here, let's go ahead and go to number 8 here, where we have Durango, who moves up 2 spots. This is what Cody had to say about Durango, who he put at 8. He said the Demons go back in the win column, and the teams in front of them lost convincingly. So there you go there. Gideon had Durango just outside his top 10. Gino has them moving up just a little bit. He has them at 7 in his personal rankings. He said big bounce back win moves them up a spot. And yeah, gotta agree, they beat Piedra Vista, I believe. So that's a huge out-of-state win. We'll have to see if they can continue to keep it going. Now moving on in our PMC power rankings, we have Northfield at 7. This is what Cody had to say about them, who he keeps at 7 in his personal rankings. He said bye week, so no movement. Gideon keeps Northfield at 6. Gino keeps, I want to say Northfield. Well, actually, they moved down a spot because he moved Durango up a spot. But they only moved down 1 spot for him personally. And then I do not have Northfield ranked. Do want to continue to see them play and see how these next couple weeks go before I put them in the top 10. But they are just outside for me. So there you go there. At number 6 is Thompson Valley, who stays in the spot they were in last week. Cody said quality way to open the season on a dub. Gideon has them at 5 still. He moved them down 1 spot as he moved a team up. So there is that. Gino has Thompson Valley at 9 where they remained. And then I have Thompson Valley at 6. Moving up a spot slightly as 1 team dropped. So there you go, though. There expected Thompson Valley to win, and they did. So boom. Let's move on to Resurrection Christian, who stays here. Cody said about Res, maybe not the worst time for a bye as they face a 5A team and then 2 out-of-state opponents next. So their spot here will be tested. Gideon did not have anything to say about Resurrection Christian. Gino did not have anything to say, as I believe they both stay in the same spots they were ranked in last week. Yep. at 7 and 6 respectively in their personal rankings. And then I didn't move up Resurrection Christian either, as they were on a bye. Up at 4 is Green Mountain here, up at 4 is Green Mountain, who does move down a spot. Cody said this slide has nothing to do with the Rams and everything to do with Holy Family's matchup and win, but the Rams still took care of business, suffocating a Severance offense just a week ago was lighting up the scoreboard like Christmas. So there you go. Gideon moved down Green Mountain, but did not have anything to say about them. Gino, I want to say moved down Green Mountain a spot. He said they did nothing wrong, dominated Severance, and got a lot of playmakers. Holy Family simply had to move up. Speaking of moving up is Holy Family, who's now in the top 3. This is what Cody had to say about them. An upset win over the defending 4A state champions. Check, please. What a gutsy performance from this entire team to pull off what might have been the biggest upset at this point in the season. Gideon has this to say about Holy Family, who he has now at 2 now, leapfrogging a couple teams. He said, I know Holy Family fans will be mad at me over this, but I still don't see you beating Lutheran. Jesus. However, that is the only team that they can face this year that I don't think they could beat. Beating Broomfield demonstrates a high level of competitiveness, and that you are second means a lot. Can't wait to see y'all Iconifer. So there you go there. Gino has this to say about Holy Family, who moves up to 3 for him. Went out and beat the reigning Forest State champs, had to move them up at least 1 spot, which he did. And then I had moved Holy Family moving up over Green Mountain just a spot as well. And so altogether, Holy Family sits here at 3, actually just 2 points behind the number 2 team, which is Roosevelt, by the way. And Holy Family, I mean, man, upset of the season already over Broomfield. Did not think that game would be close, but I was wrong, and I was happy that I was wrong. And so honestly, that is pretty much the standard here. I mean, Broomfield, they don't play the same way as Lutheran. Let's just say that, right? They play differently, but the level of talent is very similar, I would say. And so we'll have to see what happens moving forward. The only time I think Lutheran and Holy Family play later on this season. And so, they do. They play on October 6th. And so that is going to be a big matchup. That is going to be a huge matchup to see where these teams are. And probably a must-go for one of us. So there you go there. Holy Family moving up a spot. Like I said, at number 2 is Roosevelt, who stays here. This is what Cody had to say about them. 54-0 bludgeoning of Kennedy. Enough said. Gideon had Roosevelt, moved down a spot in his power rankings at 3. Gino had Roosevelt here still at 2. And then I also have Roosevelt here at 2. Roosevelt, they haven't lost yet. And they're also the defending 3A state champions. And so I'm not going to put Holy Family over Roosevelt yet. Right, Holy Family needs to beat Lutheran, basically, for that to happen. Or Roosevelt needs to lose like 2 or 3 games. So there's that, which I don't think they will. So we'll just have to see how it all shakes out. But at number 1 still is Lutheran. This is what Cody had to say about them. Ryken Doggard, their quarterback, that is, showing great efficiency and dual threat ability against a well-coached Meade squad bodes well for the Lions this season. Gideon has Lutheran at 1, as well as Gino and myself, but they did not have anything else to add there. I think we all expected them to beat Meade, who is a tough team, but Lutheran at this point right now is a better team. So there you go there. So those are our 3A rankings. Pretty crazy here. Let me just go ahead and review them one more time before we move on. Just out, we have Severance, Lewis Palmer, and Northridge. Tied at 9 are 3 teams here in Pueblo Central, George Washington, and Glenwood Springs. At 8 is Durango, 7 Northfield, 6 Thompson Valley, 5 Resurrection Christian, 4 Green Mountain, 3 the resurging Holy Family, 2 Roosevelt, and at number 1, still since the preseason, is Lutheran. Okay, let's move on to the 4A level, which has been a pretty crazy week. If you listen to the 3A part of these power rankings, you already know why it's been crazy. But let's just go ahead and talk about the rankings from last week. Just that was Windsor and Dakota Ridge. At 10, we had a tie here with Denver South and Bear Creek, 9 Pueblo West, 8 Loveland, 7 Montrose, 6 Heritage, 5 Erie, 4 Mesa Ridge, 3 Palmer Ridge, 2 Ponderosa, and at number 1 was Broomfield. Now, to start here, there's one team that had caught a vote for a top 10 spot, and that was Denver South. Gideon had them here at 10. Nobody else had them at 10, though, so there you go there. Now, tied for 10 here, we do have a tie here, just like last week, is Dakota Ridge and Bear Creek. Bear Creek stays here. Dakota Ridge moves back up into our top 10. Let's start with the Dakota Ridge here. Cody had Dakota Ridge at 9 in his personal rankings, and he said this: I know that East River is a middle-of-the-road team, but it's nice seeing an out-of-state win, especially to get back into the win column. So there you go there. Gideon does not have Dakota Ridge rated or put in his top 10, I should say. Not rated, but put in his top 10. Gino does not have Dakota Ridge in his top 10, but he did make a note saying they were just out. I have Dakota Ridge right here at 10. You know, do like them getting back into the winning column here. And I know the amount of talent that they have over there still, so not too concerned about them. But we do have Bear Creek tied here at 10, who basically stays here. Cody did not put Bear Creek in his top 10. Gideon had Bear Creek just outside of his top 10. Gino had Bear Creek here at 8. He said definitely a sleeper team as they get a shutout win against Greeley West, so there you go there. And then I have Bear Creek just outside, but I do have to agree with Gino. I mean, Bear Creek is a team that is undefeated currently, and so if they continue to roll, they're going to continue to move up. So there you go there. Now at number 9 is Heritage, who does move down a couple of spots after losing to Arapahoe in the Milk Jug. This is what Cody had to say. He put Heritage at 10 in his personal rankings, and he said we can only say that they lost to 5A opponents for so long as Heritage showed very little life and now have not won the Milk Jug since 2014, as they are 0-2, but they lost to Mountain Vista by 1 point, and they lost to Arapahoe by a couple. So there you go there. Heritage has dropped out of Gideon's top 10. Gino has Heritage right at 10. He said 0-2, but they've played some very tough teams. I trust them to turn things around in the coming weeks. And I have to agree. I have Heritage here, maybe a little high here at 6, but they do move down 2 spots in my personal rankings. I agree with Gino. I think they're going to be fine moving forward once they play like 4A opponents. And yeah, it's not going to be a big deal in my opinion. I think they'll definitely be fine. If anything, they have shown a good amount of promise. And so we'll just have to see what happens moving forward, though. So there you go. Now at 8 is Pueblo West, who do move up a spot. This is what Cody had to say. He has them at 8. He said they won a game they were supposed to. Okay. Gideon had Pueblo West at 9. He said Pueblo West has rattled off 3 straight wins against really solid squads in Dakota Ridge, Grand Junction, and Pueblo County. They've proven that they can play at home and on the road with a lot of travel, and they have proven even without Jacob Trader, they are a problem. Next week's matchup with Fountain Fort Carson is looking to be a must-watch for Colorado prep enthusiasts. And you know what? I'll have to agree with that. I believe myself and Gino will be going to that game, so that'll be a fun one. Speaking of Gino, he has Pueblo West at 9. He says it's going to be an exciting team to watch. That offense is for real. And yeah, I have Pueblo West actually here at 7, moving up a couple of spots here, a spot here for myself. I like what they're doing. They are throwing the ball, which is good, and letting Gavin Lockhead cook a little bit more here. So that's big time against a rival team as well. Gotta love that. Now at 7 is Mesa Ridge, who do fall a couple spots here. Cody had them at 7 in his personal rankings as well. He said the Grizzlies shot themselves in the foot right before half, and if they don't do that and the third quarter plays out the same, they're only down by 1 score heading into the fourth. But that didn't happen, so they slide down a little bit. So there you go there. Gideon has Mesa Ridge dropping from 4 to 7 in his personal rankings. Gino has Mesa Ridge dropping down to 7. He said, did not impress in the game against Palmer Ridge. Offense need to tighten up some loose screws here. And yeah, gotta agree there. Look, that interception at the end of that half was not good. And I don't know. I just don't know. You know, the offense, they need to get it together. I know Isaiah Jones is not there for a solid amount of the game, but you got to play better at quarterback, and that's all it comes down to, in my opinion. So got to play better there. Defensively, got to do a little bit better as well. So we'll see, but still Mesa Ridge is in the top 7. Now tied for 5th here is Loveland and Montrose, who both move up a spot here. Cody has Montrose at 3. He said the get back with a big win over Fruita Monument catapults the Redhawks back up. Gideon has Montrose here at 6, moving up from 7. Gino has Montrose here at 6, moving up from 7 as well. He said big win for them this week after a tough loss in week 1. And yeah, I gotta agree, they blew out Fruita Monument, who isn't a bad team here, but I think this was really a win that Montrose needed to get, especially after, you know, leading against Palmer Ridge and then blowing that lead. That's a tough go, right? And so for them to bounce back, that is huge here. So now they're tied at 5th. Loveland is the other team at 5. Cody actually has Loveland at 4. He says currently undefeated and poised to probably start 5-0. The Red Wolves will gun for a higher seed this season behind 2 playmakers doing so much more. Gideon has Loveland here at 3, moving down a spot slightly here. Gino has Loveland at 5. He said another win for them moves them up a spot. So there you go there. And then I believe I had Loveland move up a spot as well from 9 to 8. So there you go. Just have to see how the rest of the season pans out. Now at 3, notice how I skipped 4. We have a tie at 3 as well. Erie and Broomfield, ironically, tied here. As Erie moves up 2 spots and Broomfield drops 2 spots. Let's talk about Erie first. Cody had Erie ranked at 6 in his personal rankings here. And he said Erie wins against Mullen as they should, but I still don't like seeing that Mullen had turnovers they forced. The Tigers really need to play a clean game to boost faith in them. Or sorry, for my faith to boost in them. I think the way I said it was better. So that's neither here nor there, but there you go. Gideon has Erie at 4. He said, I know Erie lost week 1, but it was barely into a Florida team. Blowing out Mullen shows good strength from the Tigers. Agreed there. Gino has Erie at 4. Need the defense to sharpen up. A nice bounce back win against a 5A opponent moves them up 1. And yeah, I mean, gotta agree with all they had to say there. I mean, I think in general the team needs to sharpen up both on offense and defense here moving forward, as an Erie versus Broomfield matchup is really on the horizon here. Honestly, it's definitely on the horizon, and that will be a big-time matchup, especially considering they're both tied. They play Saturday, the 16th, so that'll be exciting. We'll just have to see what happens. Now, let's talk about Broomfield, who is tied here with 3, right with Erie. Cody has Broomfield at 5, dropping all the way from 1 to 5. He said Broomfield, well, if this isn't a wake-up call, I am not sure what is. After blowing out Holy Family last season, Broomfield is not the team of Broomfield as it stands by losing by a single point. I am shocked by the result and dropped them to 5 here. So there you go there. Gideon has this to say about Broomfield. Broomfield's loss, by the way, who he also dropped from 1 to 5. He said Broomfield's loss was not a good look. If you want to compete for a championship, you cannot lose to a 3A team unless that team is generational, which Holy Family is not. No offense, he said in parentheses. They are still great, but they are not number 1 quality or even top 4 as far as 3A goes. So there you go. Gino had this to say about Broomfield, who he only moved down 1 spot here to 2. He said, need a big bounce back win in week 3 if they want to hold off Ponderosa and Erie from moving ahead of them. And yeah, absolutely agree. Just mentioned that Erie game here in a couple weeks. That's going to be huge. But I mean, I'm going to have to agree. I don't know how you lose to Holy Family. And it is by 1 point. So maybe I am being a little bit harsh there, right? Holy Family isn't a bad program, but, you know, like Gideon said, they aren't top 4, at least in his rankings there. For me, I think they're right at 4, but it's not like they're Green Mountain or Lutheran or even Roosevelt. And so that sounds really disrespectful, At the same time, this is a standard that you have to hold as a team that just won state last year, and a team that really should be contending for state again this year. And so Broomfield now is tied at 3. This isn't the worst it could be. As you saw, Cody and Gideon dropped them all the way to 5. Gino only dropped them 1 spot, and I only dropped them to 4. So it kind of evens out here. They're at 3, right? And so we'll just have to see what happens, but they have to start winning moving forward. And it's not like they have a easy schedule. There's going to be plenty of teams that are going to test them. And so there's going to be plenty of opportunities to prove that they are still that team despite this minor setback. But there's nothing you could do about it right now until their next game. Now at number 2 is Ponderosa, who stays here. Cody has Ponderosa at 2. He says, also undefeated in an absolute light show on offense, complemented by a strong defense. The Mustangs are rolling right now. Gideon had this to say about Ponderosa. Ponderosa has a QB. Marcus Price is proving to be a very worthy investment, and they have blown out 2 consecutive 5A squads. Their medal will be tested against next week against Golden, but now they've got the number 2 spot. Gino had this to say about Ponderosa, who's at 3. Definitely proving that they're going to be a problem this year. This defense is fantastic. And now I'm going to say this. I have Ponderosa personally at number 1. I think Ponderosa's defense is one of the best defense, if not the best, in 4A here. Their linebackers are tough. They're pretty big up front. They have a really good secondary with Max Mervin and Carson Keach back there. And then on offense, they have their running backs there as well. They have a good line. They have Sean Davis. Hofschneider has been getting some snaps there as well. Marcus Price, he has been a very nice surprise, transferred in here from Legacy. He's been turning up here against, he played well against Chaparral. He played well in week 1 against Fort Collins. It just continues to roll, and I think he's really a quarterback that could win them a state championship. And so that's why I have Ponderosa at 1. I think they're the most well-rounded team. But at number 1 is Palmer Ridge, and I'll give my reasons for why Palmer Ridge is not number 1 personally for me in a minute. But first, let me give my reasons, or let me give Cody's reasons why Palmer Ridge is number 1 in his opinion. He said undefeated and defeated another top 10 opponent is good enough for the top spot here, and a Palmer Ridge program under the new coach that is playing like the same old Palmer Ridge dominant. Gideon had this to say about Palmer Ridge. Palmer Ridge, who by the way he put at number 1. Palmer Ridge has demonstrated resilience and have already played some top quality teams. I trust them more than any other program right now, and for the amount of turnover they've had, I am very pleasantly surprised. Gino has Palmer Ridge at number 1 as well. Yet another big win against number 4 in the power rankings, no less. That will move them up to the 1 spot. And then I have Palmer Ridge currently at 3, just behind Erie, but this is pretty close for me. Look, Palmer Ridge loved their defense. They played well. At the end there were, some concerns. Mesa Ridge scored a couple more touchdowns, which they are a good team. That's as expected, right? But Palmer Ridge, they had some turnovers. They had both from Derek Hester, by the way. One, just a bad interception, just forced it there. Shouldn't have done that. The other one was just a bad fumble. Luckily enough, the Mesa Ridge quarterback threw a really bad interception to give that one right back. So they kind of got bailed out there. Now, Palmer Ridge, I think no doubt is a team that could contend and can be in the state championship. And once you get in the state championship, anything could happen. And so, honestly, I'm not mad at them being at number 1. I'm really happy for them. This is a program that I've admired a lot. I love what they do over there. Their coaching staff, no matter who it is, has been very consistent. Great kids, great community up there. And so very deserving of this number 1 spot regardless. But I do love Ponderosa here as well. And I think their quarterback could be a little bit more dynamic than Derek Hester. At least passing game wise. And that could mean the difference between winning and losing a playoff game or state championship. So we'll just have to see, but I do think Derek Hester is really good for their RPO system, and he's going to bring them a very long way. So no surprise that Palmer Ridge is top 2 here and number 1 in our power rankings. Now, let me just review it before I move on to 5A here. Just outside is Denver South. Tied for number 10 is Dakota Ridge and Bear Creek. 9 Heritage. 8 is Pueblo West. 7, Mesa Ridge. Tied for 5th is Loveland and Montrose. Tied for 3rd is Erie and Broomfield. At number 2 is Ponderosa. And at number 1, your new number 1 here is Palmer Ridge. Okay, now let's go ahead and move on to 5A here. Let's go over the rankings last week. So just that was Mountain Vista, Fairview, and Arapahoe. At 10, Regis Jesuit. 9, Chatfield. 8, Columbine. 7, Fountain Fort Carson. 6, Valor Christian. 5, Ralston Valley. 4, Legend. 3, Grandview. 2, Pine Creek. And at number 1 is Cherry Creek. Now, after week 2, here are the teams that are just out. Mountain Vista, Fairview, Denver East, and Arapahoe all getting top 10 votes here. Let me go ahead here. I should say what the boys had to say about them. Cody had Arapahoe at 10. He said, going to keep the Warriors here after dominating the Milk Jug, and Mikey Monahan actually impressed me on some throws, and technique-wise seems miles ahead of where he was at last season. So there you go there. Gideon at Denver East at 10. He said Denver East has demonstrated that they've come to play. Their defense has proven to be one of the top stoppers in the state. This 3-game stretch of Denver South, Rock Canyon, and Pine Creek will decide the Angels seedings, but they are definitely a playoff squad. So there you go there. Gino has Arapahoe at 10. He says defense is as tough as they come. Should be interesting to see what they do once the league games start. And then I actually have Mountain Vista here still at 9. I'm the only one who put them here in the top 10. They got a big win over Fort Collins, and I get it, it's Fort Collins, and whatnot, but they really demonstrated their offensive firepower. I don't think you could just ignore that. I still think Mountain Vista is a top 10 team here in Colorado, and they got plenty of time left, so we'll just have to see how the rest of their season goes. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our top 10 here, starting with Valor Christian, who's at 10. Moving down 4 spots here after another loss. Cody does not have them ranked in his top 10, but they are just outside. Gideon has them at 9. He says Valor starts 0-2 for the first time since 2016. This is not a good look for the reigning runner-ups, and I do not trust many guys on this roster right now outside of Asher, Cash, and Alexander. There you go there. Gino had this to say about Valor, who we got to see live, by the way. Valor and Pine Creek. He has them at 9. He says they're staying in the top 10 for now, but I'm very concerned about the run game going forward. So, absolutely agreed. I have them at 10, and so all of that was good enough to put them here at 10. Yeah, Valor's had some struggles here, and it's because they don't really have a guy who has shown to be super electric running the ball. I mean, they have Gabe Sawchuk, and he's been okay. I'll say this. He played against tough squads in Regis Jesuit, right, and Pine Creek, who have good defenses, good linebacking cores for sure. But, if you want to be able to be a contender, you got to be able to run well against those defenses. Plain and simple. Asher Weiner, I don't think is too bad here. He's been pretty okay. He's working with what he has. Cash Spence has really emerged, as we all have assumed. And, Weiner's really relying on Spence to help out with the shortcomings of the rushing attack, which, historically, Brett McGatlin's offense have really relied on. And so they're doing what they can, but there's only so much that they could do. Defensively, I mean, they definitely could be a little bit better and tighten up here. But I think we're all here on the podcast. I think we're all looking at the offense and we're like, hey, someone needs to step up as a rushing threat, a true rushing threat, and be able to beat these good defenses. And if they can't, then they're going to be outside the top 10, plain and simple. There's plenty of other teams who have a little bit more promise than Valor. And so Valor for the first time at 0-2, but their season isn't quite over yet here. Now they play Fairview next, which, is a tough team who's just outside our top 10. That could be a losable game too, not even go live, but they play them at home. Hopefully they could bounce back there potentially. Then they play away in Georgia against Rabin Gap Nakuchi. And so that's not a bad team. So hopefully they could potentially win that one and maybe get back to 500. But right after that, they play Ralston Valley away on Thursday night. And so that is going to be pretty tough here. Also looking ahead here, they also play Rock Canyon and Mountain Vista, who will be tough games as well. Valor needs to win these games and get to as close to 500 as possible. Or then, their playoff hopes might be on the line. So we'll just have to see there. Like I said, it's only week 2. They've only played 2 games. Still a lot more to go here. So we'll just have to see what happens. All right, let's move on from Valor. Let's talk about number 9 here, Chatfield, who basically just stays here. This is what Cody has to say about Chatfield, who he has at 7. He says bye week, and they drop, but no fault of their own. But their biggest test of the season comes next week for Chatfield. So there you go. There, like Cody said, no game for them this week, but they will have a chance to potentially move up here in the next week here, where they will go ahead and play Cherry Creek at home too, by the way. So we'll see. If they beat him, obviously that's huge. If anybody beats Cherry Creek, that is obviously huge. So there you go there. Gino does not have Chatfield in his top 10. They are just outside. Gideon also does not have Chatfield in his top 10 here. And I have Chatfield here at 8. I mean, they don't move up or down for me. Like I said, they didn't play. So there you go. But I still think they're a tough squad. Now, at 8 is Columbine, who also stays here. This is what Cody had to say about them, who he has them at 6 personally. He said, out-of-state win for the Rebels, and they return to continue a win streak probably. Gideon has this to say about Columbine. Well, he doesn't have them in his top 10. They are just outside, so there you go. And then Gino keeps Columbine right here at number 2. So there you go there. And then I do not have Columbine ranked. They are just outside, literally at 11 for me. They didn't beat a very, a great Florida team. They were okay, right? And so that was definitely something that we expected to happen there. So boom. Now, Regis Jesuit, on the other hand, moves up 3 spots because they did beat a great team here out of state from Washington. And so we got to give them their flowers here. Let's talk about Regis Jesuit. Cody has them at 5. He said the Raiders are up, he said the Raiders up front are amongst the best. And with Albert Medina looking like an MVP candidate early in the season, I'm interested to see how they match up against some of the tougher opponents on their schedule. But I have them favored against ARAP and Ralston, who are coming up here soon. So there you go there. Gideon has Regis Jesuit at 5. Regis' win over the reigning Washington 4A runner-ups, which, by the way, 4A is the highest classification in Washington, proves that last week was not a fluke. They can play. I can't justify putting them above Cherry Creek, Pine Creek, or Grandview, and I'm barely between them and Legend. I give the slight edge to Legend since I trust Mason Marcinich over Peyton Lindell. I can't wait for when these squads match up during week 9. Me neither. That'll be a good one. Gino has this to say about Regis, who he has at 8. Won a close game this week against a tough out-of-state opponent. And then I also have Regis here at 7. And then, like I said, in our PMC rankings, they are at 7. Yeah, hey, impressive win over an out-of-state opponent. Now, that is a big-time win to get out over an out-of-state opponent here. We usually don't weigh too heavily, I would say, out-of-state wins, but this is the heaviest that we are weighing since they are a very good team. So big props to Regis Jesuit for getting it done and continuing to prove us wrong. Now, moving on, we have a little bit of a mess here. Tied at 5 here, you heard that right, is Ralston Valley and Fountain Fort Carson. Fountain Fort Carson moves up 2 spots while Ralston Valley stays here. So let's go ahead and talk about Ralston first. Cody has Ralston Valley at 9. He says the Mustangs kind of really needed this bye week after getting pushed by 2 tough teams and who will have to be recovered and rested for the rest of their schedule. That worries me more and more if they continue to not platoon up front, as in the line. So there you go there. Gideon has Ralston Valley at 7. Who moves down a couple spots. So there you go there. Gino has Ralston Valley at 4. He just said did not play. So there you go there. They actually moved down a spot because I believe a team moved up a spot for Gino here. So there you go. And Ralston Valley, for me, stays here at 4, just like last week. Yeah, Ralston Valley, I mean, they lost to they beat Mountain Vista, right? So that's huge. Lost to Cherry Creek. Also lost Liam Beatty about doing that. And so they do have some tough games moving forward here to potentially move up. We'll just have to see how they go. Like Cody said, I am a little concerned about that offensive line because they're also their defensive line. And that's tough. That's just a very thin core up front. We'll have to see how well they hold up for the rest of the season and postseason. Okay, now let's talk about Fountain Fort Carson, who's at 8. Cody said this about Fountain Fort Carson, who he has back in his top 10. Seeing the Trojans score 60 on another 5A squad has reestablished my confidence in them, along with Valor's fall from grace. So there you go there. Gideon has Fountain Fort Carson at 6, moving up a spot, but he didn't have anything to say. Gino had this to say about Fountain Fort Carson, who actually drops a spot, but it's because a team moved up ahead of them. He said 63 points in any football game is impressive. Their rush attack is going to be tough to stop. And then I believe I have Fountain Fort Carson moving up a spot here to number 5. Yeah, so they played Highlands Ranch. This was the team they should have beat, but they should have beat them last year, and they lost to them. So this year, they definitely left, no doubt, and they won big. Now, next week, they do get to play Pueblo West, who is a pretty good 4A team, so we'll just have to see how that goes. But this Fountain Fort Carson team, I am telling you, is very underrated. They have a tough line. They have some very good running backs, a good quarterback in my opinion, a true number 1 receiver in my opinion, and a solid defense per usual. So we'll just have to see about Fountain Fort Carson moving forward. Now tied at 3 are 2 teams in Grandview and Legend here. Grandview was 3 last week. Legend was technically 4, so technically they move up, but I mean, they're tied for 3rd, which is basically also 4th. So I just said that they basically stay here. And so let's talk about Legend first. Cody has them at 4. He said, great and deserving win for Legend over Pomona. Gideon has Legend at 4 here, who moves up a couple spots. Gino has Legend here at 7. He just had blowout win there. They move up a spot for him. I have Legend at 3. Who just stays here. I mean, yeah, they should have beat Pomona, and they did. There are some tougher games down the line, which will make things real interesting, but we'll get there when we get there. So there you go. Now let's talk about Grandview. Cody has Grandview at 3. He says, no fault of Grandview for their drop in my rankings. I just got to see Pine Creek go to work, but the Wolves took care of business against Fossil Ridge, nonetheless, as they should. Gideon has Grandview at 3. Who drops a spot here because they moved a team ahead of them. So there you go there. Gino has Grandview at 6. He said balanced offensive attack and solid depth in nearly every position. They have a higher ceiling than the last season, than previous season. And then I have Grandview here at 6. Yeah, they beat Fossil Ridge as they should, and so they keep it rolling. Like I said, some tougher games ahead here down the line. But at number 2 for us is Pine Creek, who actually just stays here, but in a lot of our rankings they move up. For Cody, he moves up Pine Creek. He puts them at 2. He says Pine Creek beats Valor at home and shows poise and control doing so. Gideon puts Pine Creek up at 2 as well. Pine Creek finally plays and looks dominant against a top 10 5A team. What didn't happen in Vegas stays in Vegas, but Valor is something that's going to stay on the Eagles' minds for a while. Gino, who was at this game, as Pine Creek moved up to 3 here. He says Cooper DeRoy is going to be one of the best QB receiver duos in all of Colorado this year. Defense also has a lot of playmakers. So there you go there. They move up to 3 here, just behind Columbine in his personal rankings. And then, hey, I had Pine Creek at 2 this entire time. I believed in y'all. I did not need to move them up. I felt like this was a game they could have won over Valor, especially how Valor showed up against Regis last week. I said this on last week's episode. I said I really do feel like Pine Creek can beat Valor, or if I didn't, then I definitely told people that, because this Pine Creek team, man, I mean, they have the talent to go win state, and I'm saying win state, not just get there, but win it. And so we'll have to see how the rest of the season goes. They have some tougher teams down the line. I know they play Regis, Legend as well. So some tough teams there on their schedule. But, for now, they could go ahead and relish this win over Valor Christian. First time in program history that they did this. And I want to say the highest Pine Creek, or just kidding, this isn't the highest Pine Creek has been in our history of our power rankings, as they were at 2 last week. But a lot of confidence in Pine Creek moving forward here, as they are just behind our number 1 team for the next straight week. That is Cherry Creek. Cody says this about Cherry Creek: another great win against a potential playoff team in Legacy. Gideon said Creek is Creek. That's that. Gino did not say anything about Creek, but obviously has them at 1. Yeah, they dismantle Legacy. Not super surprising. They continue to roll here. But hey, a Creek versus Creek matchup, Cherry Creek versus Pine Creek, may be in the books moving forward. We'll just have to see. Now, to go ahead and review our rankings. Just outside, Mountain Vista, Fairview, Denver East, and Arapahoe. At 10, Valor Christian. At 9, Chatfield. At 8, Columbine. 7, Reaches Jesuit, who's soaring right now. Tied for 5, Ralston Valley and Fountain for Carson. Tied for 3rd, Legend and Grandview here. At number 2, Pine Creek off a big-time win over Valor Christian. And at number 1, still since the preseason, is Cherry Creek. So there you go. Those are your power rankings.
And please let us know if you've made it to this part of the episode, the last segment here, the Playmakers of the Week, where we go through each classification. All of us, depending on what classification we covered, will talk about a different player or different players that were, contestants for being our selection for Playmaker of the Week. And then we talk about who we selected and why. So I'll start off with the 1A classification here, where I had 3 candidates for Playmaker of the Week. One was Sam Meisner from Ray, running for 315 yards and 6 touchdowns in their 52-14 win over Goodland. DJ Cannon for Strasburg, who had 20 total tackles and 1 for loss in a 5-point win over Wiggins. And last but not least, and by not least, I mean actually the winner here, is Marquez Pasillas goes nuts. 3 interceptions for Middle Park, while taking 1 to the house against Estes Park in Middle Park's win for the Trail Ridge Trophy. Not only was I impressed by the 3 interceptions and the 1 pick 6 in this very close game, I was even further blown away and officially stamped it in once I realized that this was for a rivalry trophy game. So Middle Park getting a win over Estes and propelled Middle Park's win over Estes for the first time since 2019. So breaking a few years of a losing streak. So that is definitely going to be considered very important. And that is going to give Marquez Pasillas the edge here. If I'm saying that name wrong, please just let me know. But that is our 1A Playmaker of the Week, brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Be sure to check them out. They will be tagged in the post. Now, our 2A Playmaker of the Week, brought to you by Code Red Coaching, is going to have a very solid selection here, all from teams with very impressive W's here. I mean, you have Caleb Tejada from University's win over Eaton for the first time in a few years. You got Alex Kolgzak from Timnath in their very first win as a program, and Trevor Lucero in their triple overtime win, Arvada's that is, over 3A Littleton. I talked about that. Be sure to listen to that full game recap earlier in this episode. But for those who didn't catch the stats, 428 total yards between rushing and passing, 5 total touchdowns, 4 passing, and 1 rushing, including that rushing being the game winner in that game. Now, Caleb Tejada had 4 interceptions and 3 pass deflections in University's win against not only the reigning state champs, but the crosstown rivals, University and Eaton. Those teams always play each other very, very tough. And so for Caleb to have Tejada all these interceptions is a very big deal. And we also got Alex out of Timnath here. Not only did he kick a touchback, a punt inside the 20, going 2 for 2 on PATs, and 3 for 4 on field goals, but one of those 3 was the game winner against the Academy that lifted Timnath up and over those 2A foes for their first win as a program. And Gino's selection for 2A Playmaker of the Week is going to be Caleb Tejada from University. So we got back-to-back huge interception games and pass deflection games from secondary players in rivalry matchups. Will this trend continue for our Playmakers of the Week? Well, let's keep on going here. On the 3A level, we had a few candidates from Gideon here. One was Luke DeBauer here out of Lewis Palmer, 119 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdowns in a win over 4A Coronado. So getting a dub over an upper classification opponent is always a nice touch. Then for Lutheran, our number 1 in the power rankings, Ryken Doggard here, absolutely dogging Meade, 309 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and another 97 rush yards in a win over Meade. Always a solid opponent, over 400 yards. This is how we do it, and he's a huge reason why they are number 1 on the power rankings. From Northridge, we have Raul Gallegos here, 171 rushing yards, 4 rushing touchdowns, and then also defensively notching another 5 tackles here, as Northridge has jumped out to an impressive and maybe even unpredicted 2-0 start here. Rylan Cooney here is, and I quote, "I hate to say it, but I have to give it to Rylan Cooney again. DeBoer and Gallegos both had good performances, but it ended up being between Doggard and Cooney, and though Doggard had about 140 more yards, Lutheran blew out Meade, who, although playoff caliber, are nowhere near Broomfield's level, who Cooney scraped out the win over. We try not to give this award to the same guy 2 weeks in a row, but it is warranted in this case. Rylan Cooney is the 3A Week 2 Playmaker of the Week." End quote. Thank you, Gideon. Rylan Cooney, as Gideon stated, they pulled off an upset win. Holy Family cross town once again. Another one of these rivalries, but this time with the lower classification getting the dub. 3A Holy Family in Broomfield beating 4A Broomfield High School in the battle for Broomfield. 179 pass yards, 3 touchdowns to only 1 pick, and then another 94 rush yards and a rushing touchdown, and leading Holy Family to a win over the number 1 team in 4A and the defending reigning champs in 4A. Speaking of 4A, let's go ahead and talk about the 4A Playmaker of the Week with some candidates from Coach V. One of the suggestions was junior Standley Lake running back Liam Graham. Gideon actually saw this performance with his eyes, so be sure to jump back to that game recap. But Liam Graham popping off for 243 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and then notching another 35 yards through the air in a win over Skyline. We also have Gavin Lockett. This guy has been a Playmaker of the Week candidate every week. That is a great case for a potential most valuable Playmaker bid, or at least an Offensive Playmaker of the Year bid, as he goes 10 of 13 for 146 yards, throws a touchdown, and then rushes for 3 touchdowns in Pueblo West's victory this past week. Marcus Price, he is a quarterback for Ponderosa, one of the top 5 teams in 4A, and he just goes AWOL in this game against Chaparral here. 15 of 24, 338 yards, 3 touchdowns, a pick, and then 23 rush yards. And then we have another quarterback. 3 out of the 4 quarterbacks here for the 4A Playmaker of the Week, or 3 out of the 4 players are quarterbacks here, and that is Palmer Ridge senior Derek Hester, 12 of 16, 207 yards, 2 TDs to a pick, but then another 130 rushing yards and a touchdown. And Simon's crowning of Derek Hester for Playmaker of the Week is noted by the fact that he took down a top 10 team in Mesa Ridge on the road in dominating fashion and showed why Palmer Ridge is a contender again this season. So, 4A Playmaker of the Week is Palmer Ridge senior quarterback Derek Hester. Now, for 5A, also decided by Simon, both the candidates and the winner here. We're going to start off with the Pine Creek quarterback Cameron Cooper, 13 of 16, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns, 73 yards, and a rushing touchdown, and helped Pine Creek overcome Valor Christian for the first time in program history. We got another quarterback here, this time out of Thunder Ridge, and this time we're talking about senior quarterback Ryan Gonzalez. He got the start at QB for Thunder Ridge as a senior and goes 12 of 15 for 158 yards, 2 touchdowns and runs for another 2 touchdowns on 41 total yards. So 4 total touchdowns and just about 200 yards of offense from Ryan Gonzalez here. Thunder Ridge needing a little bit of momentum and finding some in this win and behind Ryan. Speaking of major wins, Regis Jesuit, the Raiders here, came in super underrated this season with a chip on their shoulder and with a chance to prove themselves as a serious contender facing off against Washington State runner-up Kennedy Catholic. They would get the win behind, or should I say, on the shoulders of Anthony Medina, 214 rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. Obviously, we'd love to see Colorado teams beat out-of-state teams, but especially good ones. And Anthony Medina is that guy who made that possible in this past week, and that is why he's a Playmaker of the Week candidate. And for our final Playmaker of the Week on the 5A level, Coach V has crowned Cam Cooper, quarterback out of Pine Creek here. And, you know, he defines this as a signature career game for not only the Pine Creek program, but also for Cam Coop in what was a pretty close game. His mistake-free 3 touchdowns were so crucial, so critical. He picked up major first downs. You can hear about that in Gino's recap of the game. And Cam Cooper here shows that Pine Creek could be that team in 5A who not only makes it to semis this year, but makes it to the finals and maybe competes for state. So, the Playmakers of the Week, once again, brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Check them out on coderedcoaching.com or give them a call today to set up your first appointment here. Obviously, Code Red Coaching, they're going to be tagged in the Instagram post, but if you do want to just get the information straight from here, call today at 720-979-1914. That's 720-979-1914. And those Playmakers of the Week brought to you by Code Red Coaching are Marquez Pasillas from Middle Park. You got Caleb Tejada from University. Rylan Cooney from Holy Family. Derek Hester of Palmer Ridge. And Cameron Cooper of Pine Creek. Lots of north to south action, honestly, on this episode. Kind of climbing our way down. Granby, a little bit of the exception being out west, but nonetheless, a good batch of Playmakers of the Week. And that will do it for this episode of Playmakers Corner. If you actually listen to the whole thing, please be sure to leave a comment and type in the word "end" on our episode poll on Spotify, or be sure to comment or leave a review on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or anywhere that you listen to podcasts, or go ahead and leave it in the comments of the YouTube video. Make sure that you're subscribed, liking, following, whatever you got to do on any of those platforms to get notified whenever new episodes come out. We are also posting content and game highlights on TikTok, so be sure to find us on TikTok at Playmakers Corner, and our other social medias where we post graphics for games of the week, Playmakers of the Week, and the episode cover for the recap every single week. Those are going to be found on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. All of those are Playmakers Corner, or for Twitter, X, at Playmaker Corner. And be sure to check out all those sponsors that help make this show possible. Thank you so much to Gideon, Gino, and Coach V for all of their recaps. And I have been your showrunner for this episode, Cody Stauffer, signing off.